Long ago, the Demon King and his trash-tier army invaded, turning the peaceful world. Just when all hope seemed lost, a lone figure stepped onto the battlefield to change history. This unknown warrior stood tall among the fallen, ready to end the reign of the monstrous invaders. He had been waiting for this moment, his resolve burning brighter than the sun as he prepared to strike. With a powerful leap, our boy launched himself toward the source of the world's misery. The warrior and the Demon King finally clashed in a battle that would determine the fate of everyone. Their collision triggered a massive explosion of mana, blinding everything in a final, desperate sacrifice. The world was saved as the Demon King fell, leaving behind a legend we've all heard before. Fast forward to the present day, where someone is frantically dashing through a dark, torchlit corridor. They finally reach their destination and shove the heavy doors open, desperate to see what lies inside. A frantic messenger bursts into the throne room, reporting a massive problem to the current Demon King. The messenger explains that Demiurgos 666 has finally awakened from his cocoon, but immediately ditched the palace. The king is dumbfounded when he hears that the new candidate has no interest in the throne. Stuttering in fear, the messenger struggles to explain the sheer disrespect of the situation. Turns out, our boy left a trash-tier goodbye note telling them not to look for him. Meanwhile, a pair of boots treads upon the sun-drenched stones of a peaceful human city. This runaway prince takes a deep breath, finally tasting the freedom he's been craving for centuries. He stands before the majestic Akoma castle, realizing he's finally made it to the kingdom of Verde. The warmth of the human world is exactly as he imagined, far better than the cold abyss. Our boy literally skips with joy, laughing as he starts his new life far away from demonic politics. Our boy's demonic instincts flare up as he glares at the one thing he truly loathes. That holy cross is a total eyesore, representing everything his kind has fought against for centuries. Suddenly, a sharp clank snaps him out of it as a voice calls him a total oaf. A pair of guards march forward, demanding to know why he's loitering around the castle entrance. He wonders if his modern clothes are the problem, while the guards suggest he has a death wish. As a halberd is thrust toward him, they demand to know his name right this instant. Demiurgos realizes that dropping his real demonic title would definitely blow his peaceful cover. He quickly snaps his fingers, searching for a nickname that won't scream Prince of Hell. Flashing a friendly smile, he tries to look as harmless as possible to these trash-tier humans. He cheerfully tells them to just call him Deus, officially starting his life under a fake identity. A high-ranking noble named Baron Brewer storms over, offended that a random brat would use a divine name. The Baron warns our boy that he'll overlook this blasphemy once, but he better scram immediately. Instead of running, Deus just tilts his head and asks if this kingdom is actually strong enough to matter. Brewer is completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of this peasant questioning the strength of his entire nation. Our boy continues his taunt, wondering if this place is even worthy of a king of his caliber. Enraged by the insult to the crown, the Baron swings his blade, promising to take the kid's head. Deus doesn't even flinch as his demonic eye flashes with a lethal, crimson light. In a sudden burst of gore, the high and mighty Baron is reduced to a bloody mess instantly. The remaining trash-tier guards watch in absolute horror as their leader is erased in a heartbeat. Deus stands there perfectly calm, letting the blood rain down while realizing these humans are truly pathetic. The trash-tier guards start popping like balloons, their bodies painting the bridge in a gruesome display of gore. Our boy just whistles a tune, casually pointing a finger as if he's merely conducting a symphony of death. More heads burst into black mist, proving that these pathetic humans never stood a chance against true demonic power. Desperate for a miracle, the archers on the walls rain down arrows, hoping to stop the monster at their gates. Deus doesn't even bother dodging, letting the projectiles shatter harmlessly, while he enjoys the scent of fear. His eyes burn with a lethal crimson light, signaling that the real nightmare for this kingdom has just begun. With a simple thought, the defenders on the ramparts are erased, their screams cut short by instant, bloody execution. He commands the fallen to rise, forcing the dead to acknowledge him as the only king that actually matters. Stepping through a river of blood, he heads toward the gate, demanding the world weep for his grand return. Inside the castle, the remaining soldiers scramble in total panic, realizing their entire front line was wiped out instantly. The palace guards are losing their minds, their screams echoing through the halls as they realize death is coming. Our boy Deus just strolls through the debris, the massive explosion behind him, feeling like a minor inconvenience. He flashes a wicked grin, telling the pathetic humans to let their screams announce his glorious return. Suddenly, a tide of spectral skulls erupts, turning the hallway into a literal highway to hell for the soldiers. It's a total bloodbath as the guards are shredded, begging for a mercy that Deus simply doesn't possess. He walks through the carnage like he's taking a Sunday stroll, completely unfazed by the mountain of corpses. Even with blood painting the walls, Deus looks disappointed that these trash-tier fighters couldn't even make him sweat. He actually has the audacity to look adorable, wearing a blushing smile while surrounded by a literal lake of blood. His amusement fades when he hears a desperate prayer, his eyes glowing with renewed malice at the mention of God. Turns out Baron Brewer is still clinging to his faith, praying for a miracle while his men rot around him. Baron Brewer kneels amidst the corpses, desperately begging his God for the light of truth to guide him. He draws his blade with a shh, praying for the divine strength to crush the evil before him. A massive whoosh of light erupts as he demands the power to protect his kingdom be his. Our boy Deus just watches with a smirk, wondering if this knight actually carries the legendary hero's blood. The Baron calls out Deus for his dark magic, stunned that anyone could actually breach the castle's defenses. He declares that his divine grace will be the thing that finally puts an end to Deus's rampage. With a sudden dash, the knight lunges forward, determined to prove his faith isn't just for show. He leaps into the air, acknowledging he lacks pure blood, but vowing to defeat the likes of Deus. A massive explosion rocks the foundation as his holy strike meets the former Demon King's overwhelming presence. His eyes glow with a blinding intensity, showing he's ready to burn his very soul to win. Baron Brewer is completely dumbfounded when our boy Deus asks if that pathetic holy strike was his best effort. Deus easily catches the light spear and announces that it is finally time for his own brutal counterattack. With a chilling gaze, the former Demon King begins a mock prayer, asking heaven for a little favor. He finishes his twisted plea by asking for permission to slaughter the trash-tier knight standing right before him. The Baron can only stare in horror as Deus wonders aloud which of their prayers will actually be answered. In a burst of dark energy, Deus pierces through the knight, warning him never to mention God again. The Baron realizes his divine grace was useless, as his life begins to fade away in utter disbelief. With a final, brutal strike, Deus ends the knight's struggle, proving that holy titles mean nothing to him. The castle doors creak open as our boy casually strolls into the throne room to greet the guards. The King of Verde watches in terror as his last line of defense panics over one man's dominance. The King of Verde is absolutely dumbfounded, demanding to know who this intruder thinks he is. Our boy Deus just keeps strolling forward, casually suggesting they have a little chat like old friends. The trash-tier guards won't have it, brandishing their weapons and demanding he show some respect to royalty. Deus isn't in the mood for games and simply snaps his fingers to unleash a wave of power. With a single gesture, the guards are blown away like dust, while he continues his steady, terrifying advance. He looks back with those chilling red eyes, wondering if anyone else has a complaint to file today. The king can only watch in silence, as his entire royal guard is wiped out in mere seconds. Deciding the talk is over, Deus leaps into the air to bring an end to this pathetic display. He manifests his demonic wings, soaring above the remaining soldiers who are too stunned to even move. Like a predator, he dives straight for the throne to show the king what true power looks like. Deus looms over the terrified king, who desperately tries to buy his life with gold and empty titles. Our boy doesn't even blink, clearly unimpressed by the pathetic bribes of a crumbling ruler. With a chilling gaze, he makes his terms clear by demanding the entire kingdom as his own. The king is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe someone would dare ask for his entire legacy. Deus casually suggests just killing him instead, figuring he'll take the family and the crown anyway. Suddenly, the old man loses it, accusing Deus of only being after his precious daughter, April. Deus is genuinely confused since he didn't even know the guy had a kid to begin with. He reiterates that he has zero interest in the girl and only cares about taking the throne. The king continues his frantic screaming, claiming that Deus is trying to steal what doesn't belong to him. Our boy just scoffs, wondering why this trash-tier king thinks anything in this world actually belongs to him. The king desperately screams that the kingdom belongs to the throne, but he is clearly out of his depth. Deus stares him down with glowing eyes, coldly asking exactly when that rule was ever established. Our boy questions if the throne was even his to begin with, before telling him to finally step down. The old man tries to threaten him, claiming the Holy See will never accept a monster like him. This just makes Deus burst into a fit of laughter, finding the mention of the church absolutely hilarious. Without a second thought, he unleashes a devastating wave of mana that consumes everything in sight. The entire tower erupts in a massive explosion, turning the royal chambers into a literal hellscape. The king is instantly reduced to a charred, screaming husk as the flames tear through his fragile body. Deus watches the carnage with total indifference, seeing the trash-tier ruler finally meet his pathetic end. He concludes that the old man clearly was not of the right bloodline to survive his overwhelming power. Deus watches the king burn, thinking the trash-tier ruler should have at least lasted a few seconds. He casually steps through the embers, completely unfazed by the absolute destruction he just caused. Looking toward the heavens, our boy shouts his disappointment that nobody was actually ready for him. He stands amidst the wreckage as light pours in, realizing the world is still far too weak. The silence of the ruined chamber is heavy, marking the pathetic end of the royal bloodline. He muses that it will take quite some time before a worthy pureblood finally awakens. Since he arrived 20 years too early, he decides he might as well enjoy the wait. Suddenly, a shrill scream breaks his train of thought, catching the former Demon King off guard. The princess stands in the smoke, trembling as she tearfully demands to know what he is. Deus just stares back, seemingly surprised that a mere human actually survived his overwhelming mana blast. The first war ended in total disaster, leaving the demon leader as nothing but a pile of scrap. Refusing to quit, his followers dragged his shattered soul back home to forge him a fresh vessel. After a century of pouring curses into the pot, the big boss returned for a bloody sequel. Our boy was absolutely fuming, ready to turn the human world into a literal barbecue pit. Just as things looked bleak, a new hero stepped up, looking like a beast despite the arrows. This warrior had that legendary glow in his eyes, proving he was definitely not some trash-tier fodder. Turns out, even a resurrected king can get humbled, ending up face down in the dirt once more. Demons are nothing if not persistent, waiting another 100 years to fire up the resurrection machine again. Like clockwork, yet another hero appeared to gatekeep the throne, looking like he was built different. Fast forward another century, and the cycle continues as the Demon King rises for yet another round. Yet another hero emerges. But the world has seen this tired old script way too many times. Times are so peaceful now that the concept of a holy warrior has become a total joke. Deep in hell, the demons decide they've had enough, and finally summon their true trump card. The 666th Demon King begins to stir, destined to be the one who finally gets the job done. Demiurgos opens his eyes with a snap, looking like he is ready to plunge the world into darkness. Turns out our boy hates his job, leaving a savage note telling his loyal subjects to get lost. Fast forward to the carnage, where Princess April stands shaking in her boots amidst the burning ruins. Demiurgos looks totally bored, wondering why this random girl is making such a massive scene in front of him. Her father loses his mind, screaming that no demon will ever take the pride of their continent away. The realization finally hits him as he puts two and two together, identifying her as the royal princess. Demiurgos realizes that with the king dead, this girl is now the next in line for the throne. The princess is completely dumbfounded, unable to process that her entire world just crumbled in an instant. With a simple snap of his fingers, our boy decides to put an end to her useless trembling. A strange mana wraps around her as she realizes her very soul is being rewritten by his power. She hits the floor hard, the weight of his demonic authority crushing whatever royal pride she had left. Suddenly, she looks up with hollow eyes, swearing her absolute loyalty to the man who destroyed her kingdom. Satisfied with his new toy, Demiurgos leaps into the air to survey the beautiful carnage he created. He glides over the burning ruins, looking every bit like the nightmare the legends warned everyone about. Landing gracefully, he claims her as his first human servant while she accepts the dark honor. He leans in close, relishing the fact that even a princess can be broken with enough power. Sensing a rat in the shadows, Demiurgos warns the hidden spy to show themselves before he plucks their eyes. The princess trembles in fear as a familiar, dark mana begins to crack the very fabric of reality nearby. A jagged rift of purple energy tears through the air, humming with the power of the demon realm. Out steps a dapper figure in a suit, looking far too refined for the carnage surrounding them. The newcomer flashes a sharp, fanged grin, clearly amused to see his master in such a youthful vessel. Bowing deeply, the demon identifies himself as Alex, and claims he is merely reporting for duty. Our boy is visibly annoyed, wondering how this persistent stalker managed to track him across worlds so quickly. He bluntly reminds Alex that his loyalty belonged to the old king, not this new, liberated version. Alex just smirks, insisting that he follows the royal essence regardless of which form his liege chooses. Done with the small talk, Demiurgos tells him to get lost since he has no plans of returning home. Demiurgos is caught off guard when the servant suddenly agrees to back off and let him be. Alex wears a creepy smile, telling his liege to just keep doing whatever he was busy with. Our boy is genuinely confused, wondering what exactly this weirdo thinks he was actually doing. The servant points at the terrified Princess Verde, asking if he intended to continue his royal lineage. Swirling his wine, Alex reminds him that he never left his side during those 80 long years. He brings up a disturbing memory of nursing the king as a babe, which Deus calls a hobby. The memories get worse as Deus recalls the brutal beatings and being locked away by his own servant. Alex gets uncomfortably close, acting like a proud parent seeing his master finally take interest in a woman. Fed up with the nonsense, Deus firmly declares he is retiring from being the Demon King today. Alex agrees way too easily, leaving our boy feeling like he just walked into a trap. Alex narrows his eyes, trying to figure out what game his master is playing now. He puts on a fake innocent face, asking for clarification on the whole retirement plan. Our boy isn't buying the act and crushes the servant's head, demanding the real reason. Alex recovers instantly, questioning why Deus chose to invade this specific kingdom out of all places. He wonders if it was for the loot, a strange fondness, or just a demonic bad mood. Deus admits he had no grand plan. He simply thought being a human king sounded fun. Alex starts clapping like a madman, praising the wickedness of stealing a throne and a princess. Our boy is left dumbfounded, realizing his servant has a very twisted definition of greatness. Since the throne is now vacant, Alex mentions a new plan for the demon realm's future. He drops a bombshell about taking the master's future child to raise as the next demon king. Alex smirks while predicting that in 20 years, the master's heir will finally take the throne. He envisions the next great ruler as a terrifying titan of destruction, just like the legends of old. Deus is visibly shaken by the thought of his future self being replaced by such a literal monster. Our boy looks over at the princess, suddenly realizing she is the only candidate for this terrifying plan. The princess just stares back with tear-filled eyes, completely overwhelmed by the dark fate being discussed. Deus feels the weight of his demonic heritage as his wings manifest, signaling his growing agitation. Standing amidst the ruins, the trio looks like a dysfunctional family trapped in a nightmare of their making. Deus breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he is still in his prime and not ready for fatherhood. His instincts flare up as he senses something shifting, his demonic eyes narrowing as he whips around. Our boy is left completely stunned when he realizes the situation is far more complicated than he thought. Deus finally loses his cool and unleashes a devastating blast of mana just to shut everyone up. The resulting beam of energy levels everything in its path, proving our boy is still a walking disaster. Alex can barely believe the raw power on display, his composure cracking as the dust finally settles. The sheer scale of the destruction leaves the entire kingdom looking like a scorched, trash-tier wasteland. Our boy turns his fury on Alex, accusing his loyal servant of trying to deceive him this whole time. Instead of being terrified, Alex is mesmerized by the terrifying potential still hidden within his master. He realizes that even with incomplete power, Deus has already surpassed every single demon king before him. A glimmer of hope shines in Alex's eyes as he wonders if their long-awaited victory is finally possible. They both agree that reclaiming the throne is too flashy, but Alex is left hanging on the alternative. Deus drops a bombshell by declaring he'll become a defender of justice, leaving Alex completely dumbfounded. Deus reveals his master plan to become a warrior's companion, leaving Alex completely dumbfounded by the ridiculous suggestion. Our boy starts drooling as he imagines living a lazy, high-tier life while some random guy does the work. He laughs like a maniac about stealing all the glory, while Alex desperately begs him to come to his senses. Without a second thought, Deus pounces into the distance to find his decoy, ignoring his servant's frantic cries. He tells Alex to handle the princess as a mysterious figure watches their every move through a magical sphere. This hidden observer smirks, calling the former demon king a total dud who is only useful for his power. Standing before a massive serpent, the sorceress prepares to seize control of everything, just as it was once foretold. Meanwhile, Deus is literally singing on a horse cart about finding a trash-tier hero to take his place. Alex is losing his mind over the slow pace, wondering why they aren't just flying to their destination. Deus just snaps back that flying would be like putting up a neon sign announcing his true identity. Alex is losing his mind over the burning castle, while our boy Deus just tells him to stop complaining. The stressed servant can't believe his master actually wants to be a lowly companion instead of the hero. Deus explains his master plan to find a decoy, get rich, and finally live the high life. Alex remains doubtful, warning him that climbing the social ladder is a nightmare, even for a legendary warrior. Deus laughs it off, claiming that slaying dragons will be like butchering chickens with their combined demonic power. Curious about the local meta, our boy asks how this human warrior society actually ranks its fighters. Alex explains that everything is divided into specific levels, much like the hierarchy they left behind. He reveals the peak is D class, referring to legendary warriors capable of taking down a massive dragon. Deus is dumbfounded, wondering if people actually have to go out and hunt dragons for the title. Alex clarifies that dragons are neutral now, so the rank just measures raw, terrifying power. Next up are the G-class giant slayers, warriors strong enough to go toe-to-toe with massive, mountain-sized behemoths. Then there's the L-class for lich slayers, making our boy wonder just how many tiers this mess actually has. Alex admits the middle ranks are a total disaster, all thanks to the Holy See's confusing management division. At the very bottom lies the F-class, trash-tier defects who are treated like rotten fruit meant for the bin. Deus finds the whole thing pretty sad, realizing these people are essentially discarded by the world they protect. While the elite get royal titles and fat sponsorships, Alex explains that these defects receive absolutely no support. Seeing how they're treated like nuisances meant to rot, Deus notes that the human world is incredibly cruel. However, Alex reveals that a warrior's true value comes down to something much deeper than a simple rank. Our boy asks if it's all about the bloodline, wondering if pure-blooded descendants are naturally the most powerful. Alex confirms this, tracing their lineage back to the original warrior and saint who saved humanity millennia ago. Alex explains how the first savior's lineage spread across the world over countless generations. This holy bloodline determines a clan's strength, with the purest blood producing the ultimate hero. Deus smirks, hearing how this final hero has supposedly defeated his past incarnations 665 times. Our boy thinks the whole pure blood thing is total crap, especially after being stuck in a cocoon. Alex remains stoic, insisting that protecting this lineage is a solemn duty for those who pledge their lives. Deus just shouts that he doesn't care, finding the servant's lecture about honor and duty incredibly boring. He reflects on how the endless cycle of hero versus demon king has plagued the world for millennia. Alex promises to uphold his end of their deal as they continue their journey toward a new life. Lying back, Deus wonders if he can truly escape the destiny that has followed him for ages. He just wants a simple, slow life, but something tells him this peaceful ride won't last very long. Deus points at a white speck, wondering if those are actually living flillipetals dancing in the sky. Alex keeps driving while our boy remains completely fascinated by the simple beauty of the outside world. It turns out the mysterious floating object is just a common butterfly, something the former king never saw. He stares in awe, totally dumbfounded that such a fragile creature even exists in this bright reality. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind sweeps through the vibrant meadow, carrying the fresh scent of nature. The sudden breeze catches him off guard, nearly knocking our boy right out of the moving wagon. He reaches out desperately as the tiny creature is swept away by that invisible, rushing force. Alex calmly explains that it was just the wind, though Deus finds the concept completely alien. Looking up, he realizes there are so many basic things about human life he still doesn't understand. He reaches toward the blinding sun, finally feeling the warmth he has been missing for literal eons. Deus shields his eyes, wondering why that bright circle in the sky causes such intense, stinging pain. Alex looks up and simply explains that the blinding light is what humans call the sun. As a breeze passes, our boy catches a sweet aroma that tickles his very soul for the first time. They roll through a golden meadow while Alex identifies the refreshing fragrance as the scent of spring. Curious about the past, Deus asks his loyal servant just how long he has been wandering this world. Alex reveals he was born with the demon realm itself, serving long before the First Great War began. It hits Deus that Alex has witnessed these human cycles every century during their many failed invasions. Leaning against the wood, our boy admits he actually likes this peaceful, vibrant world. Alex is completely dumbfounded that his master would ever express such a soft, human sentiment. Our boy just wonders if the previous demon kings ever bothered to see the beauty they were destroying. Deus reflects on how he would usually be stuck for years before dying to some random hero. Our boy is genuinely relieved he ditched that trash-tier destiny to finally experience real freedom. He casually suggests that the world does not even need a demon king anymore, seeking validation. Alex remains silent, likely processing his master's complete 180 from the ruthless ruler he once knew. Deciding he is done with deep thoughts for now, Deus flops back to catch some shut-eye. Before drifting off, he warns Alex that taking him back home would be a death sentence. Alex's expression hardens as he realizes just how serious his master is about this new life. He simply acknowledges the command, while the carriage continues its slow trek through the peaceful valley. The wheels keep turning, marking the distance between their dark past and an uncertain future. When they finally reach their destination, a groggy Deus is stunned by how fast the trip went. Alex confirms they've reached Zorix, a backwater village, with zero military presence, just as requested. Our boy Deus wakes up and decides this quiet, trash-tier lifestyle is exactly what he needs. The horse's hooves rhythmically clatter against the stone as they finally enter the town's center. Alex notes the lack of high-level warriors, mentioning only a few low-tier clans remain in the area. Deus is genuinely dumbfounded that even D-class warriors are considered a threat in this peaceful place. He looks around the cozy village, realizing that powerful slayers are the only reason demons stayed underground. When Alex admits his caution, Deus just smirks and teases his loyal servant for being such a scaredy cat. Suddenly, a piece of juicy gossip catches his ear about a dragon attacking a nearby castle yesterday. The local villagers are in a total panic, fearing that the age of dragons has returned to haunt them. Deus questions why a neutral dragon would attack, leaving Alex struggling to explain the sudden shift in behavior. Alex realizes things have changed in 80 years while a local man screams for a D-class warrior's help. They pull up to the best inn around, though Deus is getting annoyed with Alex's constant formal titles. The innkeeper greets them with a fake smile, clearly caught off guard by their strange, out-of-town appearance. Alex doesn't waste time and demands the most luxurious suite available for his master's comfort. The greedy innkeeper internally mocks them as country bumpkins, warning that his finest rooms aren't for the broke. That attitude vanishes instantly when Alex drops a chest of stolen castle treasure right on the floor. Suddenly terrified of losing a payday, the innkeeper screams for his help to stop dawdling and move. A clumsy servant crashes into the furniture while trying to rush over to the new high-paying guests. The boy bows so low he might hit the floor, desperate to please the supposed nobleman. He introduces himself as Zeke, flashing a bright smile as he prepares to lead them to their suite. As they head upstairs, the air is thick with rumors about the dragon attack on the castle. Zeke tries to reassure them by mentioning a local hero clan, but Alex just looks bored. The heavy door clanks open as they finally reach the most expensive room in the joint. Zeke proudly presents the suite, hoping the luxury will keep these dangerous-looking guests satisfied. Our boy Demiurgos watches as the kid struggles to haul the heavy treasure chest inside. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Alex stares the boy down with an intensity that freezes him. Alex senses something familiar and asks if the kid actually belongs to a lineage of warriors. Zeke nervously admits he has the blood, though he clearly isn't living a hero's life. Demiurgos lets out a sharp smirk, instantly seeing through the boy's weak and pathetic aura. He mocks Zeke for being a trash-tier servant from a clan that's basically finished. Deus questions the purity of the boy's blood, making the nervous servant sweat bullets over his lineage. Zeke admits he's just a trash-tier defect before a massive explosion suddenly rips the entire room apart. The trio stands amidst the burning ruins, miraculously unscathed as the luxury suite turns into a literal hellscape. A colossal fire dragon emerges from the inferno, letting out a roar that shakes the foundation of the town. Chaos erupts throughout the village as the beast's flames consume everything, leaving the terrified citizens with nowhere to run. Despite being a total weakling, Zeke desperately tries to protect his guests, urging them to flee for safety. Our boy just stands there looking bored, leaving the poor servant dumbfounded by their lack of survival instincts. Seeing the chaos as a golden opportunity, Deus realizes this is the perfect moment to mold the boy. He flashes a wicked grin and offers to sponsor Zeke, demanding the kid become his personal warrior. Fate has finally called, and Deus promises the boy unimaginable wealth if he just accepts the dark deal. Deus promises the boy that he will no longer have to live cursed as a pathetic, talentless defect. He offers Zeke a choice to either remain a trash-tier F-class forever, or finally change his miserable destiny. Zeke remembers the pain of watching his sister starve while being mocked by others for their low-blooded status. Overwhelmed by the chance to escape his past, the boy slams his head onto the ground in submission. He begs our boy to be his sponsor, promising to give his absolute best despite his current weakness. Zeke even offers to pledge his very soul, though Deus just laughs because that was going to happen anyway. When Deus declares they are hunting the dragon, Zeke panics and wonders if a goblin is more appropriate. To finalize the binding contract, the former Demon King tells him to simply state his full name aloud. Zeke takes a heavy gulp, knowing that the life he once knew is officially over if he proceeds. Blinded by the promise of glory and riches, Zeke Van Holovich shouts his name and seals the deal. Deus flashes a wicked smirk, clearly satisfied that his new pawn has finally taken the bait. He enthusiastically announces their grand debut, declaring that it is time to go hunt down that legendary dragon. Alex remains skeptical, reminding his master that ordinary humans aren't exactly known for slaying top-tier mythical beasts. Our boy just snaps his fingers and explains that Zeke will simply be the face of the operation. In his mind, Zeke will stand atop the dragon's corpse, while the masses hail him as a hero. The reality is much grittier, as Zeke remains trembling on the floor while Deus looms over him. Alex points out that a low ranker suddenly killing a dragon would definitely ruin their plan for a quiet life. Deus just brushes it off with a goofy expression, asking how he can be of service to his student. Suddenly, he reaches out and rips Zeke's uniform right off, leaving the poor boy completely dumbfounded and exposed. Without a second of hesitation, the former Demon King grabs him to begin the next phase of the transformation. Deus uses his powers to blast 2 eye holes into a standard kitchen pot. He slams the heated metal onto Zeke's head, completely ignoring the boy's muffled cries of agony. The result is a trash-tier hero ensemble that leaves the poor kid standing there in just his underwear. Our boy explains that a proper hero needs a cape and tights to keep his identity a secret. Alex prepares to head out, knowing that someone actually needs to do the real work. He tells his master that he will handle the dragon while the others follow behind. Deus gives the green light and tells a trembling Zeke that it is time for their big debut. Zeke is absolutely dumbfounded, questioning if he is really supposed to face a mythical beast looking like this. Deus pauses for a moment, realizing his student is still missing the most important tool for a warrior. He kicks a piece of junk toward the boy, claiming it is the legendary Excalibur he needs. Zeke grabs his makeshift Excalibur, his heart racing, as he prepares for the most ridiculous fight of his life. Deus promises him unimaginable riches and glory if he just stands his ground until the dragon finally shows up. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over the boy, making his chest throb with a power he cannot explain. He feels an unknown strength surging through his hands, convincing him he could actually destroy anything in his path. A fierce ambition flares up within him, burning brighter than the flames surrounding his half-naked body. Deep within his veins, something ancient and powerful begins to stir, reacting to the presence of his master. It turns out the heroic instinct buried in his hemoglobin is finally awakening for the very first time. This legendary bloodline instinctively wants to tear apart the former Demon King standing right in front of him. Oblivious to his own murderous instincts, Zeke assumes the look in Deus's eyes is just pure, inspiring courage. Our boy charges forward like a loyal pet, screaming about glory while his master watches the chaos unfold. The entire village becomes a literal hellscape as the sky rains fire down on the screaming residents. The massive beast lets out a guttural growl, its eyes glowing with a hunger for absolute destruction. It sweeps across the town, turning every home into a pile of ash with a single pass. As the serpent glides over the horizon, it seems like there is absolutely no hope left for anyone. Suddenly, a purple rift tears through the sky, signaling that a much bigger player has finally arrived. Alex descends with effortless grace, perching himself atop the church steeple like he owns the entire world. He stares down at the chaos, clearly unimpressed by the dragon's trash-tier rampage and mindless violence. The dragon roars in defiance, unleashing a torrent of flames that would melt any normal man instantly. Our boy just adjusts his coat, looking completely unfazed as he prepares to show this lizard real power. He reveals his true, monstrous form, sprouting dozens of skeletal arms while standing tall on the Holy Cross. Our boy Alex doesn't waste a second, launching himself forward with those creepy skeletal arms ready for action. He takes a massive leap, soaring high above the burning village and that oversized lizard. He sticks the landing right in the middle of the inferno, looking like a total nightmare. With a blur of speed, he closes the distance, his eyes glowing with pure demonic intent. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, his extra limbs moving way too fast for the eye to follow. Turns out, he isn't just swinging blindly. He's aiming straight for the beast's glowing molten heart. He wraps his claws around the core, squeezing tight to let the serpent know who's really in charge. Standing over the beast, Alex explains he now controls its heart and demands it stop resisting his orders. He wonders why it's even here, questioning if it forgot about the peace treaty it had with humanity. But just as he's about to finish, he notices something that completely catches him off guard. Alex spots a weird purple growth on the beast and wonders what the hell he's looking at. The serpent starts chanting in a cursed tongue, its eyes glowing with a terrifying, ancient power. Alex is dumbfounded that a dragon can actually speak the forbidden language of the demon realm. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rips through the air, sending the beast crashing into the burning town below. Amidst the flames and rubble, a new figure steps onto the battlefield with a strange sense of purpose. It's our boy Zeke, looking like a total trash-tier hero in his underwear and a pot helmet. He stares down the chaos, his heart racing as he realizes there is absolutely no turning back now. The surviving villagers watch from their windows, wondering why this lunatic isn't hiding like a normal person. They whisper amongst themselves, questioning if this half-naked man is actually some legendary warrior in disguise. Zeke just wants to crawl into a hole, feeling more deathly shame than actual fear right now. Deus cheers from the sidelines while the villagers mistake Zeke for a mysterious masked savior. Our boy Zeke awkwardly accepts the praise, realizing the entire town is actually counting on him. He grips his makeshift weapon, knowing this is his one shot at glory and riches. With fire in his eyes, Zeke resolves not to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, the massive dragon continues its path of destruction, wreathed in a terrifying inferno. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its jaws dripping with molten mana and pure rage. It dives through the smoke, threatening to turn the entire village into a pile of ash. Seeing the chaos, Alex realizes the situation is out of control and he must finally intervene. He unleashes his 100 hands technique, summoning a swarm of dark, grasping limbs from the shadows. These suffocating binds wrap around the dragon, desperately trying to drag the monster back down. The dragon lets out a guttural growl, its scales shimmering amidst the relentless heat of the flames. Alex prepares for the finale, his eyes narrowing as he readies a strike to end this mess. He unleashes a piercing heart strike, the dark mana tearing through the air with a violent thud. The beast bellows in agony, the impact of the dark magic shaking its core as it thrashes. Suddenly, our boy Alex freezes in shock, his glowing pink eye widening as something completely unexpected happens. The very shadows he commanded begin to slither around him, turning against their master in a terrifying display. A mysterious voice echoes in his mind, telling him to prepare himself for what has been foretold. Even the massive serpent is dumbfounded as the purple binds tighten, revealing a power that shouldn't exist. The dark energy seeps into the dragon's wounds, acting like a poison that defies all known logic. Alex is left reeling as his own technique backfires, leaving him vulnerable to the chaos he unleashed. Alex realizes his own shadow binds are turning against him, constricting his body with a violent throb. Meanwhile, Deus sits back and tells Alex to stop stalling because the audience is getting bored. Our boy picks his nose, wondering how a high-ranking demon can struggle this much against a single dragon. He decides to call over his trash-tier servant, Zeke, who is currently wearing nothing but a pot. Deus warns him that the beast is coming, sending the poor kid into a total state of panic. Despite looking like a complete joke, Zeke readies his broom as the fiery serpent descends from the heavens. The massive beast swoops down with a roar, its body wreathed in flames as it targets the village. Zeke looks back at his master, completely dumbfounded and wondering if this is really how he dies. He admits he's terrified of dying, the reality of facing a legendary monster finally sinking in. Suddenly, the kid starts laughing like a madman, leaving even the former Demon King questioning his sanity. Deus gives a cocky smirk, swearing on his name that hell keep the kid safe no matter what. Zeke's gaze turns cold as he prepares to bet everything on one single, desperate strike for survival. A brilliant flash of light explodes outward, proving the servant's heroic bloodline isn't just for show. He lunges forward with his broom, executing a secret technique that catches everyone completely off guard. Over on the other side, Alex finds himself and the dragon ensnared by a mass of writhing limbs. The demon groans in pain as the shadows wrap around his face, suffocating his every attempt to resist. He screams in pure agony when the dark mana begins to tear through his physical form and soul. Enormous, spectral hands reach out from the void, dragging the high-ranking servant deeper into the burning chaos. These monstrous limbs are covered in unblinking eyes, making it clear there is nowhere left to hide. Alex is left completely helpless, realizing he's just a small fish in a very dangerous dark pond. Alex realizes he's in deep trouble as those trash-tier shadow hands finally pin him down. The dark energy begins to sink into his skin, making him feel like his soul is being drained. Above the burning town, golden rings of power descend while the shadow limbs continue their relentless assault. He screams in agony when the Demon of 100 Hands technique starts tearing his body apart. Suddenly, 1,000 blade whips erupt, turning the entire battlefield into a chaotic, purple blender of death. One massive, eye-covered hand lunges forward, seeking to finish off whatever remains of the poor servant. Just as things look hopeless, our boy Deus steps in and firmly grabs the source of the corruption. With a violent rip, he tears the shadow energy away, leaving Alex gasping for air and barely alive. Looking up at the falling dragon, Deus notes that the massive beast is finally within his reach. He smirks, deciding to slow the dragon's descent so it doesn't accidentally crush his new favorite warrior. Alex screams in pure agony as the corrupt shadow energy is violently ripped from his very soul. The extraction is brutal, leaving our boy gasping while the purple mana burns through his remaining defenses. High above, the massive serpent continues its terminal descent, threatening to turn the town into a crater. The local guards and villagers lose their minds, screaming for everyone to run before the dragon crushes them. Families huddle in terror, realizing there is nowhere to hide from a beast that blocks out the sun. Zeke stands his ground, looking like a total trash-tier hero in his underwear, while the dragon looms overhead. He looks back and sees Deus charging in, wondering why his master is suddenly acting so desperate. Deus shouts for the chaos to end, his patience finally snapping as the situation spirals out of control. His eyes widen in realization, sensing something far more dangerous than just a falling lizard. Meanwhile, Alex is left a broken mess, his body twitching as the last of the shadow energy dissipates. Zeke stands his ground against the roaring serpent, looking like a total trash-tier hero in his underwear. He clenches his sword with everything he's got, reminding himself that he can't afford to run away now. Our boy grits his teeth, recalling his father's voice telling him to take the beast down in one blow. In a sudden flashback, a younger Zeke practices the moonlight shimmer technique while carrying his baby sibling. His father explains that this secret sword style is their clan's legacy, meant for the next demon invasion. Even if the local kids talk trash, the old man insists their family will be the ones to defend everyone. He promises Zeke that holy warrior blood flows through them, guaranteeing Hell become a legendary protector one day. Despite his failing health and constant coughing, the father urges his son to keep training as hard as possible. Young Zeke just beams with pride, promising to make his father's dream a reality no matter what. Back in the present, the clumsy servant is long gone, replaced by a man ready to fulfill his destiny. Zeke leaps into the air, unleashing the Moonlight Shimmer's first form with every ounce of his hidden strength. Meanwhile, Deus bellows out his own lethal technique to purge the corrupting energy devouring his loyal servant. Our boy Zeke doesn't stop there. Combining his legacy with a devastating strike he calls the Demon King Slash. The impact is absolute, sending a massive pillar of light through the beast as it finally begins to buckle. The legendary serpent can't handle the raw power, and starts plummeting toward the earth in a fiery mess. It slams into the village with a deafening crash, turning the local architecture into a pile of trash-tier rubble. Silence falls over the battlefield as Zeke stares through his pot helmet, barely processing what just happened. He catches a glimpse of the carnage he wrought, his eyes widening as the adrenaline starts to fade away. Suddenly, the reality of the situation hits him, and he lets out a terrified scream, covered in monster blood. Covered in sweat and ichor, he stands there dumbfounded, wondering if he actually just saved the entire town. The town square is a total mess, but Zeke stands in the center of the fiery aftermath. He can't believe his eyes, realizing the crowd is actually cheering for him instead of running. Everyone is hailing him as a legendary warrior sent from the heavens to save their trash-tier lives. Our boy is completely overwhelmed, his head spinning as the weight of the situation finally sinks in. Deus watches the clumsy spectacle from afar, clearing his throat to get the fake hero's attention. He quietly tells Zeke to get out of there and change before someone recognizes his real identity. Zeke snaps out of his daze, realizing he needs to move fast if he wants to stay alive. He takes off like a shot, leaving the cheering crowd behind to find a place to hide. High above the carnage, Alex stands tall on a spire, watching the entire scene with cold indifference. With strange runes glowing on his face, the demon servant prepares for whatever dark task comes next. Alex stares down at the ruins, his face glowing with dark runes as he ponders the next move. The town below is a total disaster zone, centered around the massive, smoldering carcass of the fallen dragon. Rumors swirl that this ancient beast, long thought to be a myth, has finally returned to the world. Back at the inn, our boy Deus wakes up feeling like $1,000,000 after a perfect sleep. Alex is all there, surprising his master with a fresh cup of coffee to start the day right. He figures that if Deus wants to live like a human, he should adopt their caffeine-fueled morning habits. Their peaceful morning is cut short when Zeke barges in, looking absolutely trashed and panicking about the locals. He reveals that the entire village is going wild, trying to track down their mysterious masked savior. Deus looks at his disheveled servant with pure judgment, wondering why he looks like he lost a fight. Zeke just laughs it off, explaining he's been moonlighting on the cleanup crew for some quick cash. Deus sips his coffee, satisfied that his plan to live a quiet human life is finally coming together. He takes another drink, savoring the morning peace, while the world outside deals with the messy aftermath. Our boy finds it refreshing to wake up under the warm sun without a single care in the world. Alex casually mentions the coffee is brewed with dragon parts, while the villagers below struggle to rebuild their homes. Despite the destruction, the locals are grinding away, sharing what little food they have left to survive. Even Zeke is putting in the work, tossing heavy debris aside like it's nothing to help the cleanup. Holovich cheers him on, pushing the boy to move faster since there's still a mountain of rubble to clear. Watching from above, Deus is dumbfounded that these people would work so hard for such a trash-tier village. He calls Zeke a defect, but admits the kid is surprisingly diligent for someone who usually looks so pathetic. Alex explains that Zeke's been a jack of all trades his whole life, because his family was too poor for warrior training. Our boy Zeke has done every trash-tier job imaginable just to keep his head above water. Hearing that Zeke even worked in shady taverns makes Deus realize the kid is surprisingly tough. Sitting on the roof, Deus finally makes a choice that leaves his loyal servant Alex feeling quite curious. He decides to stop wandering because he's finally found the perfect warrior to do his dirty work. This rundown village is officially their new home base, even if it doesn't look like much right now. The legend of the man known as Deus is just getting started, and he's feeling pretty motivated. Alex is left completely dumbfounded, wondering where exactly his master plans on heading in such a hurry. Deus starts skipping through imaginary flowers, ready to finally cash in on their recent dragon kill. Hez dreaming of selling that dragon skin to finally claw his way into the top 1%. But Alex drops a bombshell, revealing the Warriors Guild already swiped their loot while they were lounging. Deus realizes that a dragon's corpse is basically useless to normal humans, making his big payday nearly impossible. Seeing his master literally shaking with rage, Alex starts to get seriously worried about the impending fallout. In a fit of pure saltiness, our boy decides to just destroy the entire Warriors Guild instead. Alex is absolutely terrified and begs his master to wait before doing something they will both surely regret. He knows the guild is packed with elite fighters who would love a shot at the former Demon King. Alex desperately reminds him that his whole plan was to play the role of a warrior's loyal companion. If the guild is gone, There is no way to officially register Zeke, and their cover is totally blown. The realization hits him like a truck, leaving him totally dumbfounded by his own temporary lack of foresight. He starts to think that he might have just saved his entire species from a very short, violent end. With a new plan in mind, our boy suddenly turns around, leaving Alex wondering where they are heading now. Our boy suggests they just rob the next kingdom to make up for their recent financial losses. As they ride through a peaceful field, Alex tries to get his master's attention back on track. He stares at Deus, wondering if the former Demon King has completely lost his mind. Alex finally snaps, screaming that they need to focus on their actual demonic duties instead of sightseeing. He reminds Deus that the entire demon realm is waiting for him to finish his incubation and rule. Our boy just sighs, explaining he sees no point in following a script written by someone else. Alex argues that every single predecessor did it, so it's basically just common sense at this point. Deus counters that if everything is fated, then the concept of a god is totally redundant. Desperate, Alex suggests he just find a woman to produce an heir so they can finally go home. He makes it clear that he isn't stepping foot back in hell until the next generation is secured. Deus decides that since Alex is sticking around, he might as well be his personal errand boy forever. He warns Alex that if he brings up marriage again, he will personally wipe out every demon in existence. The two continue their journey across the peaceful meadows, leaving the heavy atmosphere of the tower behind them. Alex suddenly gets curious and asks his master if a certain biological feat is even physically possible. He specifically wonders if a demon could actually produce an heir with someone like the human princess. Our boy starts blushing like a total creep, hinting at some legendary secret he calls the Triple S. Alex is completely dumbfounded by the cryptic name and demands to know exactly what he is talking about. Deus gets lost in a wild fantasy about the mechanics of cross-species romance and making babies. He confirms with a terrifyingly excited face that the process actually works better than anyone would expect. Alex tries to bring some logic back, explaining that human and demon reproduction follow completely different biological rules. Deus is forced to listen to a trash-tier lecture on the biological mechanics of how humans actually reproduce. Our boy finally snaps and begs his servant to spare him from any more of this awkward sex education. Alex gets a serious look in his eyes, preparing to drop some even more cursed knowledge on his master. He explains that if his master wishes, his demonic essence will inevitably find its way into a human body. The servant smugly claims that even a deep kiss carries a 50% chance of starting a family. Deus is completely dumbfounded, sweating bullets at the terrifying idea that a simple kiss is that dangerous. Alex keeps the trolling going, cheerfully suggesting that sometimes even holding hands might be enough to do it. Overwhelmed by the sheer horror of biology, our boy collapses into the hay, calling the human body scary. He lies there wondering why the process of creating life has to be such a bizarre and dangerous ordeal. Deus concludes that bodies are just vulgar things meant for killing or breeding, and he hates learning more. Alex reminds his master that his current vessel was hand-picked by the heavens to be a demonic masterpiece. Our boy just scoffs at the idea, feeling like a trash-tier product, mass-produced by some cosmic factory. He stares into the distance, feeling the suffocating weight of everyone's ridiculous expectations for his future. Looking up at the bright sky, he realizes he hates being a puppet and wants a real choice. A sudden, piercing scream shatters the peaceful atmosphere, forcing the pair to look toward the nearby fields. A woman in religious robes comes sprinting through the grass with a pack of mounted goons in pursuit. These bandits look like absolute monsters, closing the gap while laughing at their terrified prey. With tears streaming down her face, the woman desperately begs for someone to save her from the raiders. Alex playfully suggests that Deus should play the hero, but our boy is completely uninterested in the drama. He sits up with a look of pure suspicion, wondering why this damsel in distress feels so staged. Deus thinks this whole damsel in distress setup is the most overused, trash-tier fantasy trope imaginable. He notes the empty field offers no cover, making her sudden appearance feel like a total setup. Even as the chaos unfolds, our boy stays lying down, completely unimpressed by the unfolding drama. Suddenly, one of the raiders is engulfed in agonizing purple flames that begin to eat him alive. The rest of the gang stands dumbfounded, realizing their comrade is suffering from a curse they can't break. Deus coldly explains these flames will burn until the world ends, daring anyone else to step up. Terrified of the monster they've encountered, the bandits flee for their lives while screaming about demons. With the trash cleared out, the nun hitches a ride, looking far too cheerful for a survivor. Deus tells her to get lost, but she desperately claims her temple is currently being pillaged. She begs him to save her sisters, though her over-the-top expression suggests she's definitely not a normal nun. Deus picks his nose, completely uninterested in the nun's desperate and noisy pleas for help. Bored with the conversation, our boy decides it's time to leave, and calls for his loyal servant. Before they can bail, the nun shouts for them to wait, successfully catching him off guard. She starts rambling about dragon hunters and promises a legendary helmet if they just help her out. The mention of high-tier loot finally gets his attention, so he tells her to lead the way. Soon enough, the group begins the grueling trek up a steep and jagged mountain path. The climb is clearly a struggle for the servant, evidenced by the heavy breathing echoing through the air. They reach a higher vantage point, yet the relentless pace isn't slowing down anytime soon. Alex questions why they aren't flying, but Deus insists he's just a perfectly normal human these days. Despite his servant's burning thighs, Deus refuses to be carried normally to maintain his lingering demonic dignity. Alex is huffing and puffing, finding this whole trash-tier hiking trip incredibly suspicious as they continue their climb. The path ahead is a ridiculously steep mountain staircase that seems to go on forever into the sky. While the servant struggles, the nun just skips up the steps like it's a walk in the park. Our boy Deus just stands there looking fresh while his servant is practically dying on the stone floor. He decides that if she's lying about the loot, he'll turn her scalp into a fancy new hat. Suddenly, a thought strikes him as he watches her effortless ascent up the jagged peaks without any rest. He wonders if the golden dragon is actually a separate god for their kind in this world. Alex clarifies that the dragon is just a leader, much like how the demon world revolves around him. Turns out, every race from demons to humans ultimately serves just one supreme creator, according to the lore. Deus falls silent, processing the heavy information while staring up at the endless blue sky in deep thought. Deus contemplates how humans are clearly the creator's favorites while everyone else plays second fiddle. Alex suggests that if they conquer the blessed earth, they might finally regain that lost divine grace. Looking over the lush kingdom of Horsey, the plan to reclaim their standing through conquest takes shape. Our boy just stares blankly, thinking that this whole concept of divine love is incredibly twisted and strange. After the long trek, Alex's legs finally give out as he stumbles and collapses onto the dirt path. He hits the ground with a pathetic flop, while Deus just stands over him, totally unfazed by the climb. Deus calls his servant weak and gives his head a little squish with his boot for being trashed here. With a cold gaze, our boy looks toward their destination, ready to get this show on the road. They finally reach the massive, overgrown temple entrance, where Deus leaves his exhausted servant in the dust. Stepping into the light, Deus calls out for the priestess to show herself and face her new visitors. Deus demands his helmet back while his exhausted servant warns that the atmosphere feels dangerously wrong. They venture further into the shadows, crossing the threshold of a power far beyond their expectations. A colossal eye snaps open as the golden dragon mocks Deus for having such poor intuition. Unfazed, our boy simply asks if she is the thief responsible for raiding the temple. The ancient being grows irritated, commanding the two intruders to bow before her absolute authority. She reveals her true identity as the mother of dragons and the one true golden god. Deus looks totally dumbfounded as the sheer weight of her divine mana begins to fill the room. While Alex loses his mind over the danger, Deus just stares back, seemingly unimpressed by the spectacle. She laughs at his audacity, calling him a silly child who should feel honored by her presence. If he truly fears her power, she suggests he start begging for his life right now. Deus ponders the dragon god's title, thinking the whole law of dragons thing actually sounds pretty cool. Thinking she finally has him cornered, the sorceress demands a task from him as an apology for his insolence. Our boy just grins, admitting he's jealous and wants an equally edgy title to introduce himself with. He starts brainstorming trash-tier names with Alex, completely ignoring the literal god fuming right in front of them. The golden god can't believe these two are just messing around while standing in her divine presence. Losing her patience, she screams for them to shut up and start begging for their lives on their knees. Deus looks genuinely confused, wondering why she's so pressed since he hasn't even touched her yet. She reminds him that he slaughtered a dragon just yesterday, and as the mother of dragons, that was her child. It finally clicks for our boy, though he seems disappointed that this whole tantrum is just over that lizard. Suddenly, our boy leaps into action, ready to show this goddess why he is the former demon king. Our boy gets right in her face, completely unfazed by the divine heat radiating off her. She sneers at his audacity, asking if he is actually looking for a quick death by challenging her. Suddenly, the world shifts as she drags them deep into her personal domain, the Yellow Jade Realm. Her eyes glow with power, claiming that even a former demon king is trashed here in her world. Alex starts sweating, warning his master that fighting a god on her home turf is a death sentence. She just laughs at the warning, demanding that Deus drop to his knees and beg for mercy. Instead of bowing, our boy leans in, leaving the goddess completely dumbfounded by his sheer audacity. He mocks her title, threatening to skin her face and wear it as a trophy helmet. The goddess is absolutely fuming now, her divine mana reaching a boiling point from the insult. But before she can even scream, Deus shushes her, proving he is still the one in control. Deus shushes the goddess, telling her he is actually the one owed an apology for her deception. The golden dragon is completely blindsided, unable to process how this human-looking brat is talking back. He keeps pressing her, making it clear that he isn't the least bit intimidated by her divine realm. Our boy explains he just wanted a peaceful life until her overgrown lizard child started burning down villages. He claims self-defense, while calling out her hypocrisy for being absent while her kin slaughtered innocent people. Deus mocks her status, asking if she expected him to burst into tears and beg for her mercy. He wonders aloud if all dragons are this trash tier when it comes to basic logic and common sense. Suddenly, Alex steps in to back his master, calling her out for the height of divine arrogance. The loyal servant reminds her that dragonkind broke the peace treaty first, making her demands utterly pathetic. Deus finishes her off by asking if she ever bothered apologizing to the victims she left behind. Deus mocks her parenting, suggesting that behind every problem child is a parent who failed them. Alex chimes in, calling her out for wanting divine power without accepting any of the actual responsibility. Our boy continues his verbal assault, explaining how she only cares once her kin ruins things for everyone. The golden dragon wipes blood from her ear, suddenly feeling the crushing weight of her own failures. Deus tells her to drop the barrier since he is done wasting time in this trash tier realm. She desperately tries to stop them, realizing she cannot let the former demon king just walk away. Deus turns back with a cold glare, demanding she offer a real apology before he considers listening. Alex mocks her further, pointing out that nobody is getting paid to deal with her divine drama. He stares her down with glowing eyes, waiting to see if this ancient being has any dignity left. Totally defeated, the Mother of Dragons finally bows her head and offers a sincere apology for the chaos. Deus reaches out and gives the Mother of Dragons a patronizing pat on the head. Our boy decides to accept her apology, rubbing her hair like she is some kind of lost puppy. Even though it feels totally wrong, she stays still while he acts like a gracious ruler. Deus flashes a sharp grin, asking what this ancient dragon actually wants from him now. Turns out, she needs him to go on a dragon hunting spree for her own personal reasons. He just stares at her in silence, wondering if she has actually lost her mind. Deus grabs her head, asking if she really wants the Demon King to slaughter her own kin. Thinking it is a trash tier trap, he starts smacking her and threatens to tear her head off. Suddenly, Alex chimes in to ask if this is related to that weird violet parasite they saw. He explains that a strange creature had hijacked the dragon's mind, forcing it into a mindless rampage. The Golden Dragon explains that her kind is currently torn apart by an extremist faction rejecting peace. She looks genuinely pained while revealing that the dragon from yesterday was just another one of their victims. These radicals lost families to human greed, with their children being hunted down for weapon parts and profit. Despite vowing to stay neutral, the dragonkin couldn't withstand the mounting pressure and internal hatred forever. Blinded by rage, they used forbidden magic to infect peaceful dragons and force them into a mindless rampage. She desperately pleads for our boy to reach these infected dragons before the human armies get to them. Her only wish is to stop her kin from being used as tragic tools for a new war. Deus just gives a sharp grin, finding this whole tragic backstory to be quite the entertaining tale. He summarizes that these extremists are basically using dark magic to trick peaceful dragons into terrorizing humanity. Our boy asks if she simply wants him to save them before humans finish them off. Deus isn't doing this for charity and demands to know what he gets in return for his help. Our boy flashes a predatory grin, suggesting a fair trade is the only way this works. The Golden Dragon is taken aback, wondering what kind of price a former Demon King would demand. He holds up 5 fingers, casually demanding 5 dragon scales as his starting price. Since dragon parts are top-tier weapon materials, he figures 5 scales per dragon is a total steal. He pushes further, demanding a mountain of gold and gear forged in literal dragon's breath. She realizes she's being extorted, but with her kin's lives on the line, she's backed into a corner. Deus snaps a contract into existence, adding a nasty clause that makes her his slave if she fails. He warns her that backing out isn't an option once her soul is officially on the line. Despite the trash tier terms, she accepts the deal, fully aware of the dangerous game she's playing. The Golden Dragon curses her luck while signing the trash tier contract, officially sealing her soul to the former king. Our boy Deus can't help but laugh, absolutely relishing the fact that the deal is now set in stone. As he and Alex turn to leave, she desperately calls out, addressing him by his true, ancient title. Deus stops dead in his tracks, completely dumbfounded that she actually knows his secret identity as the Demon King. She begs for his help, her pride completely shattered, as she realizes he is her kin's only hope. The Mother of Dragons pleads for him to bring her people back alive, desperate to end the cycle of death. Deus just gives a wicked grin, casually noting that the customer is always right in this twisted business. He takes a confident step forward, breathing in the air as they finally leave the scene of the deal. While approaching the ancient ruins, Deus admits to Alex that things are going much better than he initially expected. He decides they should head home, since having a dragon hunting permit makes invading neighboring kingdoms seem like overkill. Deus suddenly remembers a crucial detail he totally blanked on during the heat of the negotiation. Our boy sprints back toward the ruins, leaving a completely baffled Alex in his dust. He screams out for the Dragon Mother, realizing he missed out on some legendary tier loot. When they reach the temple, it's empty, and Alex wonders why her master is suddenly so distressed. Deus loses his mind because he forgot to demand the Golden Dragon's helmet as part of the deal. Alex points out they can't just follow her home, making Deus feel like he's been totally scammed. He vows to hunt her down eventually, determined to turn that dragon into a high-tier helmet. Back at the base, the topic shifts toward a new plan involving becoming a legendary arms merchant. Deus plays it off with a cheeky grin, acting like this pivot was his master plan all along. Alex and Zeke just stand there, wondering why their boss is suddenly obsessed with the weapons trade. Alex starts losing it, shaking our boy and demanding to know why he's ditching them for some trash-tier business. Deus just pokes her back, explaining that humans are obsessed with turning young dragons into high-tier gear. He starts drooling over the thought of cornering the market and stealing dragon scales like candy from a baby. While Alex cries about the lack of wars without a demon king, Zeke wonders if dragon hunting is easy. Suddenly, Deus gets dead serious, reminding his servant that she's clearly forgotten exactly who she's dealing with. With a menacing glint, he claims the merchant gig is just a front for his plan to rule from shadows. Alex is totally sold, weeping with joy because she was too insignificant to see his supposedly brilliant master plan. She immediately grabs Zeke and dashes off to find a shop, while Deus cheers her on like a summon. Once the room goes quiet, our boy stands alone in the ruins, finally able to drop the edgy act. Turns out, his real dream isn't world domination. He just wants to be the biggest, baddest landlord in the realm. Deus kicks his feet up, finally enjoying a moment of peace in his newly acquired ruins. Our boy looks like Hez on cloud 9, relishing the fact that his retirement plan is finally working. He stares up at the bright blue sky, realizing that life as a human is way better than hell. A smug grin creeps across his face because everything is falling perfectly into place for his landlord dreams. He thinks back to the chaos, and how Zeke is the perfect trash-tier decoy for his schemes. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon is losing her mind, demanding her subordinates bring the targets back in one piece. Deus' expression shifts as he realizes that even with a steady income, something still feels slightly off. He tells himself he's all set to get rich, yet a nagging darkness starts creeping into his mind. Even seeing Zeke's goofy face doesn't help, as he wonders if blood and slaughter are his true callings. He even contemplates if wiping out the entire village would finally fill the void rotting inside his soul. Deus lies in bed, his mind consumed by the dark urge to squeeze the life out of everyone. He stares at the ceiling, wondering if he should just give in and destroy the entire world. His old demon army appears in his mind, ready to burn every living thing to absolute ash. He envisions a kingdom of demons rising from the ruins of a humanity torn limb from limb. If he embraces his true nature, the 100-year cycle of life and death will finally be broken. Our boy realizes that ending the cycle is the only way to find the peace he craves. He finally closes his eyes, letting the darkness take over as he drifts into a deep sleep. As the sun begins to set, the world remains blissfully unaware of the monster lurking nearby. Alex arrives at a ruined building, certain that this is the perfect spot for his master's new venture. Since the previous owners are long gone, he decides this will be where Deus starts his arms business. Deus yawns, complaining that Alex found this location so fast he barely got any shut-eye. Alex leans in with a wicked grin, admitting he was too excited to wait after hearing the plan. He mentions that Zeke will handle the repairs, leaving our boy dumbfounded that the kid is a carpenter. Looking at the ruins, Deus finds it impressive that someone so young has already mastered such practical trades. The conversation shifts as Deus asks if blood count and status truly fail to pass to the next generation. Alex confirms it is entirely random, meaning even trash-tier parents can produce a world-class warrior. Deus realizes that Zeke might actually have potential, despite coming from a family of low-ranking failures. However, Alex stops him, noting that the path to power is never quite as simple as pure talent. He reveals that while skills are not inherited, wealth is the one thing that stays in the family. Through that massive wealth, elite clans simply buy the means to augment their blood and stay on top. Deus asks if being pegged as F-class means never getting a real fighting chance in this world. He realizes Zeke has already been branded with that trash-tier label, effectively sealing the kid's fate. While walking, our boy asks Alex if he can guess the frustrated thoughts currently crossing his mind. He suddenly snaps, demanding to know why they keep losing to humans who lack any real intensity. After Alex fixes his hat, Deus looks around and asks where their legendary warrior is hiding. They find the kid busy running a noodle stall, serving the very people he should be protecting. Zeke spots them and flashes a bright smile, looking far too happy for a supposed hero. The boy explains he is just using his free time to earn some much-needed cash. Feeling utterly dumbfounded by the lack of ambition, Deus just flops onto a nearby stool. He eventually gives in and orders some food, which Zeke accepts with a loud, enthusiastic shout. Zeke gets to work, boiling noodles and chopping fresh ingredients with the precision of a trained fighter. He presents a steaming bowl of warrior noodles, looking far more professional than any trash-tier street vendor. Our boy stares at the dish, dumbfounded that simple human noodles could actually satisfy his demonic hunger. He takes a massive slurp, letting the savory flavors hit his palate for the very first time. After a heavy gulp, the former Demon King pauses to process the unexpected explosion of taste. His eyes nearly pop out as he realizes these noodles are actually the most delicious thing he's ever eaten. Even the usually composed Alex joins in, and the two start inhaling the food like they've been starving. Alex is so caught up in the flavor that his face twists into a mask of pure, gluttonous intensity. Deus demands Zeke quit the hero business immediately to become a full-time chef, which the kid finds hilarious. Zeke just smiles, feeling a sense of pride as he watches his strange customers enjoy their meal. Zeke thanks them, explaining that their sponsorship finally let him buy his siblings' warrior school uniforms. He beams with pride, remembering the joy on his siblings' faces when they finally got their gear. Our boy just keeps chewing, wondering what on earth a warrior school even is in this era. Zeke admits his time has passed, but hopes his siblings can become legendary warriors or even saints. Suddenly, a trash-tier noble ruins the vibe by screaming about a fly in his soup. This loud-mouthed brat starts trashing the stall, claiming the food is literal garbage compared to his standards. Zeke tries to stay calm, politely insisting that there aren't any flies anywhere near the kitchen. Enraged, the noble hurls the entire bowl of noodles right into the poor kid's face. A stray drop of soup splashes onto Deus's jacket, and the atmosphere suddenly turns deathly quiet. The noble continues his power trip, threatening to destroy the shop with just one word to his father. The noble suddenly stops his tantrum, squinting as if he finally recognizes the face under the noodles. He realizes Zeke belongs to the Hullabitch clan, a group notorious for being a bunch of complete failures. The trash-tier noble starts howling with laughter, mocking the fallen warrior clan for ending up as soup chefs. Zeke can only offer a weak correction, insisting his family name is actually pronounced with a V. The bully doubles down, bragging about how Zeke's father used to beg his family for any scrap of work. Our boy Zeke stands there, humiliated, forced to listen to his father's legacy being dragged through the mud. A sudden slam rattles the table as Deus finally loses his patience with the loud-mouthed brat's nonsense. Deus turns around with a murderous glint in his eyes, asking if anyone else hears an annoying fly buzzing. Lord Organ is absolutely dumbfounded, screaming in rage at the sheer audacity of being compared to an insect. Deus doesn't even blink, looking ready to show this noble exactly what happens to flies that get too loud. The trash-tier nobles stand there dumbfounded, unable to process that someone actually dared to challenge their authority. Our boy clenches his fist as his patience evaporates, deciding it is finally time to swat these flies. Demiurgo slams the arrogant bully into the floor with enough force to leave Zeke completely paralyzed with shock. The noble lady loses her composure entirely, letting out a shriek that echoes through the entire inn. She scrambles away in a pathetic display of cowardice, weeping and begging for anyone to save her. Noticing another annoying presence, Demiurgos charges his dark mana to ensure no pests are left standing. A violent surge of power blasts the trash-tier duo back, leaving the onlookers questioning what kind of monster Deus is. He tightens his grip, crushing the last of their pride as he prepares to end this pathetic circus. Demiurgos coldly concludes that those who disrespect the weight of sacrifice simply do not deserve to exist. Alex keeps a sharp eye on our boy, sensing the calm before the next inevitable storm. Demiurgos aggressively slurps his noodles while Zeke stands there looking like he has seen a ghost. The peaceful meal is cut short when a mysterious note flutters down from above, landing in his soup. It is a direct summons from the Golden Dragon, reporting a massive threat currently sieging Leah Castle. Our boy slams the table in annoyance, his eyes lighting up at the thought of a challenge. He decides they are closed for business, dragging his shaky servant along for a high-stakes job. Their carriage thunders through the moonlit woods, clattering toward a destiny Zeke definitely is not ready for. Alex notices the kid is shaking like a leaf while clutching a broom as his only defense. Zeke tries to play it cool, but admits he is terrified of the chaos they are heading into. Zeke reflects on how his life flipped from fighting trash-tier goblins to suddenly hunting legendary dragons. He realizes that before meeting his master, such a crazy world was completely beyond his imagination. While the carriage rattles along, The group heads deeper into the woods toward their dangerous destination. Our boy Deus is completely unbothered. Catching some shut-eye and yawning like this is just a Sunday stroll. Zeke admits that looking at his master gives him a weird surge of confidence against any beast. Alex chuckles and tells the kid that having that kind of mindset is exactly what he needs. The silver-haired servant reminds Zeke that the master chose him as a warrior and their official leader. Feeling the pressure but also the hype, Zeke steels his resolve and vows to finally step up. With their spirits high, the carriage blasts around the final turn as Leah Castle looms in the distance. Zeke is absolutely dumbfounded when they arrive, seeing a massive ice dragon looming over the entire fortress. The beast lets out a bone-chilling roar, its crystalline body pulsing with enough dark mana to freeze the world. Seeing the castle completely encased in jagged ice, Zeke panics and wonders if anyone could have possibly survived. Alex remains calm and points toward the cliffs, telling the kid to stop worrying because the survivors are there. Zeke sighs in relief as he spots the crowd huddled together. Realizing the castle's elite guards managed an evacuation, our boy Deus finally decides to wake up, telling his nervous servant that the stage is set for showtime. High on the frozen peaks, the survivors look back at their ruined home, shivering as the dragon claims the sky. The poor souls are barely hanging on, desperately praying for salvation while the freezing snowstorm tears through their rags. They weep and wonder if the heavens have truly abandoned them to this icy hell, unaware that help has arrived. The freezing survivors curse their king for abandoning them, while desperately praying for a miracle to save their lives. Inside a sweltering golden barrier, a priest strains to keep the heat up for a trash-tier noble named Orgon. Orgon just whines about the heat, completely oblivious to the suffering outside and demanding a return to his castle. When the priest admits they are cut off from help, the noble throws a tantrum about his own discomfort. Suddenly, a carriage driven by Alex smashes through the barrier, sending the arrogant noble flying into the dirt. Our boy Zeke stares ahead with intense eyes, looking every bit the legendary warrior despite his ridiculous pot helmet. The impact is massive as the horses trample over the camp, leaving the dumbfounded noble tumbling through the air. Orgon hits the ground hard, trembling as he wonders if a true hero has finally come to their rescue. He is mortified to see a kid in underwear and a demon servant, realizing his grand rescue is just weirdos. Orgon sneezes violently, barking orders at the priest and guards to get the magic shield back up immediately. The trash-tier noble fumes with rage, hoping the dragon devours the lunatics who just jumped over his head. Nearby, a shivering child whimpers in the cold, clinging to whatever warmth remains in this frozen hellscape. Suddenly, the kid spots something through the snow and points toward the sky in absolute disbelief. High above, a massive ice dragon looms over a frozen castle as our boy Zeke approaches in his underwear. The surrounding village folk can only watch in stunned silence, wondering if this ridiculous sight is actually their salvation. Standing atop the speeding carriage, Zeke brandishes his broom like a legendary blade while Alex keeps the horses moving. Our boy quickly loses his cool, plopping down in a shivering mess while Alex praises his noble attempt. Looking at the frozen victims, Zeke realizes these poor souls didn't even have a second to run before freezing. Zeke stares up at the blinding light of the dragon, realizing they're way too close for comfort. The carriage charges toward the massive beast as the sheer scale of the frozen castle leaves them breathless. Deus snaps Zeke out of his trance, telling him and Alex to get ready for the upcoming clash. Our boy Deus lays out the plan, ordering Zeke to act as bait while Alex handles the heavy lifting. Zeke can only sweat under his pot helmet, knowing he's basically being used as a human sacrificial lamb. Deus warns Alex to keep it together this time, threatening to step in if things get messy again. Alex opens a dark rift with a flick of his finger, preparing to unleash his true demonic power. Standing tall on the moving carriage, Alex vows to redeem himself and not repeat his previous failures. Alex locks eyes with his master, fully prepared to drop that overgrown lizard right at Zeke's feet. Deus commands Alex to keep the beast alive, wanting it captured rather than turned into a cold corpse. Alex flashes a predatory grin, promising his master he will only beat the creature within an inch of its life. Poor Zeke realizes he has been forgotten in the tactical meeting and wonders what his actual job is. Alex warns the boy that things are about to get messy and tells him to stay put no matter what. Before Zeke can even process the danger, Alex vanishes into thin air, leaving our boy completely stranded. Deus casually tells the terrified Zeke to pull the reins and bring the carriage to a full stop. Our boy Deus decides it is the perfect time for a nap, leaving the entire mess for Zeke to handle. Zeke tries to protest, but one look from his master tells him that his complaints are falling on deaf ears. As the dragon lets out a bone-chilling shriek, Zeke completely loses it, begging for anyone to help him survive. The frozen castle looms through the thick fog as the battle finally begins to intensify. Zeke realizes he needs to find a spot where Alex can actually find him once the dust settles. Our boy prepares to jump, knowing he cannot just sit around while the world freezes over. Deus reminds him that every warrior needs a shield, especially one inherited from his own father. With a casual flick, Deus begins to channel a surge of dark mana into the old wooden shield. The shield buzzes with newfound power as the dark energy wraps around the rim like a protective shroud. Deus explains that the spell should be enough to tank a single blast of the dragon's lethal breath. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Zeke starts bawling, admitting he has no idea how to thank his master. Turns out his master is already back to snoring, leaving Zeke to handle the rest of the mess. Zeke takes a leap of faith into the snow. Wishing the lazy Demon King a peaceful rest, Zeke dashes forward, determined to find the perfect spot to play his part as the decoy hero. He scans the frozen wasteland, desperately searching for the highest point to draw the dragon's attention. Our boy spots a massive, jagged pillar of ice that looks like the perfect stage for his performance. Just as he picks up speed, his foot slips on the treacherous, frozen ground. He goes tumbling down the slope, screaming as he loses all control of his grand entrance. Suddenly, a massive impact rattles the dragon as dark energy explodes against its frozen hide. The disgusting parasites clinging to the beast start screeching as they get absolutely pulverized. A heavy boot comes down hard, crushing the trash-tier monsters into purple paste. Turns out the Demon King wasn't actually napping. As he starts clearing the field with casual brutality, Deus just smirks, looking completely unfazed while he handles the heavy lifting for his clumsy servant. The parasites' eyes gleam with malice as they realize their host is no longer under their control. Deus doesn't hesitate, unleashing a burst of dark mana that sends shards of ice flying with a calf whoosh. The massive dragon lets out a desperate flap, trying to shake off the intruder amidst the chaos. It tries to swoop away, but the sheer weight of the former Demon King's presence is overwhelming. A violet claw reaches out with a whoosh, desperate to infect the one disrupting their feast. The beast's head is suddenly grabbed and jerked back as Deus takes full control of the battlefield. With his facial runes glowing bright red, our boy swooshes down to deliver a final, crushing blow. A massive boom echoes through the valley as he slams the dragon's head into the frozen earth. He stands tall over the fallen serpent, looking completely bored by the lack of a real challenge. He then turns his attention to the remaining trash-tier parasites, tearing them apart with a violent twop. Deus's facial runes flare with a sinister light as he prepares to end this farce once and for all. The dragon is sent crashing into the frozen structures below, its massive weight causing the earth to shatter. Our boy casually plants his foot on the beast's skull, treating the legendary predator like a common rug. He calls the creature a stubborn oaf, clearly annoyed that this trash-tier lizard is still trying to resist. Even as the serpent lets out a final, agonizing roar, it stands no chance against the former Demon King. Deus decides he has seen enough and prepares to wrap things up before the situation gets more tedious. From a distance, Zeke watches the explosive display of power, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of destruction. He stands there, trembling with a broom in hand, realizing that his master is operating on another level. Tears well up in his eyes as he wonders if a mere D-class hunter could possess such strength. Looking toward the burning ruins, Zeke realizes the world he knew has changed forever because of this man. The freezing villagers erupt in cheers, convinced that a legendary savior has finally arrived to rescue them. Tears stream down their battered faces as they scream for the brave warrior to end this nightmare. Lord Organ is absolutely dumbfounded, gnawing on his hand while his arrogant world comes crashing down. Zeke stands paralyzed, his heart hammering against his ribs as the crowd's hope fills the air. He looks out at the desperate masses, realizing they've pinned all their prayers on one man. Deus stands unmoved, but to Zeke, he looks exactly like the hero the world desperately needs right now. Our boy suddenly feels a spark of ambition, dreaming of becoming a real hero who saves the innocent. He stares ahead with wide eyes, silently begging for this miracle to be real. His focus shifts to the frozen wasteland where the aftermath of the dragon's rage still lingers. A battered guard trapped in the ice gasps out a final plea for the warrior to save them. A massive, obsidian tail whips through the air with enough force to shatter the very atmosphere. The impact sends a shockwave through the frozen ruins, turning the once proud structures into mere rubble. Zeke can only watch in absolute terror, his mind failing to process the sheer scale of the destruction. Amidst the chaos, Demiurgos lands with a heavy thud, the ice beneath him splintering like fragile glass. He clicks his tongue in annoyance while effortlessly tearing through the trash-tier parasites clinging to the beast. The dragon's massive weight comes crashing down, threatening to flatten everything left standing in this wasteland. It's a gruesome sight as the ancient creature roars, its body clearly hijacked by those disgusting purple growths. The infection is deep, spreading through the dragon's maw like a living, breathing nightmare of rot. Our boy wonders if this viral spread only stops once the host is finally put out of its misery. He realizes he isn't fighting a living legend anymore, but a literal zombie dragon that needs to be erased. The dragon's massive weight finally gives out, its heavy claws splintering the frozen earth with a sickening crunch. Its entire body slams down, sending a shockwave of debris and ice flying through the air like shrapnel. Demiurgos isn't about to let it rest, leaping high above the wreckage to deliver a final, crushing blow. His eyes flare with a murderous red light as he prepares to unleash his 100 hands technique. Dozens of dark, shadowy limbs erupt from his back, weaving through the air like a swarm of hungry vipers. He commands the shadows to merge, wrapping them tightly around the dragon's head to ensure there's no escape. The chaotic mass of shadow solidifies into a single, colossal fist that looms over the entire battlefield. Our boy clenches his hand, and the massive construct above mirrors his movement, ready to end this farce. With a deafening kaboom, the giant fist descends, pulverizing the dragon and the ground beneath it into dust. The impact is absolute, crushing the dragon's skull and those trash-tier parasites into a bloody, unrecognizable pulp. Demiurgos unleashes his 100 hands technique, raining down a barrage of strikes like a literal hammer from hell. He doesn't stop there, reaching out to grab the dragon's skull with a grip that shatters bone. With terrifying strength, our boy hoists the massive beast into the air as if it weighs nothing at all. The dragon isn't finished yet, gathering every last drop of mana for a desperate, blinding counterattack. Demiurgos just glares through the chaos, his runes glowing as he prepares to tank the incoming blast. A massive wave of frost breath erupts, swallowing everything in a freezing torrent of draconic fury. Poor Zeke gets caught in the shockwave, sent tumbling through the air like a discarded ragdoll. He screams in pure terror while the world spins, wondering how he ended up in this freezing nightmare. The sheer pressure makes him gag, his trash-tier pot helmet doing nothing to shield him from the impact. Even as the ice settles, Demiurgos stands firm, his shadowy limbs weaving a shield to defy the dragon's power. Demiurgos decides he has seen enough, his glowing eyes signaling the beginning of the end for this beast. The dragon shrieks in agony as a massive, shadowy limb clenches around its throat with crushing force. Our boy prepares his 100 hands technique, focusing all that demonic power into a single, devastating strike. A colossal fist made of pure mana descends, shattering the earth as it pins the legendary monster down. He does not stop there, using his shadowy extensions to grab onto the very landscape for extra leverage. With a tight clench, the mana surges through his constructs, preparing for a move that defies all logic. The dragon lets out a final, pathetic shriek, while the parasites infesting its body begin to pop. Demiurgos executes a brutal reverse slam, swinging the massive creature into the ground like a common toy. He hoists his massive shadowy limb high once more, showing no mercy to the dying ancient serpent. A relentless barrage of raging fists follows, pulverizing everything in sight into a mess of dust and scales. The earth trembles as the village folk huddle together, paralyzed by the sheer weight of the ongoing battle. Our boy Zeke watches the dragon get pulverized, realizing the terrifying scale of the power he is witnessing. He grits his teeth, deciding he can't just stand by while innocent people are suffering nearby. Without a second thought, the clumsy servant dashes into the frozen wasteland to find any potential survivors. He spots a massive block of ice and desperately promises to get whoever is trapped inside out. The biting cold stings his skin, but he refuses to let go of the frozen prison. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he realizes the grim, heart-wrenching reality of the situation before him. He finds a man who froze to death, having used his final moments to shield those behind him. A faint cry pierces the air, snapping him out of his shock as he searches for the source. He discovers a mother frozen solid, still clutching her crying baby in a final, desperate act of love. Zeke swings his tool with everything he's got. Whack, desperate to crack the frozen shell. Our boy realizes he has to shatter the frozen father just to reach the survivors trapped beneath. He knows he has to save them and get in position before his ally arrives to help. Suddenly, a blinding radiance begins to leak from the cracks, catching the nearby demonic hands off guard. The surviving guards watch in total shock as the freezing air starts to hum with raw, divine power. One elite warrior screams for everyone to take cover, recognizing the same energy that leveled their home. The light becomes unbearable, signaling that the pent-up mana is finally reaching its violent breaking point. A massive shockwave erupts with a calf whoosh, turning the frozen wasteland into a chaotic mess of ice. Zeke is nearly blown away by the force, but a dark shadow suddenly manifests right behind him. Before he can even process the danger, a surge of purple energy swallows him whole as he screams. Zeke gets tossed like a ragdoll as the explosion of purple mana finally erupts. The shockwave ripples through the valley, leaving the terrified villagers frozen in place by the sheer scale. Everyone caught in the blast radius screams as the freezing divine energy swallows them whole. Even that trash-tier noble bully, can only wail in terror as the sub-zero mana hits his pampered skin. The massive serpent lets out a final, agonizing roar, while the purple parasites on its head begin to pop. Our boy Deus looks down at the mess, disappointed that things ended up exactly like the last time. Glowing runes flare across his back as he fumes over the ruined dragon hide he wanted to keep. Buried under a mountain of fresh snow, Zeke groans while trying to figure out if he's still alive. He realizes the protective spell from his master held up, though the biting cold is still absolutely brutal. Suddenly, the sound of a crying infant snaps him back to reality and fills him with pure panic. Zeke's pot helmet pops out of the snow as he hears a desperate cry echoing through the frozen wasteland. He spots a mother frozen solid, yet the infant in her arms is miraculously still alive and wailing. Seeing the tragedy, our boy grits his teeth and vows to reach the child before the cold finishes it. He stumbles forward, his body shivering as the sub-zero mana tries to lock his joints in place. Despite being nearly stripped bare by the blast, he pushes through the wreckage with a single-minded focus. Nearby, a massive pillar of divine ice crackles with lightning, sealing the dragon in a permanent tomb. The surviving guild members scream for him to run, terrified that the lingering energy will vaporize him. Zeke ignores the warnings, fueled by the belief that even a defect like him can save a life. Meanwhile, Deus stands before the frozen beast, mocking its futile struggle and noting how its efforts are useless. Glowing runes pulse on his back as he scoffs at the ignorant lizards who never learn their place. A massive burst of sub-zero mana erupts, turning the entire mountain range into a jagged, frozen wasteland. Our boy Zeke lunges through the frost, barely catching the infant before the icy shockwave hits them both. The sheer force of the explosion sends him tumbling through the air like a total ragdoll. He slams into the snow, his body going stiff as the magical cold begins to claim his life. Even with his vision fading, Zeke refuses to quit, his eyes snapping open with one last spark of desperation. Deus looms over him, genuinely dumbfounded that a mere human would throw away everything for a crying brat. He mocks their fragile nature, wondering how such trash-tier creatures ever managed to defeat him in the past. To a former demon king, the concept of self-sacrifice is just a flickering candle waiting to be snuffed. Zeke wheezes out a pathetic apology, feeling like a failure for not maintaining his post as the decoy. Finally, his strength gives out, and he collapses into the drift while the baby continues to wail. Zeke slowly wakes up to the sound of birds, feeling like he's been through a literal meat grinder. He blinks against the harsh light, his mind a foggy mess as he tries to remember the explosion. Suddenly, our boy jolts upright, screaming for his master, and wondering if that dragon is finally dead. He realizes he's tucked away in Deus's room, though the place looks like a total disaster zone. Scratching his head, he figures he just fainted from the cold, until something catches his terrified eye. He stares in horror at his arm, which is covered in weird, purple stitch marks that definitely weren't there. Panicking, he whips back the sheets, fearing the absolute worst for the rest of his battered body. His heart sinks as he sees his legs are also held together by that same eerie, magical thread. He hears Deus and Alex nearby, casually chatting about some high-quality merchandise they got from the Golden Dragon. Desperate for answers, Zeke crawls through the rubble and calls out to his master with wide, terrified eyes. Deus and Alex stand over a mountain of looted gear, casually greeting the newly awakened Zeke. Our boy panics immediately, demanding to know what happened to his body, the dragon, and the child. Deus just smirks, assuring him everyone is safe before ordering his servant to start moving the heavy weapons. Zeke stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing his master is more interested in opening a shop than heroic glory. Despite the weird purple stitches, he smiles, feeling a wave of relief that everyone survived the icy chaos. Soon, a cart rattles through the streets as they move to fulfill their promise to the Golden Dragon. Chaos erupts in the town as the massive serpent looms overhead, sending the terrified village folk into a frenzy. Deus points toward the target, barking the order to engage, while Zeke braces himself for the next move. Donning his trash-tier pot helmet, Zeke shouts that he is ready to follow Alex's lead into the fray. Alex descends from a massive magic circle, preparing to finish the job as the dragon falls toward the city. Alex strikes with lethal precision, while his master watches the final moments of the dragon's defeat from above. Once the battle ends, the massive corpses are hauled away, leaving the town in a state of ruin. Our boy Demiurgos eventually wakes up amidst the wreckage, looking completely dazed and half asleep in his pajamas. Suddenly, a literal rain of legendary weapons tumbles from the sky, nearly crushing the confused former Demon King. He just stands there drooling, barely reacting as sharp blades whistle past his head in the morning light. Turns out Alex and Zeke were busy gathering every piece of loot to fund their master's shop. Demiurgos gives a lazy thumbs up, satisfied that the delivery of high-grade gear arrived exactly as he planned. They keep at it for days, clearing out every obstacle until the surrounding landscape is finally picked clean. But the peace is shattered when a massive, butterfly-winged dragon roars, ready to protect its territory from them. Zeke adjusts his trash-tier pot helmet and calls for Alex, bracing himself for another round of monster hunting. Alex leaps into the fray, determined to gather every scrap of high-tier loot for the master. A massive dragon tail swings wildly, but the crew barely flinches as their cart barrels through the chaos. Legendary swords and axes continue to rain down, filling their inventory to the absolute brim. Our boy and Alex casually toss flashbangs while rocking shades, completely unfazed by the monster's roar. More shields tumble from the sky as the horses pull their loot-heavy wagon toward the nearest city. The ride gets so bumpy that Demiurgos is launched into the air, soaring over a colossal white dragon. As the sun sets, the group finds a local noodle shop to recover from their hectic farming session. Demiurgos and Alex start inhaling their food, showing zero manners as they replenish their spent mana. Zeke just smiles warmly, feeling a sense of peace after surviving another day with his eccentric new masters. Just as he takes another bite, a strange glowing light begins to flutter around the distracted former Demon King. A mysterious note from the Golden Dragon suddenly interrupts their meal, warning about a dragon at the castle. Our boy doesn't waste a second, pointing toward the chaos while Zeke looks completely dumbfounded. Their wagon takes flight, soaring high above the burning city where the ancient serpent is wreaking havoc. While Deus relaxes on the hay, Zeke dons a bucket helmet, ready to prove his worth. The former Demon King's eyes glow with anticipation, sensing the perfect opportunity to test his new recruit. He commands Zeke to engage, and the boy leaps into the sky toward a massive, roaring dragon. Zeke plunges through the air, ignoring the terrifying shrieks of the monsters swarming the city below. Even as a red dragon prepares to incinerate him, the boy stays focused on his master's orders. Channeling everything he has learned, Zeke prepares a devastating strike he calls the Demon King Slice. The impact is absolute, causing the trash-tier dragon to explode in a glorious burst of mana. The dragon's head snaps back from a blow so hard it practically liquefies its brain with a pow. Another trash-tier monster gets pulverized with a blam, sending a rain of stolen gear and broken shields flying. Our boy Zeke rides the high of the explosion, feeling like he's finally cut from the same cloth as heroes. He touches down on the scorched earth, his heavy footsteps signaling the end of the dragon's reign of terror. Striding out of the carnage, Zeke looks like a total nightmare despite the ridiculous pot on his head. He pauses for a moment, dumbfounded by the sudden, eerie silence that has fallen over the ruined village. Suddenly, the villagers erupt in cheers, hailing the weird kid in his undies as their legendary dragon slayer. Deus watches from the shadows, satisfied that his little experiment actually managed to survive the ordeal. The former Demon King gives him a high five, acknowledging that the kid is a defect, but a useful one. They walk away from the wreckage, knowing their names will soon be whispered in every corner of the world. Deus asks if their new headquarters is finally ready, and Alex confirms the grand opening is finally imminent. The Demon King's weapon shop stands completed, looking far more imposing than any trash-tier village stall. Zeke is absolutely floored by the interior, realizing the place is packed with high-tier gear. Alex notes that this shop puts even the most legendary royal armories to shame. Our boy Deus drops a bombshell, casually mentioning that his two servants will be running the floor. He smugly wonders why a boss would ever do manual labor, leaving his servants totally dumbfounded. Deus manifests his dark power to physically silence his complaining staff and keep them in line. He clarifies his goal is getting rich, threatening to change the business if they keep complaining. As his servants choke on their own disbelief, Deus laughs, demanding they make the shop a success. Zeke tries to voice one last concern, but Deus just wonders what else could possibly be wrong. Zeke asks to run a side hustle for his siblings' tuition, and Deus casually gives him the green light. Our boy Deus then pivots, ordering Alex to bring out that special item they discussed earlier. As the sun sets, Zeke is absolutely floored by the legendary artifact being unveiled right before his eyes. It is an ominous shield pulsing with dark mana, looking like it was forged in the deepest pits. Deus reaches out, his touch causing the cursed metal to crackle with violent, purple electricity. He hoists the massive gear and commands Alex to recite the activation incantation for their new inventory. Alex explains this limited edition shield was crafted from dragon scales and chaotic stones in a hellish forge. While Alex claims it can tank hits from a Demon King, Zeke mistakenly credits some legendary dwarven blacksmiths. Deus mocks his servant, calling him a defect, before tossing the heavy, cursed shield straight at him. Zeke barely has time to react before the shield's raw power sends a massive shock through his body. Zeke finds himself drifting in a pitch-black void, wondering where on earth he has ended up. Panicking, our boy screams out for his master, hoping he hasn't been sent to the afterlife. Suddenly, a deep and ominous voice echoes through the darkness, demanding to know who has entered its domain. A massive, blood-red eye opens wide, staring right through his soul with a terrifying, otherworldly intensity. The entity introduces itself as Doom's Ragoon, swearing eternal loyalty to Zeke as its new master. Zeke is completely dumbfounded, unable to process why a trash-tier servant like him would be chosen. Before he can even argue, a violent surge of purple lightning fries his nerves in a painful contract. Back in the shop, Zeke searches for the voice while Deus prepares a devastating blast to test him. The shield absorbs the impact, but the sheer force triggers an explosion that levels the entire storefront. Alex loses his mind over the property damage, but Deus just shrugs, claiming the test was necessary. Zeke crawls out of the debris, absolutely stoked that the shield actually held up against that insane blast. Even Deus is low-key impressed, noting the shield blocked his doom spear despite him holding back significantly. Our boy Deus calls out to his new servant, still treating him like a complete defect. Zeke chirps back instantly, clearly just happy to be alive after that terrifying test of strength. When Deus tells him the legendary gear is officially his, Zeke looks like he's seen a ghost. Deus figures since Zeke is trash tier, he'll need all the help he can get to survive the future. Tears start welling up as Zeke realizes this is the first time anyone has ever valued him. He can't believe a lowly F-class warrior like himself is being handed such a magnificent, high-tier artifact. Deus just gives him a blunt confirmation, showing that he doesn't do takebacks on his gifts. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zeke pulls the shield into a tight hug, finally feeling like he belongs somewhere. Our boy Zeke is practically drowning in tears, convinced this shield is the most incredible treasure in the world. Deus just stares at him with those piercing red eyes, internally calling his new servant a silly child. He wonders why the kid is even crying, but the scene suddenly shifts to the rowdy Akoma Castle. A trash-tier bandit leader flaunts stolen rings, mocking the dead king for hoarding such a heavy, useless collection. The brute leans in close to Princess April, smugly asking if she agrees with his assessment of her father. He lets out a massive laugh from the throne, surrounded by his drunken, celebrating band of raiders. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded warrior slips through the rowdy crowd, leaving the partygoers completely dumbfounded by the intrusion. The stranger moves with purpose, bowing low as they navigate the shadows of the ruined royal hall. The bandits can only watch in silence as the intruder creeps past their feast without saying a word. More hooded figures begin weaving through the room, making the drunken raiders realize something big is going down. The hooded infiltrators slink over the balcony, leaving the trash-tier guards wondering where they even came from. One elite warrior steps onto the blood-red carpet, moving with a grace that doesn't belong in this dump. The bandits are completely dumbfounded, frozen mid-bite as they realize their party has been crashed by pros. Our boy slips through the drunken crowd like a ghost, weaving past the chaos without breaking a sweat. He crouches down, noting that despite the long journey to the throne, there hasn't been a single fight. The bandit leader barks from his stolen throne, demanding to know what kind of freak just walked in. The intruder just flashes a smug grin, telling the brute to relax and keep enjoying his pathetic feast. Before anyone can react, he leaps into the air, moving way too fast for these thugs to track. He swoops right past the princess and the terrified leader, a blur of motion that defies physics. His hand brushes against the cold stone, his fingers already reaching for the prize he came to claim. The hooded warrior locks onto his target, realizing a single explosion from this exact spot would end everything. He suddenly appears before the bandit leader, whose jaw drops as he realizes a real pro just arrived. Looking at the split mountain, the leader wonders if one person could really possess such monstrous, world-altering power. The warrior's eye glows with a cold light, questioning if such a feat is even humanly possible. Terrified, the bandit leader starts to stammer, his previous bravado completely evaporating as he stares into death. He loses it, screaming at his trash-tier lackeys to get this monster out of his sight immediately. Our boy just sighs, warning them to stay still because even cockroach lives have some tiny bit of value. The bandits don't listen, charging forward like total idiots while screaming for the intruder's head. He just clicks his fingers, mockingly asking if they shouldn't all be treated as gods, precious creatures. Suddenly, the room turns into a blender as the bandits are shredded into pieces before they can even blink. The hooded warrior warns the remaining trash-tier bandits to stay put unless they want the same fate. The bandit leader is completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of magic this is and who the intruder is. With a chilling smile, our boy explains his boss is unhappy and he's here to investigate the mess. The leader is lost, struggling to wrap his head around what he means by someone being upstairs. The warrior simply confirms it, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to drop a massive truth bomb. He claims he was sent by God himself, hailing from the legendary and terrifying Holy See. Hearing that name makes the bandit leader's heart stop, realizing he's dealing with the ultimate sacred authority. The warrior leans in, Glad he doesn't have to explain the lore to someone already shaking in fear, he demands the full story, wanting to know exactly who took the castle and why they did it. It just doesn't add up how a fortress like Akoma fell, and the culprit vanished like a ghost. The bandit leader panics, swearing he has no clue who the mysterious intruder actually is. Our boy from the Holy See repeats the name, Whitehair, his glowing eyes searching for any hidden lies. The bandit describes a morning of pure chaos where a stranger entered and the entire castle just exploded. He trembles while explaining that everyone inside was wiped out, leaving only the heavens to know the truth. Hearing this, the warrior just gives a chilling smirk, clearly unimpressed by the bandit's desperate rambling. He decides he has heard enough and bids the trash tier leader a cold farewell before turning to leave. Suddenly, the bandit screams that Whitehair is their savior, claiming the former king was nothing but a tyrant. He rants to his crew about how God sent this warrior to punish evil and reclaim their home. The leader even calls him a true messiah, far better than the lazy, holy sovereign they usually serve. With a dangerous gleam in his eye, the warrior promises to judge if this savior is divine or demonic. The elite warrior holds up his hand, telling the bandit there is just one more thing. With a simple snap, he executes the trash tier leader for dare speaking ill of the holy sovereign. Meanwhile, our boy Deus is busy stomping out the annoying parasites infecting the dragon's remains. He decides to wrap things up, figuring the golden dragon can handle whatever mess is left behind. The duo begins their trek back, leaving the massive battlefield and the dragon's carcass far behind them. Deus grumbles about the workload, wondering why their god doesn't just come down and handle this herself. Alex explains that she is restricted because she chose to stay in her limited human form. When Deus asks why that matters, Alex brings up the mysterious records of the Dimensional Library. This library holds the unchangeable truth of the world, serving as evidence for God's final judgment. Our boy realizes she is staying hidden to keep her presence a total secret from history's official records. Deus admits the complex mess involving the gods is way beyond his pay grade for now. They find our boy Zeke already knocked out cold by the cart under the moonlight. Alex notes the kid is completely drained, which makes sense after that trash tier dragon fight. Facing a dragon would break most elite warriors, but Zeke is just built different. Our boy Deus stares at the sleeping servant, clearly impressed by his insane perseverance. He notices Zeke even took the time to carefully wrap up his new high-tier shield. Turns out he's saving it for his brother, though Deus promises to provide plenty more later. With the job done, Deus orders Alex to toss the sleeping defect into the cart. The cart clops along the road, leaving the bloody battlefield behind for a peaceful night. Alex smiles, realizing that their new little hero is fitting in perfectly with their group. Deus looks back at Zeke, noting that the kid's limbs were actually stitched back together quite well. It turns out, the demon doctors have mastered the art of reassembling humans after countless dissections. Our boy wonders if Zeke would have been a top-tier warrior if he wasn't born a low-rank defect. Alex warns him to be careful, as a stronger Zeke might eventually become a real threat. She points out that in 20 years, they might actually have to cross swords as mortal enemies. Deus just plays dumb, acting like a friendly companion while Alex reminds him he's still the Demon King. He still can't help but think Zeke has the potential to become the world's final warrior. Alex shuts that down immediately, explaining that Zeke isn't part of the legendary 0th generation. According to the law of this land, the final hero must be born in a specific 5th generation. This cycle repeats every century, perfectly timing the hero's peak with the next massive demon invasion. Alex explains that the final generation in this century-long cycle is destined to be the one facing them. Since the final warrior must be born then, she notes that Zeke is essentially a generation too early. Our boy just stares at her, realizing that the fate of every hero is basically a pre-written script. He asks if it is truly the law of the land for heroes to appear on such a schedule. Looking at the moon, Deus realizes this entire world is nothing more than a rigged game for the powerful. He lets out a laugh at the absurdity of it all, while his servant remains completely unimpressed. Alex finally asks the million-dollar question. Why did he actually abandon his throne and leave his people behind? He tries to play it off as a joke, acting like he does not even remember the reason. When she keeps pushing for an answer, he insists it was nothing special just to avoid the heavy topic. Finally, he gets serious and prepares to reveal the real reason he retired from being the Demon King. Just as things get deep, a massive explosion lights up the sky, catching our boy completely off guard. It turns out to be a massive airship engulfed in flames, likely belonging to some high-ranking royal family. Suddenly, a dragon appears, tearing through the vessel like it is nothing more than a trash-tier toy. Deus and Alex watch the chaos unfold, wondering what kind of trouble is falling right into their laps. They spot a coat of arms belonging to the Holy Stewartia, a clan known for their legendary pure blood. Our boy is curious about this pure blood status, prompting his loyal servant to drop some heavy lore. Alex explains that this clan has produced nearly 100 elite warriors who always lead the charge in war. Realizing this might be the perfect distraction, Deus calls out to his shadow servant with a wicked grin. He decides they should go have a look, clearly smelling an opportunity to stir up some more trouble. Nearby, the soldiers struggle to haul a massive, mysterious cargo away from the burning wreckage. The soldiers struggle to move the heavy cargo through the rocky terrain, their armor clanking with every step. Suddenly, the cart hits a snag, nearly causing the exhausted men to lose their grip on the precious load. Looking down from above, Lord Organ barks orders, warning his men not to leave even a single scratch. This trash-tier noble is clearly more worried about the cargo's value than the lives of his struggling subordinates. Dozens of soldiers heave the massive white package, knowing that any failure means certain death under their master. Just as they make progress, a bone-chilling roar echoes through the air, freezing the cowardly noble in his tracks. He looks up in horror, realizing the beast has already locked onto their position from the smoky sky. The fire dragon descends with a terrifying screech, its eyes glowing with a hunger for destruction. It lets out another deafening roar, signaling that the royal transport is about to become its next meal. Panicking, Organ screams for his archers and wizards to fire everything they have to protect his precious investment. The soldiers and priests unleash a desperate barrage, hoping their combined might can ground the flying beast. As the dragon shrieks, the trash-tier noble loses his mind and screams for every man to open fire. However, their arrows just bounce off the creature's scales, like they are nothing more than annoying toothpicks. Even the high-tier magic spells seem to wash over the dragon without leaving so much as a singe. One priest pushes his limits, channeling holy lightning through his fingertips to strike the descending monster. It doesn't matter though, as the beast dives straight through the chaos, completely unfazed by their pathetic resistance. With a massive blast of fire, the dragon turns the battlefield into a literal hellscape for the soldiers. Lord Organ hits the dirt hard, his dignity vanishing as fast as his men's morale. He curses his luck while the dragon continues its rampage, leaving the transport site in total ruins. Scrambling back up, Orgon's only concern is whether his precious cargo survived the devastating inferno. Lord Orgon breathes a massive sigh of relief, seeing his precious cargo survive the initial blast. He grits his teeth in frustration, knowing his entire reputation is tied to this single delivery. The relief is short-lived as the dragon circles back, determined to finish what it started. Panicking like a trash-tier coward, the noble screams for his men to prepare for one last stand. The soldiers and priests scramble to ready their magic, though they know their odds are looking grim. The beast lets out a bone-chilling shriek, diving through the air with its jaws wide open. Just as Organ prepares for the end, a mysterious warrior steps in and tells him to move. Before the noble can even blink, he is sent tumbling while the newcomer leaps toward the monster. It turns out the real muscle has arrived, and Master Varius looks completely unfazed by the heat. With a single blinding slash, he begins pruning the dragon's life away like it's a simple garden chore. With a heavy stomp, Varius stands over the beast, thinking it was far too easy. He scoffs that the silly creature chose death instead of just running away when it had the chance. Our boy treats the trash-tier noble like a common servant, handing him the bloody blade to be cleaned. He orders the fawning Orgon to call for reinforcements, while the man just basks in his presence. Varius grows serious, knowing his father will have his head if anything happens to their secret cargo. He dismisses the groveling noble, telling the man to go rest while he handles the heavy lifting. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks when a mysterious voice asks if this is the package he wants. Deus and Alex look down from the massive bundle, leaving the royal soldiers completely dumbfounded. Organ screams in confusion, while Varius realizes these newcomers aren't cut from the same cloth as common bandits. A heavy foot pounces onto the dragon's remains, signaling that a real fight is about to begin. Deus realizes the secret cargo isn't just gold, but a massive living dragon growling beneath the bindings. Our boy is genuinely surprised to find such a high-tier beast hidden right under his nose. He notices the dragon's eye is clear, confirming this one isn't a mindless monster infected by parasites. Alex agrees that the baby dragon they encountered earlier was likely just trying to save its mother. Deus smirks, pointing out how suspicious it is for a warrior clan to break their neutrality agreement. Varius stares him down with cold eyes, deciding these newcomers are just more corpses for the pile. While Alex worries about the provocation, Deus drools at the thought of testing a pure-blooded warrior's strength. The elite warrior loses interest and orders his men to finish the job while he walks away. The trash-tier noble Orgon screams for blood, commanding the soldiers to kill everyone in sight. As the royal guards charge, Deus is dumbfounded that the main boss is already leaving the party. Our boy Deus throws a massive tantrum, ordering Alex to just slaughter everyone since the real fight left. He stops his huffing mid-breath when Alex brings up a point that actually makes him think for once. Alex reminds him that a true warrior's companion shouldn't be seen brawling with every pure-blood clan they encounter. Deus agrees, but finds it suspicious that all these elite warriors have names that sound just like Zeke's. Alex explains the tradition of naming clans after local trees, making the entire warrior hierarchy sound like a forest. While standing atop the bound dragon, Deus mocks the soldiers below for being part of some Arbor Day cult. The high priest finally snaps, unfurling a holy scroll to unleash a concentrated burst of divine mana. Coordinated royal guards launch a volley of projectiles, determined to erase the pests, mocking their prestigious clan. A massive wave of light and steel converges on them, yet our boy doesn't even blink at the danger. Deus casually decides to finish the job quickly so they can head back before Zeke even wakes up. Lord Organ is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering how these two trash-tier intruders scaled the captured dragon so easily. Alex calmly asks his master if he is truly prepared to slaughter everyone, but Deus finds the question annoying. When Alex mentions his goal of becoming a warrior's companion, our boy tells him to just go beg. Alex points out that since they have seen the secret cargo, playing nice is no longer an option. Lord Organ is practically foaming at the mouth, calling them fools while Alex and Deus bicker like children. The greedy noble screams for his men to kill them, sending a wave of royal guards and priests. Alex sighs as the high priest lunges, lamenting that this whole situation is turning into a complete disaster. Realizing the peaceful route is dead, Alex prepares to get his hands dirty since there is no choice. A swarm of soldiers charges with steel drawn, unaware of the monster they are actually trying to hunt. The high priest leaps through the air, igniting his fire hands technique to incinerate the two pests. Alex weaves through the flames, his eyes glowing with a predatory hunger that spells trouble for the guards. He lets out a devastating roar of pure energy, proving that even a servant is a high-tier monster. While the soldiers scream in terror, Deus and his loyal servant stand completely unfazed by the pathetic assault. Alex locks onto his next target, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to end this farce once and for all. He moves faster than the human eye can follow, shattering a soldier's defense with a single, effortless strike. The rest of the squad stands dumbfounded, realizing too late that they are way out of their league. In a blur of purple light, Alex tears through the formation like a hot knife through butter. Armor crumples like paper and blood sprays as the elite guards are reduced to mere trash-tier fodder. He stands amidst the carnage, leaving the survivors trembling, as they realize their numbers mean absolutely nothing. One desperate archer leaps into the air, unleashing a magnum shot in a final, futile attempt to survive. Alex catches the arrow bare-handed, not even bothered by the blood staining his fingers. He casually blasts the trash-tier soldier away, turning the battlefield into a literal graveyard. A desperate priest tries to strike him down with holy lightning, thinking divine power can save them. Alex just smirks and opens a portal, proving that human magic is nothing but a joke. He redirects the bolts right back at the caster, letting the priest taste his own medicine. The resulting explosion clears the area, leaving nothing but scorched earth and broken armor behind. Our boy licks the blood off his hand, savoring the metallic tang of his fallen enemies. He lets out a bored yawn, while Deus watches the massacre with complete indifference. His eyes glow with malice as he realizes that nothing satisfies his hunger like hunting humans. Lord Organ watches the carnage in total shock, realizing his life is now in the hands of monsters. Lord Organ gets absolutely flattened as the chaos finally reaches his doorstep. Master Varius isn't having any of it, launching himself into the air to intercept Alex. He unleashes his Stuartia tree technique, aiming to prune these unwanted branches with a flurry of strikes. The impact is massive, tearing up the ground and sending debris flying everywhere in a violent explosion. A polished boot touches down amidst the wreckage, signaling that the elite warrior has landed safely. Varius stands tall in the center of the destruction, though the dust hasn't even settled yet. He glares through the haze, clearly annoyed that his fancy uniform is getting covered in common dirt. Looking up, he spots Alex and Deus watching him from the safety of a nearby cliffside. Dumbfounded, Varius demands to know what they are, and if they belong to some rival bloodline. Deus just smirks and tells him he's dead wrong to think only bloods hold real power. Varius narrows his eyes, convinced that these two couldn't possibly be dragons despite their overwhelming pressure. He draws his massive blade, deciding that since they've seen too much, there can be no witnesses left alive. Our boy Deus just lets out a chilling smirk, finding the threat of death absolutely hilarious. His eyes flare with a demonic red glow as he tells the elite warrior that killing him is impossible. The moment Varius sees that confident smile, his heart skips a beat in pure, instinctive terror. Deep within his soul, a dormant power begins to stir, reacting to the overwhelming pressure Deus is emitting. Something ancient and powerful suddenly awakens inside him, threatening to tear his very vessel apart. Various groans in agony as holy light begins to leak from his body like a cracked dam. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as a massive pillar of energy erupts, signaling a forced transformation. Even Alex is caught off guard, shocked that the warrior's hidden potential is surfacing this early in the fight. The golden energy detonates as Various finally taps into a power that shouldn't even exist yet. Lord Organ and the soldiers can only watch in horror, realizing their commander has become something inhuman. He struggles to contain the surge, his face twisting as divine markings begin to etch into his skin. Now, fully awakened, the warrior stands bathed in a cross of light, his eyes burning with newfound holy wrath. Our boy Deus just chuckles, asking if this flashy little performance is supposed to be for his benefit. Without a word, the warrior launches himself forward, the ground shattering beneath the weight of his sudden acceleration. He closes the gap instantly, but Alex watches closely as the two powerhouses lock eyes in a deadly stalemate. Various lets out a low, animalistic growl, his mind consumed by the sheer intensity of the forced awakening. Deus narrows his eyes, silently acknowledging that the trash-tier human has actually managed to change his nature. Driven by pure instinct, the warrior lunges again, his teeth bared like a beast, ready to tear everything apart. The battlefield erupts into a chaotic display of light and speed as the two powerhouses finally collide. Our boy Deus casually retreats from the impact, landing firmly on a nearby cliff to observe the carnage. He mocks the warrior's efforts, claiming the man is far too slow to even keep him entertained. Suddenly, he senses a familiar presence closing in from behind, breaking his focus for a split second. Alex leans in with a playful smirk, suggesting that it might be the perfect time for them to leave. Deus snaps back in annoyance, accusing his servant of trying to spoil the fun of this trash-tier fight. Even as holy light rains down, Alex just grins and admits the situation is actually a bit scary. The former Demon King scowls, finding the overwhelming stench of this holy mana to be utterly repulsive. Various doesn't let up for a second, pouncing through the air like a beast fueled by divine wrath. They meet mid-air in a blur of motion, with Deus finally acknowledging the power of the Stuartia lineage. Deus tells Alex he isn't fooled, knowing his servant could have ended this trash-tier fight long ago. A massive shockwave shatters the earth, as the raw power of their confrontation begins to level the area. Various lunges with a desperate strike, but our boy just mocks him for being so incredibly slow. The former Demon King laughs hysterically, finding the idea of a human winning to be utterly impossible. His eyes flare with a predatory glow as he realizes the warrior can't even touch a single hair. Various pours every ounce of his holy mana into a blinding explosion, hoping to catch his target off guard. Deus effortlessly weaves through the flurry of strikes, wondering if this pathetic display is truly the hero's limit. He touches down with perfect composure, his movements far outclassing anything the elite knight can hope to match. As the warrior swings wildly in a fit of divine rage, Deus just watches him struggle with bored eyes. Their clash sends a final boom echoing across the mountains, turning the entire landscape into a jagged graveyard. Deus literally yawns, finding the knight's ultimate effort nothing more than a boring breeze against his skin. He calls Various a mere gnat, disappointed that the legendary final warriors have become so utterly trash-tier. Our boy wonders how his ancestors ever lost to such weaklings, feeling it's a waste to even kill him. With a single step, he crushes the earth, deciding it's finally time to put this nuisance down for good. His eyes glow with a predatory intent as he prepares to deliver a final, crushing sentence of doom. He readies his lethal guillotine strike, fully intending to end the Stuartia bloodline right then and there. Suddenly, Alex senses a hidden threat and moves to intervene before the situation spirals out of control. Blood sprays everywhere as a sudden, blinding light pierces through the air, catching everyone completely off guard. The Stuartia tree technique erupts in a flash of holy power, revealing a hidden and desperate trump card. Deus is left dumbfounded as he watches his loyal servant Alex take a lethal blow meant for him. Alex hacks up blood, her body reeling from the impact of the sudden holy intervention. She intercepts the strike, effectively shielding her master, while the Stuartia warrior is sent reeling backward. The divine glow in the elite warrior's eyes begins to fizzle out as his power completely drains. Various hits the dirt with a pathetic flop, his forced awakening finally reaching its breaking point. Deus is left completely dumbfounded when he hears the supposed elite warrior actually start snoring. Our boy demands to know why she would go through the trouble of saving such a pest. He calls her out on her ridiculous excuses, questioning why she's suddenly protecting the enemy. His eyes glow with a dangerous intensity as he commands his servant to explain her true motives. Alex offers a humble apology, clarifying that she doesn't actually fear the strength of a single warrior. She reveals that her true terror stems from the very order of the world itself. Deus is skeptical, asking if chaos and destruction aren't supposed to be her bread and butter. Alex calmly explains that her destructive nature still operates within the strict boundaries of the world's order. Looking over the carnage, she warns that humans would swarm like cockroaches if they knew he was alone. Our boy isn't buying it, claiming he'd just incinerate every last one of those pests without hesitation. He stares at the pathetic, snoring warrior, unable to fathom how such weaklings could ever pose a threat. Alex just gives him a bloody, cryptic smile that immediately sets off alarm bells in his head. Suddenly, he realizes his loyal servant is hiding something massive, and it leaves him completely dumbfounded. He demands to know what other secrets she's keeping from him in this twisted game of theirs. She stays silent, her expression suggesting that some truths are simply too heavy for him to handle yet. Deus realizes he's stuck waiting 2 decades to finally understand the grand scheme behind this chaotic world. Alex acknowledges her master's authority with a sinister smile, ready to follow his lead. Deus remains skeptical, wondering if she's staying silent just because of some trash-tier cosmic rules. Our boy gets even more annoyed when she simply suggests they pack up and head home. He starts feeling rebellious, realizing that following the script is for weaklings who lack real power. Dark mana flares as he contemplates ending the warrior now just to see how the world reacts. He laughs at the thought of God descending just to stop him from breaking these arbitrary laws. Alex admits she's clueless about the fallout, but her warning carries a heavy weight of consequence. She explains that killing him would force Deus back onto the throne as the ultimate demon king. When she suggests a preemptive strike on humanity instead, our boy is left completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, she lunges to finish the job herself, forcing him to scramble to stop her. Deus laughs off the tension, telling Alex they should just bail since this war isn't his problem anymore. He finally gives in and steps onto the glowing portal, eager to leave the messy battlefield behind. Alex pauses at the threshold, explaining she needs to stay behind for a second to scrub their tracks. She pushes him through, promising that his injuries will be easily patched up once they are back home. Our boy tumbles into the darkness while his servant waves him off with a devious, knowing smirk. Left alone with the unconscious warrior, the air turns cold as Alex finally drops her playful act. She slams the elite knight into the dirt, her eyes glowing with a truly terrifying, demonic bloodlust. Seething with rage, she calls him trash for daring to scar a high-ranking demon lord like herself. She promises to return in 20 years to slaughter his children and end his entire clan for good. Back at safety, Zeke is snoring away, tightly hugging a cursed shield like it is a stuffed animal. Zeke is out cold, clutching that cursed shield like his life depends on it while he snores away. Deus looks down at our boy, figuring the kid is just completely exhausted after all that dragon-slaying madness. Standing in the quiet field, the former Demon King takes a moment to breathe as the wagon rests. He wonders what the deal is with this 20-year prophecy, vowing that fated day will never actually arrive. His thoughts drift to the dragons, questioning if their mother even cares about what happened to her kin. Suddenly, a golden presence descends from the sky, catching him completely off guard as the atmosphere shifts. The golden dragon reveals herself in all her glory, floating gracefully above the mortal realm like a goddess. Deus is left momentarily dumbfounded, staring up at the very being he was just talking trash about. He realizes she has been lurking in the shadows this whole time, witnessing every single one of his moves. She teases him about his words, but he just scoffs, calling her nothing more than an oversized lizard. Deus offers to testify for her, trying to deflect the awkwardness of being caught trash-talking a literal goddess. The Golden Dragon finds the idea of a Demon King acting as a legal witness for humans absolutely hilarious. She mocks his claim of protecting the peace, knowing the world would never believe a demon's word. Our boy calls out her trash-tier prejudice, arguing that demons aren't the only ones causing trouble every century. He genuinely wonders why his people keep trying to leave the underground if it only leads to pointless war. The Golden Dragon is dumbfounded by his foolishness, questioning how such a simpleton ever earned the Demon King title. Deus just shrugs it off, reminding her that she did nothing while her children were being hunted down. He details how the humans treated the dragons like delivery goods just to forge some high-tier magic weapons. Our boy points out that the humans clearly violated the treaty, giving her every reason to be angry. Seeing his point, the Golden Dragon finally asks if he's ready to help her exact some cold, hard revenge. The Golden Dragon looks him dead in the eye, asking if he will avenge her fallen children. Our boy just stares back in silence, likely wondering why he always gets dragged into these messy situations. He asks why she can't handle it herself, but she simply admits her hands are completely tied. Turns out, the law states humans aren't liable for killing dragons that wander into their realm. Because they are currently in the human world, she is strictly forbidden from interfering in their affairs. Deus loses his cool, cursing the trash-tier laws and demanding to know who actually wrote them. Suddenly, a crushing weight descends as the world's enforcers make their presence known with a heavy thud. The sheer pressure slams our boy into the dirt, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming power. He coughs up blood, realizing this force is far beyond anything he expected to face today. The Golden Dragon coldly reminds him that these are the absolute rules governing their very existence. The Golden Dragon looms over him, explaining that these absolute laws bind every powerful being in existence. Our boy isn't having it, stomping the ground and demanding the enforcers show their faces if they dare. His defiance catches the Mother of Dragons off guard, her eyes widening at his sheer audacity. Deus erupts in a surge of mana, shouting that these high and mighty cowards should handle their own mess. Instead of being offended, she laughs, impressed that he can still resist the world's pressure in human form. He just wipes the blood from his face and tells the dragon she better watch her mouth. Looking down at the wagon where Zeke and Various rest, she wonders why he abandoned his throne. Turns out, she's been dying to know his secret since no Demon King has ever quit in centuries. Deus is completely dumbfounded by her excitement, asking why she seems so thrilled about him breaking the rules. He realizes they might be cut from the same cloth, sensing she's just as sick of these trash-tier laws. The Golden Dragon warns him to be wary of the world's enforcers, even if he feels safe now. Demiurgos just scoffs at the mention of future consequences, daring the universe to bring on its little show. He remains completely unfazed, his gaze fixed on the horizon with a quiet, stubborn intensity. She finally asks the million-dollar question, wondering why he would ever walk away from being the Demon King. The dragon is practically vibrating with excitement, obsessed with why he'd break a cycle lasting hundreds of centuries. Our boy just brushes it off as if abandoning the ultimate throne was a total non-event. He starts to explain his reasoning, his expression hardening as the weight of his past briefly resurfaces. Suddenly, a massive surge of mana erupts behind them, as a purple portal tears through the air. Alex steps out of the rift, calmly informing his master that he has finished his assigned tasks. Seeing his loyal servant arrive, Demiurgos realizes the timing is perfect to dodge any more of the dragon's questions. Alex offers a formal bow to the Mother of Dragons, but Deus immediately tells him to skip the pleasantries. The Golden Dragon is absolutely fuming, because our boy still hasn't explained his real reason for quitting the throne. Deus just waves her off, jokingly suggesting he might reveal his secrets in the next episode to keep her hanging. As he rests beside the unconscious Zeke, the heavy burden of being called the Demon King still clearly annoys him. The dragon pleads for him to expose the truth about the sheer number of warriors hunting her children down. She is convinced a line has been crossed and the ancient treaty is broken, leaving her kin in total agony. Sensing her desperation, Deus shamelessly holds up 3 fingers, signaling that his help is going to cost her big. He casually demands she triple the original contract, claiming this job is way more difficult than he first thought. The dragon is practically vibrating with rage, but Deus tells her to pay up or let her children suffer alone. She finally caves to his filthy demands as the wagon rolls away, leaving her with a massive bill to pay. The Dragon Mother decides to cast one final spell before letting the group go. Our boy Deus is caught off guard as a mysterious light begins to envelop his body. She explains that this spell will hide his demonic presence from the world's elite warriors. Without a word of thanks, Deus orders his servant to activate the portal and leave her behind. The dragon stands alone in the silence, feeling completely used by the shameless former king. She gazes at the moon, questioning if her desperate gamble will actually save her kin. The crew finally reaches their destination, and even a battered Zeke is wide-eyed at the view. They arrive at the Holistawartia estate, a fortress built on 60,000 years of legendary history. Deus immediately starts mocking Zeke, wondering how someone so pathetic could share the same bloodline. Alex notes that these clans stay wealthy because every royal family is desperate to sponsor them. Alex explains that dragon poaching is a gold mine, which is why everyone conveniently looks the other way. She adds that dragons only help humans out of necessity, fearing they will be the demon's next targets. Our boy Deus agrees, noting that even in the demon world, dragon tier gear is the absolute best. Looking at the massive estate, he realizes every major clan is likely hunting dragons for profit and power. When asked if his family poaches, a sweating Zeke admits you need top-tier strength just to get close. Zeke promptly passes out, leaving Deus to mock how trash-tier his legendary bloodline has actually become. While Alex tries to wake the kid, Deus decides they are starting a little side hustle of their own. He gets a wicked look in his eyes, planning an undercover investigation to sniff out these dragon poachers. Deus charges ahead, leaving a dumbfounded Alex to drag the unconscious boy along for the ride. Alex quickly warns that they cannot just barge in, since they have already been spotted by the guards. Deus realizes that if they want to sniff out the poachers, they need a serious wardrobe upgrade first. Our boy steps out looking like a high-class noble, leading a bandaged Zeke and a stylish Alex onward. Alex stares blankly into the distance, wondering if her life as a top-tier demon has truly come to this. The group enters a massive estate, where the sheer luxury of the decor leaves Zeke completely dumbfounded. While wandering through the opulent halls, Zeke's eyes catch a glimpse of something that stops him mid-stride. He spots a legendary portrait of a hero he has only ever seen in his old history textbooks. It is Hassan van Holistawartia, the legendary warrior who famously fought a demon king for 13 straight days. Looking at such a legend, Zeke feels like trash-tier garbage and is embarrassed to even call himself a warrior. Deus just kicks his feet up on the expensive furniture, telling the kid to stop being so nervous. He questions why Zeke is acting so small, when every warrior is supposed to be cut from the same cloth. A powerful presence enters the room, agreeing that while warriors are equal, their actual skills vary wildly. This imposing figure explains that only those with enough strength can truly vessel the holy blood of the first. He introduces himself as Solus van Holistawartia, the third-generation clan leader who has finally put down his sword. Alex realizes this is the father of the kid she fought. While the world's laws regarding generations loom overhead, our boy Zeke immediately jumps to his feet, showing proper respect to the legendary head of the household. When Zeke tries to introduce his crew, Solus shuts him down by revealing he already knows exactly who they are. Zeke is completely dumbfounded that a big shot like this has been keeping tabs on a trash-tier nobody like him. Solus mentions he had to verify Zeke's status with the Holy See before acknowledging his new group of companions. Feeling the pressure, Zeke nervously laughs and insists that he never actually walked away from his warrior calling. Solus remains silent, his sharp gaze piercing through Zeke's facade as he weighs the young man's true worth. Solus looks down on Deus, assuming he's just some trash-tier merchant buying his way into a warrior's circle. The clan leader cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know what business they have with his family. Deus casually mentions he's just checking on a rumor, while Zeke nearly has a heart attack over the disrespect. Solus narrows his eyes, clearly unaccustomed to anyone speaking to him with such a familiar, informal tone. Our boy Deus doubles down, asking if the retired legend prefers being addressed with some hoity-toity noble title instead. Instead of taking offense, Solus bursts into laughter, finding the young man's sheer audacity surprisingly refreshing. He admits he was once just as reckless, but warns that there's always a bigger fish in the pond. Zeke tries to smooth things over by showering the legendary D-class warrior with some much-needed, desperate praise. Solus finally entertains the conversation, asking the group to reveal exactly what kind of rumor brought them here. Deus gets serious, explaining they're looking for specific high-quality goods that only a clan like this would possess. Solus questions if they're truly prepared, boasting that his clan only deals in the highest quality materials available. He lists off legendary loot like obsidian teeth and void crystals, trying to see if the boy flinches. Our boy Deus isn't impressed, casually dismissing these legendary treasures as nothing more than trash-tier trifles. He flashes a sharp smirk, mocking the legend by asking if his clan's peak is really just giants. Solus starts breaking a sweat as he realizes Deus is actually hunting for something as forbidden as dragons. To prove he's the real deal, Deus tosses a heavy bag onto the table to settle the bill. Inside are blood lava stones, rare demon realm gems that Deus claims are as common as rocks back home. He locks eyes with the old warrior, silently pressuring him to stop playing games and talk real business. Solus panics, reminding him that dragon trade is strictly illegal, before desperately trying to pivot to other goods. Deus decides they've overstayed their welcome and signals Alex to leave, leaving Solus completely dumbfounded by the sudden exit. He casually mentions they need to find the dragon smuggling clan, dropping a hint about seeing the Holistawartia family crest. The old warrior freezes as the weight of that accusation hits him, realizing these strangers know far too much. Solus flares his mana, demanding to know if our boy actually witnessed their secret operations with his own eyes. Deus just flashes a trash-tier grin, claiming that as wandering newbies, they often stumble upon things meant to stay hidden. The clan leader's gaze turns lethal, warning him that knowing such dangerous secrets is a very unfortunate mistake. Unfazed, Deus suggests that while reputations are fragile, a little bribe might just keep their mouths shut for good. The air crackles with sparks of killing intent, as Zeke desperately tries to de-escalate the situation before things explode. Solus finds the audacity amusing and decides to flip the script by asking a pointed question of his own. Solus mentions rumors of a mysterious masked warrior who has been single-handedly poaching every dragon in the territory. While our boy keeps his cool, Zeke is practically vibrating with fear, realizing they might be found out. The clan leader smirks, clearly enjoying the psychological pressure he is exerting on his guests. He points out that Zeke's shield, the Doom's Ragoon, is crafted from the very dragons that recently went missing. Deus narrows his eyes as the old man asks if he recognizes the legendary name of that specific armament. Solus explains that as an expert in rare gear, he knows this S-class shield was forged recently, and in secrecy. Even Alex stays quiet, while Deus silently acknowledges that the old man actually knows his stuff. Recognizing who really pulls the strings, Solus decides to address Deus directly, as the party's true leader. He demands that Deus deliver a warning to the masked warrior for making life difficult for their business interests. Deus remains silent, his red eyes revealing nothing as he absorbs the weight of the threat. The threat is clear. High-ranking clans are planning to eliminate the masked warrior and his associates. Solus sneers, claiming a trash-tier F-class clan has no business holding onto a legendary dragon-forged shield. He believes everything rare, whether it is a legendary item or a powerful person, must be regulated. As the tension peaks, the clan leader stands up, signaling that this interrogation is finally over. He flatly denies any involvement in dragon smuggling, hiding behind his family's supposedly pristine reputation. With a condescending smirk, he tells them to stick to buying cheap junk before turning to leave. Our boy and his crew watch in silence as the arrogant noble stomps out of the room. While the old man's laughter echoes down the hall, Zeke is left trembling at their narrow escape. Deus is genuinely dumbfounded, wondering if all the legendary warriors in this world are such trash-tier people. Standing in the courtyard, Alex and our boy agree that the supposedly noble clan leader really just sucks. He narrows his eyes, starting to piece together the dark reality behind the kingdom's shiny facade. Looking at the massive city, Deus realizes the blood clans are just poaching dragons to monopolize high-end gear. Alex confirms his theory, noting that for any warrior, having the best equipment is more important than skill. By controlling the legendary arms market, these clans have effectively kept every warrior in the world under their thumb. Poor Zeke looks completely heartbroken, realizing the heroes he idolized his whole life are just greedy corporate puppets. Our boy can't help but smirk, thinking that compared to these rotten humans, demons are actually pretty innocent. Alex just laughs along, knowing they are cut from a much more honest cloth than these lying nobles. He closes his eyes, finally understanding why the demons have managed to win this war 665 times before. Alex looks a bit worried, realizing that their little shopkeeping adventure is about to get way more complicated. Deus just laughs it off and congratulates Zeke, casually mentioning that the kid is now a prime target. He explains that every major clan leader, including Solus, is currently hunting for the mysterious masked warrior. Poor Zeke completely loses it, screaming in terror as he realizes he's basically a walking bullseye for elite killers. Our boy ponders if they should close up shop, though he hates the idea of wasting all those weapons. He decides to officially retire the masked warrior persona for now, much to the relief of his frantic apprentice. However, he adds a cryptic condition that this retirement only starts after they finish one final job tonight. With a terrifying grin, Deus declares they'll crush the Holistawartia cartel and collect a massive payday from the dragon. As night falls over the city, the stage is set for a confrontation that will shake the kingdom's foundations. Our boy's eyes widen in genuine surprise as he witnesses something unexpected unfolding beneath the pale moonlight. Our boy stands on the bridge, feeling a surge of petty jealousy over the clan's fancy private lake. Zeke reaches out, his voice trembling as he tries to get his master's attention during the infiltration. The kid tentatively asks if he can clarify the actual goal of this insane late-night heist. He realizes they're straight up robbing the place to expose the clan's illegal dragon poaching. Deus just gives him a sharp look and confirms that his apprentice is finally starting to use his brain. Even with the praise, Zeke still feels like something about their current strategy is fundamentally broken. He points out the obvious flaw that sneaking usually involves not standing directly under the bright castle spotlights. Before Deus can respond, the heavy thud of a boot hitting the stone floor echoes through the courtyard. A pair of elite guards march toward them, their armor clinking with every step of their patrol. Poor Zeke completely loses his cool, certain that their trash-tier stealth has already landed them in trouble. The elite guards march closer, their heavy armor clanking as they scan the area for any trash-tier intruders. Our boy Zeke completely loses it, frantically asking his master what their plan is now that their corner is cornered. To his absolute shock, the soldiers walk right past them as if they are part of the scenery. Zeke finally breathes again, wondering if the former Demon King actually bothered to cast a high-level invisibility spell. Deus simply confirms his suspicions with a smug look, proving his magic is far beyond human comprehension. The kid is genuinely impressed, feeling a rare moment of relief that they won't be executed just yet. With the guards out of sight, Deus decides it is time to press forward into the estate. Zeke struggles to keep up, his makeshift armor rattling while he navigates the massive, opulent castle grounds. He catches his breath and points out that the dragon is nowhere to be seen in this sector. When he asks about Alex's whereabouts, Deus explains that the shadow servant is already deep undercover and working. Deus suddenly calls our boy a defect, catching the trainee completely off guard as they move through the shadows. Walking through the glittering estate, The former Demon King asks if Zeke's family ever lived in such luxury. Zeke just laughs it off, admitting that while legends say otherwise, his people have always been dirt poor. Deus keeps moving, mockingly suggesting that Zeke's clan simply lacked the cutthroat mentality needed to actually succeed. The kid doesn't take offense, proudly noting his ancestors were just humble, low-level warriors doing their best. They discuss the insane costs of warrior universities, with Zeke dreaming of a better life for his siblings. Deus stops in his tracks, his boot hitting the stone with a heavy thud that signals playtime is over. He addresses the boy as Defect once more, and Zeke snaps to attention, ready for the next move. Looking over the balcony, Deus finally drops the bomb that they are here to straight up rob this clan. He asks if the kid is truly okay with such a dishonorable act, considering his own warrior bloodline. Zeke stares at the estate, fully aware that their upcoming heist is definitely a serious crime. Deus looks back, clearly wondering what kind of mental gymnastics the kid is about to pull. Zeke beams, claiming Deus is a champion of justice for exposing the real criminals hoarding all the loot. He figures Deus only acted like a jerk to force Solus into revealing his true, trash-tier nature. Our boy is actually dumbfounded by the kid's pure heart, barely knowing how to react to the praise. Zeke keeps going, reminding Deus of their first meeting and how it changed his entire life. He stands tall, realizing that following this mysterious shopkeeper was the golden ticket he desperately needed. Before this, he admits he had completely abandoned his dreams of ever becoming a true warrior. He stares at his own hand, convinced that a low-level nobody like him didn't deserve such a chance. Zeke smiles wide, giving Deus all the credit for his survival and his fancy new legendary shield. Zeke admits he would be absolutely nothing without his master, comparing his old life to a discarded, rotten apple. Even though they are technically stealing, Zeke realizes this heist is the only way to change his fate. Our boy just wants a better life for his siblings, wishing they never have to feel like trash-tier defects. He is determined to break the cycle of poverty that has been choking his family for generations. Zeke envisions his siblings as future legends, standing tall against the next great demonic threat in 20 years. He dreams of them being honored in grand portraits, just like the legendary first saviors of humanity. Zeke vows that the Holovich name will be etched in history for fighting the ultimate demon king. He looks up at the stars, desperately hoping for a fairy tale ending where his family lives happily. Suddenly, Deus catches him off guard by asking what Zeke actually wants for his own life and dreams. The former Demon King wonders if simply sacrificing everything for others will ever truly be enough for him. Zeke clenches his fist, realizing that his resolve must be absolute if he wants to change his destiny. Our boy is done with being trash-tier, vowing that his family's cycle of poverty ends right here, right now. He looks Deus in the eye and declares he'd even strike a deal with the devil to succeed. Hearing this, the former Demon King can't help but smirk at the kid's surprisingly dark determination. Deus realizes he definitely picked the right person for this job and decides to go all in. Stepping through a rift in space, Deus calls out for his most loyal servant to join the fray. Alex manifests instantly from the shadows, leaving Zeke completely dumbfounded by the sudden display of high-tier demonic power. The silver-haired demon reports that he found the target, signaling that their heist is officially a go. He flashes a wicked grin, suggesting they finally pay a visit to the clan's secret little vault. With everything in place, Deus announces it's time to kick off their grand plan and cause some chaos. Alex acknowledges the command and activates the magical breathing bubbles needed for their daring underwater infiltration. Our boy Zeke is completely dumbfounded as Deus prepares them to dive into the clan's hidden territory. Without a second thought, the trio leaps from the bridge, plunging into the dark, freezing depths below. As the water closes over them, Zeke frantically searches for his master while descending into the abyss. He steels his resolve, realizing that backing out now isn't an option if he wants to get stronger. Taking a final leap of faith, the apprentice dives deeper to keep pace with the high-tier demons. Zeke is shocked to find he can breathe perfectly, realizing the former Demon King's magic is truly elite. They reach the seabed, discovering massive ancient serpents bound in heavy chains and covered in sealing talismans. A giant, glowing red eye snaps open, sending a wave of pure terror through the young warrior's soul. While Alex consults his records, Deus stares down the beast, unfazed by the legendary creature's menacing presence. Alex explains the horrific harvesting process where healers regrow dragon scales just to be ripped off again. Looking at the bound beasts, it's clear this entire seabed is just a massive, living dragon scale factory. Alex notes that the oldest serpent here has been enduring this systematic torture for 230 years. The beast growls in pain, its scarred hide telling the story of centuries spent in this watery hell. Our boy Zeke is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the sheer cruelty of the world he lives in. Alex suggests that extremist factions likely took matters into their own hands, since their god remains silent. Demiurgos darkly considers that starting a war by killing everyone is exactly what he would do too. The demons share a cold silence while Zeke tries to keep his composure in the presence of such evil. Realizing they need to move fast, the former Demon King decides to harvest a scale and leave. Alex moves in with a swift strike, finally claiming the material they need from the suffering creature. Alex tears the scale away, the sound of ripping flesh echoing through the dark, freezing water. Thinking the job is done, Alex and Zeke start swimming back toward the surface to escape. However, Demiurgos lingers behind, his red eyes glowing with a sudden, intense hatred for what he sees. He descends back toward the beast, unable to just walk away from such a pathetic, cruel sight. When Alex asks if he is coming, his master admits he absolutely hates this entire trash tier setup. With a sudden burst of strength, he shatters the heavy chains binding the ancient creature in one strike. Alex and Zeke watch in total shock as their boss does the unthinkable by breaking the holy seals. He unleashes a series of precise strikes, snapping every single talisman and chain holding the serpent down. Freed from its centuries-long torment, the massive beast begins to stir and wriggle in the deep water. A deafening roar erupts as the dragon finally tastes freedom, shaking the very foundation of the vault. The ancient serpent lets out a bone-chilling shriek as the last of its chains finally fall away. Alex watches the chaos unfold, realizing that her master might have just triggered a total catastrophe. A massive surge of water and mana boils toward the surface, signaling the end of the dragon's imprisonment. The beast erupts from the depths like a vengeful god, towering over the terrified guards on the walls. It turns out our boy didn't just free one monster, as a swarm of dragons suddenly fills the sky. The royal soldiers can only scream in pure terror as they realize their estate is now a hunting ground. A massive fire dragon gathers its heat, ready to turn this trash-tier noble house into a literal oven. A violent explosion rocks the bridge as the dragon unleashes its fury, incinerating everything in its path. Another ancient beast charges up a beam of destructive energy, its eyes glowing with centuries of pent-up rage. The beam tears through the stone towers like paper, proving the Holistawartia clan's reign of cruelty is over. The fire dragon continues its rampage, turning the once mighty towers into nothing but smoldering, trash-tier rubble. Explosions rip through the architecture as the Stuartia clan's legacy literally crumbles before their very eyes. Not to be outdone, the ancient serpent unleashes a freezing blast that turns the courtyard into an icy graveyard. Zeke hits the wet pavement, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the destruction surrounding him. Our boy Deus lands casually, looking like he didn't just trigger a localized apocalypse for his own amusement. Alex is absolutely losing it, frantically asking why their simple mission turned into a full-scale dragon war. Deus just shrugs it off, admitting that Solus' smug face simply annoyed him enough to start this. While Alex rants about their original plan to stay hidden, Deus remains completely unfazed by the growing chaos. Zeke stares at the burning ruins, remembering how they were originally supposed to sneak in and out quietly. Since the secret is out, Deus suggests they might as well just finish the job and wipe everyone out. Varius snaps awake in a total rage, his eyes glowing as he curses the ones responsible for this mess. Our boy Deus is actually surprised to see Varius sporting that iconic white hair amidst the growing chaos. Turns out the family head is joining the party, standing tall atop the burning ruins of his estate. Solus looks like he's about to lose it, gripping his massive blade while surveying the absolute destruction. He screams in pure fury, demanding to know who dared to humiliate the prestigious Holistawartia name like this. His eyes burn with a murderous intent that shows he isn't just some trash-tier noble playing at war. Zeke is completely dumbfounded, wondering if this masked hero is actually the one they have been looking for. The whole squad watches as the situation spirals, with Zeke still trying to process the sheer scale of power. The estate has become a literal hellscape, with the two warriors perched high above the raging inferno. Instead of being worried, Deus just lets out a dark smirk, clearly enjoying how much things have escalated. Deus just smirks and warns his opponent that any further aggression will result in their immediate death. Solus is absolutely livid, his eyes glowing with a rage that could burn the entire kingdom down. He realizes this is the masked hero he has been hunting and prepares for a final, bloody showdown. Poor Zeke is losing his mind, covering his ears and begging for this terrifying nightmare to finally end. With a sudden burst of speed, the warriors launch themselves into the air for a high-stakes confrontation. They clash under the pale moonlight, two powerhouses finally meeting in a dance of pure, unadulterated destruction. Solus unleashes his breaking camellia tree technique, pouring every ounce of his holy mana into the desperate strike. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy maw opens up from the darkness, ready to swallow everything in its path. As the chaos consumes the battlefield, Deus just waves goodbye while the estate crumbles into absolute nothingness. Our boy casually tells his crew he didn't even touch them, acting like he is completely innocent. Deus suggests they make their move and vanish into the chaos while the estate continues to burn. The trio makes a run for it as the dragons continue their vengeful rampage above the crumbling ruins. With every witness silenced, history will simply remember this massacre as an unexplained tragedy of the Stuartia clan. The sun rises on a new day, signaling that the nightmare of the previous night is finally over. Zeke snaps awake and realizes he needs to get moving if he wants to start his day right. He rushes through the building, determined to get the shop ready before his master shows up to check. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded when he opens the door to find a massive crowd of warriors waiting. The customers are practically foaming at the mouth, having waited since dawn to get their hands on gear. Zeke puts on his best customer service face and warmly welcomes the rowdy bunch to the weapon shop. He quickly gets to work, quoting prices for high-tier blades as the heroes scramble to empty their pockets. Zeke is busy handling the rush, charging gold and silver for the high-quality gear these warriors crave. Meanwhile, Alex uses her charm to convince a pair of mages that a new staff perfectly matches their aesthetic. She even throws in a buy two get one free deal, making the customers absolutely fall for her sales pitch. From the balcony above, Deus watches the chaotic scene below as his shop turns into a gold mine. He notes that business is booming, yet he doesn't look nearly as impressed as one might expect. The former Demon King lets out a heavy sigh, clearly feeling the weight of his new, mundane life. He thought making money like a human would be exhilarating, but it turns out to be quite dull. Zeke looks up when he hears his master's voice cutting through the noise of the rowdy crowd. Deus tells his apprentice he's heading upstairs to sleep, leaving the boy to handle the remaining greedy heroes. With the shop in good hands, he shuts the door behind him to find some much-needed peace. Deus finally retreats to his deluxe room upstairs, desperate to leave the noisy shop behind for some rest. He strolls across the expensive carpet, feeling like the luxury of human life is almost worth the hassle. Our boy dives straight onto the bed, marveling at how incredibly fluffy and soft the human blankets feel. He drifts off, thinking that while being rich is boring, sleeping is definitely the best part of it. Suddenly, a sharp shout jolts him awake, completely ruining his peaceful moment in an instant. The golden dragon is standing right there, her divine presence filling the room with an overwhelming glow. She mocks his lazy habits, noting that he seems far too carefree for someone in his position. Deus just smirks, telling her to take the clan registry since he knew she was watching the whole time. She admits she saw every detail of the incident, declaring it a blatant violation of their peace agreement. With a dangerous glint in his eye, he asks if they're finally ready to start a war with humanity. The Mother of Dragons scoffs, questioning whose sock he thinks she is actually acting for right now. She makes it clear that she doesn't care about the cost, and is fully prepared to pay him. Our boy narrows his eyes, asking if she knew this corruption had been festering for years, not just recently. She remains silent for a moment, the weight of her species' failures clearly pressing down on her divine shoulders. The dragon demands to know if he truly understands the gravity of breaking their ancient, sacred peace treaty. As the sun sets on the horizon, the tension in the room reaches a suffocating breaking point. Deus wonders if the dragon hardliners only acted because their supposed god was too weak to intervene herself. He realizes something doesn't add up when she flatly denies his theory with a look of pure conviction. She admits the rebels are spreading filth to kill humans, but insists this isn't how dragons truly operate. Our boy is left dumbfounded, trying to process what exactly this mysterious way of the dragons actually entails. The golden dragon insists her kind has too much pride to ever stoop to such trash-tier levels for revenge. She suddenly pauses as a chilling thought crosses her mind, realizing the current situation doesn't add up at all. Our boy stares at the ceiling, thinking about the creepy mycelium parasites that have been infesting the dragon rebels. The dragon mother is visibly shaken, wondering who could have possibly put such a filthy weapon in their hands. It finally clicks that a mysterious mastermind is exploiting the younger dragon's anger to fuel this entire bloody conflict. Deus finally snaps and starts yelling that she needs to stop making excuses for her troublesome kids right now. He gets right in her face, bluntly suggesting she should just beat them all up to end the drama. Our boy decides he's done with the conversation, mocking how everyone seems to suffer from a terminal complication disease. He tells her to just empty her mind and live peacefully, instead of stressing over every little treaty rule. As he lets out a cheeky chuckle from his bed, the dragon is left completely dumbfounded by his attitude. The golden dragon just laughs, mockingly calling the former Demon King defective for preaching about a peaceful life. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering what's so funny about wanting a little quiet time for once. He's officially done with her attitude, giving her the bird and telling her to just let things be. Deus mutters that dragons are idiots for not just wiping out humanity in one quick, decisive strike. Suddenly, he realizes something is off when she cryptically claims that the dragons simply cannot win this war. The mother of dragons turns serious, explaining that their bloodline makes victory an absolute impossibility for them. Our boy asks if they've all been gaslit, since everyone makes a fuss whenever the blood is mentioned. She reminds him that he wasn't there to witness the true horror of that fateful day years ago. The dragon warns that everything will change in 20 years, when the promised day of descent finally arrives. She recalls the legendary Stuartia warriors who, with the cross on their backs, will always rise again. The Stuartia bloodline is cursed with a terrifying tenacity that keeps them rising even after being brutally crushed. Deus listens as she explains that killing one only triggers the awakening of another, starting the cycle anew. She compares these relentless warriors to moths mindlessly throwing themselves into the incinerating flame of the Demon King. The real issue isn't their individual strength, but the fact that these human moths simply never stop coming. The Golden Dragon warns that eventually, even a king will feel fear toward that insane, bottomless human courage. Our boy realizes his true nemesis is the last hero, the ultimate warrior destined to face him soon. Her gaze pierces through him, making it clear that the coming storm isn't about fighting mere mortals. She reveals that on the promised day, he won't be facing humans, but a force of pure nature. The former Demon King sees the reflection of his past enemies, realizing the scale of the threat approaching. This is the same endless courage that has kept humanity victorious for over 66,000 years. Deus chuckles while lounging, finding the whole situation with his apprentice Zeke absolutely hilarious. Our boy can't help but smirk, imagining the look on the kid's face during his brutal training. He suggests a trash-tier strategy of wiping out the hero's bloodline now to ensure an easy victory. Why wait a century for a fair fight when demons live long enough to just end it early? The Mother of Dragons is stunned as he admits he only followed the rules because he assumed they were rational. Turns out, nobody actually knows why this endless cycle of resurrection and war even exists in the first place. He starts questioning the very core of their reality, wondering what a hero or a king even represents. The Dragon Lady is dumbfounded, unable to process the existential nonsense our boy is suddenly spewing at her. He stares her down, insisting that this entire world is far stranger than anyone cares to admit. If demons thrived underground for 60,000 years, this struggle for the surface seems completely unnecessary and forced. The Mother of Dragons tries to explain that the surface is blessed, while the underground remains cursed. Our boy isn't buying it, questioning why a creator would play favorites if he made everyone. He pushes further, asking what this so-called god even is, leaving the Dragon Lady completely dumbfounded. She insists that he's the absolute being responsible for everything, but her logic is clearly lacking. Deus just snaps, calling the whole situation a load of trash-tier nonsense that makes no sense. She grabs him, wondering if he's having a midlife crisis after finally seeing some real sunlight. Collapsing onto the bed, he wonders if he's truly the only one seeing the cracks in reality. After being called an idiot, he just tells her to leave so he can finally get some sleep. As he settles in, a small chuckle escapes, showing he might be onto something big. The Golden Dragon admits his existential rambling actually cheered her up and made her question the world too. Deus tries to kick her out, insisting the shop is closed and he desperately needs some shut-eye. The Golden Dragon doesn't move, her gaze lingering as if she's weighing the gravity of her next words. She drops a heavy request, tasking him with finding the one spreading mycelium among her dragon children. Our boy is dumbfounded, wondering how a mere shopkeeper could find info that even a god can't track. She hints that the answer lies with the Demon Duke currently serving right under his own nose. This traces back to a prehistoric war where a single strategist led a rebellion that nearly ended dragonkind. Turns out, that legendary monster was Alex, the very same person driving Deus around these days. The realization hits Deus like a truck as he stares into the void, questioning everything about his companion. He recalls her trash-tier bragging about being a top-tier strategist, but this revelation is on another level, warning him that Alex could easily infiltrate his inner circle. The Dragon Lady finally takes her leave. The Golden Dragon departs, leaving Deus to ponder her warning that this world might actually be quite strange. She offers one last knowing look, confirming that the reality they live in is far from normal. In a burst of light, the Dragon Lady finally disappears, leaving the room in a heavy, contemplative silence. Suddenly, Alex barges in screaming about a major problem, nearly scaring the life out of our sleeping boy. He presents a small vial, insisting that Deus takes a close look at the evidence he just found. It is the Hell's Puppet Mushroom, the same parasitic growth that was found infecting the ancient dragon's body. Deus is totally dumbfounded, wondering why a trash-tier mind-altering mushroom is worth interrupting his precious rest. The situation turns grim when Alex explains that this particular fungus only originates from their old demon realm. Alex notes that only one specific individual in existence has the power to manipulate such a cursed plant. He then suggests they simply cover up the evidence, his expression turning chillingly serious as he plots. Deus loses his cool and grabs Alex, asking how they can possibly cover up an ancient dragon's massive ruckus. Alex clarifies that while the fungus belongs to Daroshu, the real goal was a demon-led civil war. The mention of a civil war hits Deus like a truck, making him realize the scale of this conspiracy. Our boy starts shaking Alex violently, accusing his strategist of being the one who actually triggered the strife. Alex just scoffs, claiming his elegant psychological tactics are far superior to using some gross, damp mushrooms. Deus finally settles down, begrudgingly admitting that Alex wouldn't have brought this up if he were the culprit. Still, he stares Alex down with intensity, demanding to know the true motive behind such a calculated move. Alex looks genuinely baffled by the sudden interrogation, his usual smugness momentarily flickering away under the pressure. Deus presses further, asking why anyone would bother using mycelium to force humans into a mindless, violent frenzy. Alex reminds him that the goal was always to force a bloody conflict between humanity and the dragon race. Alex argues that using mycelium is a rookie mistake, because any investigation would immediately point toward demon interference. Our boy brings up Daroshu, the Golden Law, asking if Alex recognized that signature when they first crossed paths. Memories of the front lines flash back, recalling the endless centuries they spent fighting face-to-face in brutal wars. Looking around his room, Deus realizes this whole scheme feels incredibly sloppy and suspects a much deeper conspiracy. He cracks his knuckles, eager to use the brutal torture techniques they learned as kids to extract the truth. His excitement is short-lived when Alex reveals he already checked the workshop and found it completely empty. The strategist explains that Daroshu has vanished, leaving no trace behind even after a search of the demon realm. This news sends Deus into a total meltdown, since he just wanted to live a quiet, peaceful life. He slumps over in utter despair, complaining that his strategist is effectively ruining his chances at a normal retirement. Alex ignores the whining and asks about the Grand Duke, noting only Deus has the authority to move Daroshu. Alex suddenly realizes that the Grand Duke might actually be the puppet master behind this entire mess. He looks over at our boy Deus, who is currently acting like a total trash-tier, depressed mess. The strategist connects the dots, remembering how Deus dismantled the dragon poaching cartel and shook the elite heroes. By handing evidence to the Golden Dragon, he essentially forced the dragon hardliners to break the peace treaty. Alex realizes the old world order of demons versus everyone else is finally crumbling into nothingness. Now, a chaotic three-way war between humans, dragons, and demons is unfolding for the first time in history. He slumps down, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the grand scheme playing out. Looking at his master, he wonders if this shopkeeper life was just a cover for a deeper play. A wicked grin forms as he realizes they can spin this chaos to their own advantage. They might even be recorded in the divine archives as the saviors who prevented a total racial massacre. Alex's eyes widen as a terrifyingly brilliant thought begins to take root in his mind. He wonders if our boy calculated this entire mess before even stepping down from the demon throne. Looking back, he remembers how much the former king craved the simple beauty of the surface world. Even when asked why he abandoned his people, the master just brushed it off as nothing special. Alex drops to his knees, feeling like a total amateur for not seeing the grand scheme sooner. He addresses his master with renewed reverence, leaving the former king completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift. The strategist claims he finally sees the beautiful picture and understands why it had to stay a secret. Deus just stares back, internally questioning if his loyal servant has finally taken the wrong medicine. Despite the confusion, Alex vows to risk his life to ensure this master plan stays perfectly covered up. Realizing he can use this, our boy decides to just play along with the strategist's wild delusions. Deus orders Alex to cover up the evidence before deciding it's finally time to hit the hay. As the strategist turns to leave, our boy calls out, his mind suddenly plagued by a heavy, existential doubt. Sitting on his bed, the former king asks if the gods are actually real or just a myth. Alex looks back, surprised by the sudden curiosity, and confirms that the divine definitely exist in their world. Deus remains quiet, his expression unreadable as he thinks about the strange path his life has taken. He points out that despite all their rules, the gods didn't seem to care when he abandoned his throne. The strategist just smiles, insisting that the higher powers are surely observing every single thing they do. The mood shifts instantly when Alex casually mentions that he has actually stood in the presence of the gods. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, immediately pressing for details on what those celestial beings actually look like. He waits in silence, wondering if his loyal servant is finally about to reveal the world's greatest secret. Alex admits he only saw the gods from a distance, leaving the details a complete mystery. Our boy loses it, screaming that he got worked up for nothing before telling Alex to just beat it. The strategist just chuckles and vanishes into a shadow portal, wishing his master a peaceful night's rest. Finally, alone, Deus stares at the ceiling, unable to shake the heavy thoughts weighing on his mind. He begins connecting the dots, realizing the current chaos with the dragons is far from a simple accident. If the demon hardliners are provoking a war, humanity is about to face a trash-tier extinction event. Even the mother of dragons seems caught in a web of manipulation that threatens the entire world's balance. Meanwhile, greedy nobles like Solus might be using these attacks as a convenient excuse to hunt more dragons. If the peace treaty breaks, these magnificent creatures will end up as nothing more than chained-up victims. Deus narrows his gaze, knowing he's the only one who can stop this massive conspiracy from unfolding. Deus weighs the third possibility, wondering if this mess is actually the Mother of Dragons' secret conspiracy. Alex points out that the Golden Dragon is hiding as a human, playing a dangerous game with administrators. If they sideline her, the plan to hunt down the dragons becomes a much more profitable venture. It would look like a rogue demon king suddenly decided to turn the surface into a trash-tier graveyard. With the alliance breaking and mycelium spreading, the chaos provides the perfect cover for a power grab. Our boy realizes that playing this right means they can finally take control of the entire board. Deus dismissively wonders why any of this should matter to him. As he stares into the red gloom, he decides that if anyone dares to interfere, he will simply slaughter them all without any hesitation. Meanwhile, life continues at the weapon shop, though the calm atmosphere is nothing but a brief facade. A boisterous knight marches in, demanding to see Zeke and wondering how the kid has been holding up. Zeke excitedly introduces his former classmate to the boss, but our boy couldn't care less about the interruption. He hypes her up as an A-ranked hero from a prestigious family, though she seems quite full of herself. Alex whispers about the local power dynamics, noting how the girl's family towers over Zeke's ruined lineage. Alexia notices Zeke's high-quality gear and condescendingly asks who his new sponsor is, thinking he found some luck. Deus just keeps lounging with his feet up, staring at her like she's some trash-tier nuisance in his shop. Feeling insulted, she smugly asks if he's simply dumbfounded by the sight of a high-ranking hero like her. Our boy kills the mood by asking why such a great hero was nowhere to be found during the dragon attack. She gets defensive, claiming dragons are way above her pay grade, and that everyone should just play their roles. Zeke nervously agrees to keep the peace before asking what actually brought her to the shop today. As she prepares to answer, Deus remains completely unimpressed by her presence or her excuses. Alexia boasts about her A-rank status while mocking the trash-tier sponsor who chose a loser like Zeke. She sneers that the sponsor must be some brainless rich kid who doesn't even recognize her family's prestige. Our boy just laughs it off, nervously admitting he was lucky his master didn't see her first. Deus kills the vibe by pointing out that hero families are useless if they hide during dragon attacks. The insult sends her into a rage, forcing Zeke to hold her back before she starts a fight. She storms out in a huff, while Deus tells her to stay away unless she's actually buying something. Suddenly, she stops and calls out to Zeke, catching him completely off guard with a final suggestion. She insists that since he finally has a sponsor, he needs to take a proper blood aptitude test. The mention of the test makes Deus snap out of his boredom, realizing he missed a crucial detail. He demands to know if Zeke ever actually took the test, his eyes glowing with sudden, intense interest. Zeke nervously laughs about the test being expensive, but Alexia tells him to try his luck anyway. Deus is dumbfounded that they even charge for tests, while Alexia notes that only basic classes are free. She explains that simple classes aren't enough, forcing everyone into trash-tier private lessons and expensive academies. When she claims those are just excuses, our boy Deus can't help but look at her with pure skepticism. Alexia smugly declares that true geniuses pass everything easily and become first-class heroes above A rank. Deus smirks, realizing the human world is just another playground for the survival of the fittest. He leans back, arguing that equal opportunity only holds back the truly excellent, while the weak just fail. It sounds to him like hero rankings are just a game of who has the fattest wallet. Alexia just laughs it off, insisting that the world always has a high-paying spot for a top-tier hero. Finally, Deus asks the real question. What happens to the pathetic losers who don't make the cut? Alexia insists that the support department helps those trash-tier failures find a way to survive on their own. Our boy Deus immediately brings up Zeke, wondering how the kid fits into this supposedly perfect system. Alexia scoffs, claiming Zeke is just lazy and would rather let his siblings work than put in effort. She points out that barely scraping by only guarantees that the cycle of poverty continues for the next generation. Hearing this, Deus is dumbfounded that the human world has absolutely no real solutions for the weak. Alexia remains smug, firmly believing that true talent is something you are born with and can never hide. When Deus learns they are only teenagers, he can't help but pity how tough their lives actually are. Suddenly, he decides he has had enough talk and orders Zeke to shut down the shop immediately. Zeke is left blinking in confusion, having no clue where his eccentric master plans to drag him now. Deus gleefully announces a blood test as Alex manifests, leaving the kids terrified by the sudden demonic presence. The gang arrives at the Hero Management Office, a place that reeks of human bureaucracy and paperwork. Our boy Deus wastes no time and demands they check their blood ranks to register as heroes immediately. The trash tier clerk doesn't care who they are and lazily tells them to take a number and wait. When Deus tries to push his luck, the clerk just points toward a very specific sign on his desk. The sign basically tells everyone not to be a jerk and to follow the staff's instructions. Deus starts losing his cool, forcing Zeke and Alex to physically restrain him before he levels the building. They eventually give in to the system, ending up with a waiting number that feels like a personal insult. While Zeke is just happy to be included, Deus sits there fuming, wondering why he's humoring these mortals. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a massive presence stomps right past their waiting area toward the counter. A hulking warrior demands service, and the clerk suddenly finds his manners, leaving Deus completely dumbfounded. Our boy Deus is fuming because some meathead just skipped the line while they're stuck waiting. This monster is Malkant, a local powerhouse who supposedly rivals the strength of a G-rank hero. Zeke clarifies that Alexia is just a student, barely holding onto her family's reputation through her father. Finally, the trash tier clerk calls their number, and Zeke jumps up like he just won the lottery. The trio enters the cramped office, feeling the weight of the clerk's bored and judgmental gaze. The clerk stares at the application with a look that says he's seen better resumes from goblins. He notes that Zeke is just a 17-year-old elementary graduate, making the kid look completely pathetic. With no aptitude test or bloodline records, the clerk realizes he's dealing with a total nobody. Zeke can only offer a nervous laugh as his family's lack of prestige is laid bare. When the clerk moves to stamp him as trash tier F rank, Deus lunges forward to stop the disrespect. Deus demands a proper aptitude test, arguing that rushing this ranking could ruin the kid's entire life. The clerk just shrugs, claiming he was trying to save them money since they look like broke nobodies. When the price tag hits 5 gold, our boy is stunned by the sheer audacity of the fee. Deus doesn't hesitate and slams the coins down, leaving the trash tier clerk completely speechless. He firmly orders the man to start the test, refusing to let Zeke be labeled as F-rank trash. The clerk remains silent, likely wondering where a group of peasants found that kind of gold. He eventually heads off to grab the equipment while the trio waits for the moment of truth. Zeke offers a nervous laugh, feeling guilty that Deus is spending a small fortune on his behalf. Deus just fumes, realizing how pathetic this world is for letting money decide a person's destiny. Turns out the test kit is a grotesque, fleshy machine that looks like it crawled out of a nightmare. The clerk explains that this creepy contraption is actually a high-tech tool for measuring blood purity. He tells Zeke that the process is simple, requiring nothing more than a hand on the crystal. The man stares Zeke down, pressuring him to finally step up and prove his worth. Our boy gulps hard, his nerves nearly getting the better of him as the pressure mounts. With Alex and Deus watching closely, Zeke finally reaches out to make contact with the glowing stone. The moment his skin touches the cold surface, a faint click echoes through the silent room. Suddenly, the machine erupts in a blinding red flash, nearly blowing the poor kid's hair back. The mechanical mouth unhinges and spits out a wet slip of paper containing the final verdict. The results are in, showing a blood purity rate of over 10%, which is absolutely insane. The trash tier clerk is left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe the numbers staring him in the face. Everyone stares in disbelief, as the clerk mutters about the result being impossibly low for a hero candidate. Demiurgos loses his cool, and demands to know the exact rank for a 10% blood purity score. The trash tier clerk starts sweating bullets under the former Demon King's intense and soul-piercing gaze. He tries to pull a fast one, claiming the machine is defective and demanding more gold for a reset. Our boy Zeke just wants to give up, feeling that wasting more money on this test isn't worth it. The clerk is internally panicking, wondering if he should just slap an F rank on the kid and move on. Demiurgos isn't having any of it, and snaps at the man to stop making excuses and do his job. He argues that since they already paid, even an F rank needs to be officially recorded right now. The clerk remains silent, as the weight of the situation finally starts to sink into his greedy mind. He finally asks Zeke to confirm if he truly belongs to the legendary lineage of 4th-generation heroes. Demiurgos isn't impressed by the clerk's excuses and wonders why the man is making such a big deal. The clerk explains that even legendary heroes barely hit 9% purity, making Zeke's 10% statistically impossible. He doubles down on the broken machine theory, demanding more gold or threatening to settle for an F rank. Suddenly, the machine flashes a B rank, leaving the trash tier clerk sweating and our boy Zeke completely dumbfounded. Demiurgos demands they just give him the B rank already, or at least settle for a respectable D rank. The clerk is internally panicking, insisting that a 10% purity rating is absolute nonsense, and the kit's broken. Fed up, Demiurgos slams the table and bets that if the result repeats, the clerk owes them gold. The group is caught off guard when the clerk claims he finally understands their suspicious relationship. He accuses Demiurgos of being a predatory scout who treats poor countryside heroes like disposable lottery tickets. The clerk believes they'll just toss Zeke aside if his rank doesn't meet their greedy expectations. The clerk continues his lecture, claiming he's actually the one looking out for the little guy. He warns that inflating a rank is basically a death sentence, since it dictates mission difficulty. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut as the group stares the man down. Fed up with the noise, Demiurgos asks if he's just stalling because he's terrified of losing. Our boy Zeke is caught in the middle, while Demiurgos pushes for the B rank or the gold. The clerk realizes that if that rare purity pops up again, his professional reputation is completely cooked. He stares at the crystal, sweating bullets over the nightmare scenario of an even higher result appearing. To him, 5 gold is a fortune, and he refuses to lose it to some talentless brat. Panicked and desperate to end the nightmare, the trash tier clerk suddenly blurts out a compromise of C rank. He screams that they must settle there, pretending his cowardice is actually genuine concern for Zeke's safety. Demiurgos considers the offer, realizing the clerk is just desperately trying to save his own skin. He agrees to the C rank deal, demanding the clerk finalize it before he changes his mind again. Terrified of losing more gold, the clerk slams his stamp down to make the rank official. He presents the certificate, sweating as he confirms Zeke is now officially a C rank hero. Our boy Zeke is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe he just skipped several ranks in one day. As the sun sets over the city, the chaos of the evaluation finally comes to an end. Walking away, Demiurgos mocks the clerk's cowardice, calling him a pathetic punk for refusing the bet. Alex just laughs along as they leave Zeke behind to process his sudden rise in status. Zeke stares at the paper with teary eyes, feeling the weight of his family's legacy finally manifesting. He looks at those words one last time, knowing his life as a trash tier servant is over. Zeke remembers the trash tier insults from his past, mocking his F-grade blood and calling him a worthless outsider. He flashes back to the days he spent begging for work just to keep his starving siblings alive. Closing his eyes, our boy lets the pain of those memories wash over him one last time. When he opens them, the despair is gone, replaced by a clarity he has never felt before. Deus just keeps talking with that smug grin, completely unaware of the profound impact he's had on the kid. Watching his new master walk away with Alex, Zeke realizes Deus is the only person who ever helped him. As the sky glows with the setting sun, a strange, warm feeling begins to swell in his chest. He looks on with watery eyes, finally understanding that his luck has changed for the better. Standing tall in the middle of the street, Zeke silently vows to dedicate his entire life to his savior. To Zeke, this isn't just a coincidence. He truly believes Deus is a destined angel sent by the gods. Zeke grips his sleeve, his resolve finally hardening as he prepares to chase his new destiny. He takes a firm step forward, officially leaving his trash tier life as a servant in the dust. Our boy sprints through the busy town, desperately shouting for Deus and Alex to let him join them. A month passes in the blink of an eye, but the peace is shattered by a terrifying, ominous sky. Violent energy swirls within the dark clouds, signaling the arrival of a power that defies all logic. A massive pillar of lightning crashes down, incinerating the landscape in a display of raw, divine fury. Deus just watches the chaos with a casual hum, seemingly bored by the world-ending spectacle. With blood staining his face, he wonders if that explosion was actually Zeke, reaching a new level. Standing amidst the flames, he calmly weighs his options while the entire region burns to a crisp. Turns out even his overwhelming power isn't enough, as he realizes his latest attack didn't do any damage. Legend speaks of the Red Phoenix, a divine guardian that once reduced the old world to absolute cinders. Back in the present, our boy and his eccentric companions find themselves blending into the local mourning crowd. They stop in front of the town's quest board, which is currently overflowing with desperate pleas for help. Zeke is totally confused, wondering why a powerhouse like Deus is even bothering with low-level mercenary work. Deus just smiles, reminding his apprentice that since he's officially a hero, it's time to start acting like one. Suddenly, a trash-tier loudmouth named Oladin brags about taking on an A-rank quest to hunt a terrifying lich. Deus ignores the noise, suggesting they stick to C-rank quests, while Zeke nervously laughs at the sudden pressure. The board offers everything from spider egg hunts to exorcising ghosts, but nothing seems to catch their eye. That is, until they spot a request to take down a merman terrorizing some poor coastal villagers. Deus has no clue what that is, so Alex explains they're 2-meter-tall fishmen who raid villages for sport. Deus snatches the merman quest right off the board, finally deciding on their next big move. Our boy is way too hyped, telling the group to get their swim gear ready for some fun. He actually shows up in a trash-tier floral shirt and a swim ring, looking ready for a vacation. However, his excitement quickly turns to confusion as he catches a glimpse of the actual scene. Instead of a peaceful beach, the entire coastal village is engulfed in a literal sea of flames. Alex notes the irony, while Deus wonders why a fish-related quest involves so much fire. The local villagers are desperately tossing torches into the wreckage to keep the monsters at bay. Panic spreads through the town as they realize their homes are the only fuel left to burn. One man stands before the inferno, knowing this heat is their only shield against the coming tide. He screams for everyone to keep the fires roaring, since mermen can't stand the intense heat. A woman rushes through the burning streets, knowing that every second counts to keep the flames high. She suddenly freezes in her tracks as a cold chill runs down her spine despite the surrounding heat. Out of nowhere, a massive shark-like merman leaps from the rooftops, ready to skewer her like a fish. The poor girl can only scream as death literally drops from the sky right in front of her. She barely has time to process the monster's presence before its heavy trident slams into the dirt. Luckily, a fellow villager dives in at the last second, tackling her away from the beast's lethal reach. They tumble across the scorched earth, narrowly avoiding becoming another casualty in this trash-tier nightmare. But their relief is short-lived when a massive, webbed foot crushes the ground right before their eyes. It turns out this isn't just one stray monster. An entire squad of mermen has surrounded the survivors. Staring into those soulless red eyes, they realize the fire might not be enough to stop these predators. The desperate villagers scream out, wondering when a hero will finally arrive to save them from the flames. Alex calmly explains that mermen are surprisingly resistant to heat, making this fire a death trap for most. Our boy Deus, looking ridiculous in his vacation gear, asks just how strong these fishy bastards actually are. Alex admits he lacks the data to make a proper calculation, leaving the monster's true power a mystery. Surveying the burning ruins, Deus decides this C-rank disaster is actually a decent challenge for a beginner. He casually suggests that Zeke should handle the situation alone, leaving his apprentice completely dumbfounded and shaking. Alex wonders if they should at least offer a little help, but Deus seems set on his plan. With a firm look, Deus orders Zeke to get down there and start acting like a real warrior. Zeke can't believe his ears, stammering about whether he's really expected to fight an entire squad solo. Deus simply reminds him that since he's the only hero present, the job is officially his to finish. Deus reminds the kid that he's just a merchant, and Alex is merely a humble butler. Zeke starts sweating bullets, doubting if he can handle a real fight on such short notice. Our boy Deus gets intense, reminding Zeke of the apology he gave when they first met. He points out that Zeke was the one who claimed to be trash tier, not anyone else. Deus insists that Zeke is the true leader and the hero who fought while others watched. Zeke is left dumbfounded as his master asks if he's already forgotten his own heroic identity. With a firm gesture, Deus declares that Zeke is now an official C-rank hero. He points toward the burning village where innocent people are currently praying for a savior. Deus shouts for him to move, calling out Zeke's full name to ignite his spirit. Finally finding his resolve, Zeke prepares to charge into the fray and fulfill his duty. Zeke admits he was a trash-tier loser, but thanks Deus for reminding him of his true potential. Our boy declares he was reborn as a C-rank hero and vows to protect his family name. Fueled by pure hype, Zeke charges forward, while Deus cheers on his newly motivated apprentice. Pointing at a tiny parasite, Deus mocks Zeke's past idiocy and tells him to finally wake up. Alex watches silently, noticing the sinister grin spreading across the former Demon King's face. Deus secretly laughs at how easy it is to manipulate his stupidly loyal student into doing his bidding. Boots hit the scorched earth as the chaos of the burning village reaches a fever pitch. A terrified villager sprints through the flames, desperate to escape the nightmare unfolding around him. Every step through the rubble is a struggle as the heat of the fire consumes the town. In the panic, innocent people collide and fall, praying for someone to stop this living hell. A woman desperately tries to pull a fallen man to his feet as the ground burns beneath them. Suddenly, a massive force sends another poor soul flying through the air like a total ragdoll. The carnage continues as more innocent people are cut down in the middle of the burning streets. One man can only scream in agony as a jagged trident pierces right through his chest. Watching her neighbors get slaughtered, the woman realizes they have absolutely no time left to escape. A monstrous merman looms over the pair, ready to finish the job with a rusted, jagged blade. The beast growls with pure bloodlust, its glowing red eye fixed on its next easy prey. Just then, our boy Zeke intervenes, activating a massive protection spell etched with a mysterious, glowing eye. He slams into the monster with a burst of purple lightning, determined to protect the remaining survivors. The villagers can only stare in total shock, dumbfounded that someone actually came to save them. Zeke stands his ground, blocking the merman's path with a powerful, glowing shield. As he holds the line, the desperate villagers finally see a glimmer of hope. Our boy grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into maintaining the barrier. He proudly announces his name and mission, promising the terrified people that they are finally safe. For a moment, the survivors are overjoyed, thanking the heavens that a savior actually showed up. However, the mood shifts as an elderly woman notices something off about their new protector. She wonders why he looks so young, and where the rest of his elite party is hiding. Holovich points out the obvious problem, noting that Zeke doesn't even have a sword or proper armor. He feels cheated, complaining that they risk their lives only to be rescued by a mere child. The old man's face contorts with rage and disbelief as he realizes their supposed hero is just a kid. Zeke awkwardly scratches his head and apologizes for his late arrival, while a monster looms right behind him. Holovich loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs for the kid to look behind him. The merman doesn't hesitate, slamming its trident into the shield with enough force to shatter the ground. Our boy grits his teeth in pain, realizing this trash-tier mob is way stronger than he anticipated. The impact is too much, sending Zeke soaring through the air like a discarded ragdoll. He crashes hard into the dirt, right in front of the terrified survivors he was supposed to protect. Seeing their opening, the rest of the mermen swarm forward with bloodlust in their glowing red eyes. A villager realizes the situation is hopeless and desperately tells everyone to abandon their homes and run. He bellows a final warning, knowing that if they don't move now, they'll all be slaughtered. Chaos erupts as the villagers flee for their lives while the monsters descend upon the burning town. Holovich hits the dirt in total shock, watching as the village he spent years building starts to burn. He screams at Zeke, demanding to know why a lowly servant is trying to play the hero now. Our boy just ignores the noise and charges forward, telling the survivors to run while he holds the line. The innkeeper is completely dumbfounded, realizing the kid he looked down on is the only thing standing between them and death. A sudden burst of speed leaves a trail of blue light as the first clash of steel begins. Zeke throws himself into the middle of the mermen, his eyes burning with a desperate need to protect. He manages to deflect a blow and sends one of the shark-faced invaders flying back into the flames. Turns out these monsters are no joke, as a massive trident slams into shield with a sickening thud. The force is too much for his apprentice-tier body, sending him tumbling backward through the scorched air. He hits the ground hard and coughs up blood, realizing his heroic stand might have just reached its limit. A shark-faced freak drops from the sky, aiming to turn our boy into a human kebab. The impact sends Zeke tumbling through the dirt as he screams in sheer pain and frustration. He skids across the burning ground, blood staining his chin while he desperately tries to find his footing. Before he can even breathe, another merman lunges forward with a trident aimed straight for his throat. Zeke barely rolls out of the way, the heavy weapon shattering the earth where his head just was. Desperate, he pours every ounce of mana into his shield, causing it to crackle with unstable purple energy. The shield erupts in a massive shockwave, sending the trash-tier invaders flying back into the burning ruins. Our boy grits his teeth, his eyes glowing as he realizes his legendary gear is finally waking up. He stands firm against the swarm, the purple lightning from his shield acting as a final line of defense. Just as he thinks he has a chance, a massive shadow looms over him, leaving him completely dumbfounded. A massive merman slams into our boy, sending him tumbling across the cracked earth like a ragdoll. Zeke coughs up blood, feeling his ribs groan under the weight of that trash-tier monster's overwhelming strength. He desperately tries to push himself up, his vision blurring as the heat of the fire intensifies. Before he can recover, the beast launches him again, making him scream in pure agony as he crashes. Thinking fast, he raises his ornate shield just in time to catch a heavy blow that would have crushed him. The impact sends him skidding back, his heels digging deep, furrows into the dirt while mana flares. Zeke snarls through the pain, realizing he can't just play defense if he wants to survive this nightmare. He unleashes a burst of energy from the shield, the light blinding the invaders as the ground shatters. The feedback of the legendary gear's power shocks his system, leaving him screaming as lightning courses through him. Despite the exhaustion, he stays low and ready, knowing the next strike might be his last. Zeke grits his teeth behind his shield, desperately looking for a way to turn the tide. But the sheer force of the invasion sends our boy flying through the burning air. A massive merman looms over him, proving these trash-tier monsters are still a lethal threat. The impact is brutal, catching Zeke off guard and knocking the wind right out of him. He screams in pure agony as blood sprays, his vision blurring from the overwhelming pain. Another heavy strike slams into him, leaving him dumbfounded by the enemy's relentless speed. Gravity takes over as he plummets toward the village, unable to regain his footing. The crash is devastating, leveling a nearby building as flames consume everything in sight. Holovich and the terrified villagers can only watch in despair as their last hope falls. High above the carnage, Deus and Alex relax under an umbrella, enjoying the view like a show. Deus and Alex watch the carnage from afar, with Alex wondering if Zeke is finally starting to improve. She notes that our boy has grown up a bit, finally showing some real grit under extreme pressure. Deus remains silent, his expression hidden behind sunglasses as he calmly evaluates his apprentice's survival chances. Down in the ruins, the village continues to burn as the merman invasion reaches a fever pitch. Suddenly, Zeke bursts from the rubble, screaming that he is a hero, while brandishing his legendary eye shield. He charges back into the fray, his shield glowing as he takes on multiple trash-tier monsters at once. A massive merman swings a heavy blow, but Zeke holds his ground despite the beast's sheer weight. His boots skid across the dirt, and blood masks his face, yet his resolve doesn't flicker once. The monster prepares another devastating strike, its muscles bulging with the clear intent to finish him off. The impact rattles his bones, but our boy grunts through the pain, refusing to let his shield break. Zeke is covered in blood, but his eyes burn with a fire that screams he isn't done yet. He declares himself a hero, his legendary shield erupting with a blinding light that pushes back the darkness. The trash-tier mermen don't care about his speech, and swarm him from all sides like hungry sharks. One beast lunges with its trident, but our boy is faster, narrowly avoiding a strike that would have ended him. He flips through the air with surprising grace, realizing that raw strength isn't enough to survive this slaughter. A massive blue fist catches him off guard, sending a jolt of pain through his already battered ribs. He grunts in agony, spitting out blood while wondering if his master is even bothered to watch this. Suddenly, the eye shield pulses with ancient power, reacting to Zeke's desperate need to protect the innocent villagers. With a savage roar, he executes a perfect strike, finally drawing first blood against the monstrous invaders. Zeke is covered in blood, realizing the mermen are relentless as another one leaps from the fiery shadows. He is completely surrounded, the trash-tier monsters swarming him while the village burns in the background. Our boy feels a terrifying presence behind him, his instincts screaming that something much bigger has joined the fray. Before he can react, a massive merman grabs him, its grip feeling like a vice tightening around his chest. He stares into its glowing red eye, realizing these beasts aren't just mindless, they're hungry for his life. The monster's muscles bulge as it tries to crush the life out of him, making every breath a struggle. Zeke screams in agony, blood blurring his vision as he wonders if this is where his journey finally ends. Refusing to die, he grips his eye shield, praying the ancient artifact will grant him the strength to survive. With a surge of desperate resolve, he pushes back, knowing he is the only shield protecting the innocent villagers. Zeke leaps high, looking down at the massive beast with nothing but pure, cold focus. He sticks the landing, his boots slamming into the dirt as he prepares for one final, crushing blow. With a roar, our boy slams his legendary eye shield right into the merman's ugly, fishy mug. The impact is massive, sending the trash-tier monster tumbling back into the burning ruins of the village. As he lands, the cross-shaped marking on his leg pulses, a reminder of his heavy warrior bloodline. He collapses to his knees, his lungs burning as the sheer exhaustion of the fight finally catches up. Holovich and the other village folk watch in total disbelief, dumbfounded that their servant just saved them. Sweat and blood drip from his brow while he struggles to keep his vision from fading into darkness. Despite the pain, Zeke looks up with a terrifying intensity, his eyes glowing with a newfound, savage power. Zeke gasps for air, his body screaming for him to just give up and stay down. But the trash-tier mermen aren't finished yet, and they are already closing in for the kill. The terrified village folk can only watch as the monsters prepare to tear their savior apart. Suddenly, a whole pack of these fishy freaks surrounds our boy, smelling the fresh blood. Zeke grits his teeth, calculating that he only has a few more shots left before collapsing. From a nearby cliff, Demiurgos and Alex are just chilling, watching the struggle like a movie. Alex wonders if they should finally step in before their apprentice gets turned into fish food. Demiurgos just leans back, telling her to wait because he knows the kid won't die yet. Since the boy survived a dragon, Demiurgos is certain he can handle these pathetic bottom feeders. Demiurgos and Alex remain on the sidelines, with Alex deciding to trust her master's judgment for now. A jagged trident suddenly tears through the air, signaling the start of the final, bloody feast. Zeke gets sent flying by the force, his body slamming into the hard ground with a sickening thud. He wipes the blood from his eyes, feeling a surge of adrenaline that drowns out the pain. A massive merman towers over our boy, convinced that this pathetic human is finally at death's door. Zeke grits his teeth and raises his shield, channeling every drop of mana into a desperate, glowing defense. He doesn't just block, he explodes forward, using the momentum to catch the fishman completely off guard. Even as the monster lunges again, Zeke's focus sharpens, seeing the slow movements of his trash-tier opponent. Our boy spins with a feral roar, shattering the merman's trident and turning the tide of the battle. Zeke takes a brutal blow to the face, his vision blurring as blood spatters the dry earth. Before he can even recover, another monstrous strike connects, tearing a guttural scream from his lungs. Our boy is sent tumbling like a rag doll, his body bouncing off the dirt in a cloud of dust. He collapses in agony, realizing that his sheer willpower might not be enough to survive this onslaught. Zeke looks up through a haze of red, his heart sinking as the shadows of his enemies loom large. A whole pack of these trash-tier monsters surrounds him, ready to finish what they started. They descend on him like a pack of starving wolves, their heavy blows raining down without mercy. Clinging to his shield, he desperately prays for a miracle as the world starts to fade into darkness. The villagers watch in absolute horror as their only hope is buried under a mountain of blue flesh. The village folk stand frozen in terror, watching their only protector get absolutely demolished by the blue-skinned freaks. One woman can only watch in tearful despair, feeling the weight of their inevitable doom as the hero falls. Suddenly, she flinches in surprise when a young boy beside her makes a sudden, desperate move toward the chaos. It is Noah, and despite the danger, he sprints forward while screaming for everyone to stop being cowards. His small feet kick up dust as he charges into a battle he has no business being in. He tearfully shouts that the hero is dying for them, so they cannot just stand there and watch. The boy pushes past the adults, his tiny heart filled with more courage than the rest of the village combined. Seeing a child lead the charge leaves the men dumbfounded before a spark of shame ignites their fighting spirit. With a collective roar, the villagers grab their tools and rush to pull the mermen off our boy. The villagers finally snap, throwing their bodies onto the mermen to peel them off their savior. They scream for our boy to get up, refusing to let his sacrifice go to waste. One man grits his teeth, promising they will hold the line so Zeke can deliver the final blow. Zeke stares in disbelief, his vision blurry from blood as he realizes he is not fighting alone anymore. A surge of adrenaline hits him, and he roars with a fury that shakes the very ground. He slams his palm down to steady himself, before launching a counterattack that catches the monsters off guard. With a single, explosive movement, he sends a trash-tier merman flying through the air like a ragdoll. The beast crashes into the nearby structures, its bones shattering against the weight of Zeke's newfound resolve. He becomes a whirlwind of steel and blood, tearing through the swarm as the villagers provide the opening. Even through the gore, Zeke looks back, finally understanding what it truly means to be a hero. Just as things look up, a trash-tier merman snatches Holovich, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded and frozen in shock. The beast roars directly into the poor innkeeper's face, and it looks like Holovich is about to become fish food. Zeke reaches out in pure desperation, cursing his own lack of speed because he is simply too far away. Suddenly, the strange artifact on his arm pulses with a blinding flash as if responding to his panicked heart. The shield's many eyes snap open, swirling with a violent pink mana that feels both ancient and incredibly dangerous. A beam of concentrated energy erupts from the center eye, striking the monster with pinpoint accuracy to save Holovich. The light cuts through the smoky sky of the village, signaling that the tide of battle has finally shifted. Zeke feels the raw power of the legendary gear surging through his veins as the mechanism clinks into place. He can't help but grin like a madman, finally realizing that the shopkeeper didn't give him trash-tier junk after all. Even as more monsters close in for the kill, Zeke stands his ground, ready to show them true doom. Zeke unleashes a massive 10-meter repelling slash that sends the trash-tier mermen flying in every direction. Just as he catches his breath, a stray monster lunges from the side with a deadly trident. Our boy panics, fearing he has lost his only line of defense as the shield flies away. But the artifact isn't falling. It is soaring through the air while firing off beams of mana. The shield intercepts the strike with a heavy clang, acting as if it has its own mind. The merman is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a piece of metal is outplaying him. It does not stop there, as the shield zips around to block every incoming spear with precision. Zeke watches in awe as the gear carves through the air, turning hunters into the hunted. The legendary treasure dances across the battlefield, leaving a trail of pink light in its wake. Its central eye pulses with a sinister glow, proving it is far more than a defensive tool. Zeke catches the shield as it returns to his hand, feeling the weight of its incredible power. He stands there in a daze, his face splattered with blood while trying to process the sudden carnage. Looking at the dismembered mermen scattered across the square, our boy realizes he actually managed to save everyone. He examines the legendary artifact, finally understanding that this gear is the only reason he is still breathing. The shield's central eye pulses with a rhythmic glow, seemingly satisfied with the blood it just spilled. Overcome with joy, Zeke hugs the shield tightly and praises it for being the best tool in existence. The grateful village folk swarm their hero, thanking him for saving them from a certain, watery grave. Suddenly, a desperate scream pierces through the cheers, snapping Zeke back into a state of high alert. Holovich bellows that the rest of the village is still under siege, and the others are in danger. Without wasting a single second, Zeke dashes toward the next battlefield to hunt down the remaining trash-tier monsters. Zeke sprints back into the fray, his body battered but his spirit remaining absolutely unbreakable. The once terrified villagers suddenly find their courage and offer to fight right alongside our boy. Seeing their determination, Zeke flashes a genuine smile and tells them how much he appreciates the backup. From a safe distance, Deus watches the burning village and notes that the tide has finally turned. He realizes Zeke's refusal to quit has actually given these weak humans a reason to hope for victory. As the crowd cheers, Deus wonders if this display of unity is what a true warrior looks like. However, Alex isn't impressed at all, finding the sight of humans playing hero to be utterly revolting. Her face twitches with pure disgust as she mutters about how pathetic this whole scene truly is. She warns her master that this development doesn't bode well for their own dark plans. Deus just stares ahead, sensing that something about this sudden shift in momentum is incredibly strange. Demiurgos notes that Zeke has become a far better fighter than he initially anticipated. He admits to Alex that he actually prefers this version of our boy over the weakling they met. Watching the carnage makes him feel strangely proud, and he hopes Zeke continues to push his limits. He kicks back in his chair, wanting to see just how impressive his student can truly become. His gaze sharpens as he anticipates the potential for even greater growth in the heat of battle. Meanwhile, Zeke stands amidst the gore with a bloody grin, finally finding something worth fighting for. Alex stares at him, clearly unable to comprehend why he's so invested in this human's progress. Below, the mermen are getting absolutely shredded as a massive blast of energy carves through their ranks. Limbs fly everywhere as the power of the legendary shield turns the tide of the entire invasion. Our boy clenches his fist, channeling every ounce of his will into the weapon to end this. The dust settles as the villagers realize the merman threat is finally over, cheering for their unlikely savior. Everyone is ecstatic, shouting that the monsters are defeated and thanking the warrior for his incredible bravery. Our boy just stands there, soaked in monster blood, finally feeling the weight of their genuine gratitude. Suddenly, the mood shifts as he hears someone approaching with a heavy heart and a sincere apology. Holovich steps forward, admitting he was wrong to doubt a stranger who risked everything for their village. Soon, the rest of the folk join in, feeling ashamed for treating their hero like trash-tier garbage before. Zeke is completely dumbfounded, blushing as he tries to process this sudden wave of respect and forgiveness. He just lets out a bright laugh, telling them it is all okay because protecting them was enough. As the sun sets over the blood-stained coast, a rare moment of peace finally settles over the village. From the hill, Demiurgos and Alex watch the scene, satisfied that their student is exceeding all expectations. Demiurgos kicks back in his floral shirt, casually asking if the brawl was worth the effort. Our boy Zeke returns looking like he crawled out of a blender, but he's wearing a proud smile. Demiurgos peers over his shades, curious about how the rookie handled the pressure of a solo mission. As the sun dips low, Zeke begins recounting the chaotic details of the battle. He describes the rush of adrenaline as he sent those trash-tier mermen flying with his legendary shield. Alex listens intently as Zeke admits he underestimated the monsters when they suddenly stood back up. Just when he thought he was doomed, the villagers he was protecting actually jumped in to help. He clenches his fist, still feeling the surge of power that came from their unexpected support. With a newfound spark in his eyes, he explains how their courage gave him the strength to finish. Suddenly, Doom's Ragoon began to glow, moving on its own like a dream to wipe out the remaining threat. Zeke's eyes widen as he recalls the shield moving with a mind of its own during the slaughter. The peaceful sunset feels like a stark contrast to the absolute carnage our boy just barely survived. Demiurgos just kicks back in his chair, soaking in the rookie's wild tale of his first real bloodbath. He gives a satisfied smirk, clearly impressed that his little project didn't end up as trash-tier monster bait. Looking over his shades, the former Demon King casually asks if the kid actually enjoyed the chaotic struggle. For a brief moment, the world feels quiet, as if the violence was nothing more than a dream. Zeke beams with pure joy, confirming that the thrill of battle was better than he ever imagined possible. Demiurgos decides the celebration is over, and bluntly demands his servant get to work making some noodles. Our boy scrambles after his master, still lugging that heavy legendary shield through the tall grass. He suddenly remembers the most important part and reveals a blood-stained letter confirming his successful mission. Zeke is ecstatic, calculating that the guild will cough up 3 silver coins for his hard work. Demiurgos just stares back with a blank expression, clearly not moved by such a trash-tier amount of cash. When Zeke tries to hand over the reward, his master wonders why he's being offered the chump change. He reminds the kid that since he did all the heavy lifting, the reward is rightfully his alone. The former Demon King shuts down the talk and barks at our boy to get those noodles cooking. Suddenly, Alex steps in and gives the stunned warrior a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The strategist brings up a conversation they had yesterday about the upcoming warrior test and Zeke's family. Our boy looks completely dumbfounded, struggling to remember exactly what he said during their previous journey. Alex reminds him of his dream to send his siblings on a trip without worrying about the cost. While 3 silvers is pocket change to Deus, it's the perfect way for Zeke to make his family proud. Zeke is overwhelmed by the strategist's words, his eyes wide with realization and gratitude. Alex stands by our boy, reminding him that he's their warrior and deserves the win. In that moment, Zeke sees his master not just as a boss, but as a literal guardian angel. He shouts his thanks toward the sunset, finally feeling like he belongs in this crazy world. Fast forward to the evening, and the new warrior noodles stall is absolutely popping with hungry locals. Demiurgos dives right in, slurping up the broth like it's the finest nectar in the demon realm. He looks completely blown away, realizing that Zeke's cooking skills are actually top tier. The former Demon King tells our boy to ditch the warrior life and just stick to the kitchen. Suddenly, a stunning blonde woman approaches the counter, demanding a bowl of whatever they're serving. It's the Golden Dragon herself, and her presence alone has the entire village completely dumbfounded. Demiurgos is caught off guard when the Golden Dragon claims she's just checking in on her employees. She immediately starts digging for info, asking where that gloomy, long-haired strategist of his is hiding. Our boy just gets annoyed, snapping back that she definitely isn't the one calling the shots here. Elsewhere, Alex pops through a portal to report that he's heading back out on his secret mission. Hez obsessed with finding Darosh and stopping an infection before it ruins the next great war. Demiurgos just grumbles, clearly missing his quiet life before all these trash-tier warrior quests started. Realizing his master is in a foul mood, Alex quickly dives back through his portal to escape. Back at the stall, Demiurgos wonders if this ancient dragon is actually plotting, or just playing dumb. She just sits there looking regal, leaving the former Demon King completely dumbfounded by her mysterious vibe. Suddenly, Zeke jumps in with a huge grin, introducing himself as the party's loyal warrior. Goldie introduces herself as a simple priestess, hiding her true identity as a legendary ancient dragon from everyone. She starts roasting Deus for being a total sadist, while our boy Zeke insists he's just working for cash. Despite being covered in bandages, Zeke looks genuinely content with his new life at the noodle stall. He notes how much the two of them act alike, leaving both the dragon and Demon King internally annoyed. To change the subject, Zeke serves up a bowl of his trademark savory noodles to his new guest. Goldie takes a massive slurp, finally tasting the food that everyone has been raving about. It's clearly god tier, and she immediately tells Zeke he's way too talented to be working for a jerk. While slurping away, she casually asks Zeke what rank he actually achieved during his recent warrior test. The moment he mentions his C rank and massive blood level, she literally faceplants into her bowl from shock. Zeke tries to claim the machine was just broken, but Goldie is left completely dumbfounded by his hidden power. Goldie can't wrap her head around Zeke's power, thinking a mere 10% shouldn't be possible for him. If it were true, our boy would be the legendary final warrior destined to end the demon war forever. Deus just scoffs at the idea, clearly finding her dramatic take on the situation more amusing than threatening. She argues that the first warrior failed to end things, so a fraction of that power shouldn't suffice. Our boy Deus reminds her that 4th generation warriors are usually trash tier and can't even hold that legendary title. Goldie snaps back that even a small chance at that power is a shortcut to ultimate glory and wealth. The two start bickering like toddlers, making Zeke realize they really are cut from the same annoying cloth. Deus finally loses his patience, telling her to get lost if she doesn't actually have a point for visiting. Suddenly, Goldie remembers her actual mission and starts rummaging through her things while Deus watches with a dumbfounded look. She reveals a terrifying gift for Zeke, the legendary cursed blade known as Doom's Ruin, to celebrate his promotion. Goldie tells Zeke he needs a proper sword to match his shield, leaving the poor kid completely dumbfounded. Before Zeke can even touch it, Deus snatches the blade away while Goldie protests that it's a gift. Goldie's eyes sharpen as she notices the unsettling aura beginning to bleed out from the cursed metal. Our boy Deus immediately recognizes that familiar, heavy scent of darkness clinging to the jagged weapon. Goldie smirks and confirms his suspicions, explaining that the blade is actually forged from the remains of demons. She details how it's infused with beholder oil and rhino horn to ensure no shield can stop it. Deus stares at the weapon, realizing this isn't some trash-tier relic, but a tool of pure lethality. The sword pulses with a dark hunger, its serrated edge looking ready to tear through anything in its path. Deus asks if this is the same twisted feeling she gets when seeing weapons crafted from dragon bones. He laughs at her suspicious generosity, wondering what that ancient reptile is really plotting with such a gift. Deus casually tosses the terrifying weapon over, telling Zeke that this lethal gift is finally all his. Our boy Zeke catches the jagged blade, completely dumbfounded by the heavy, ominous weight in his hands. Suddenly, a surge of dark mana zaps through his system, dragging his consciousness into a waking nightmare. He finds himself suspended in a void of endless heat, surrounded by a swirling ocean of molten hate. The stench of sulfur is absolutely disgusting, making Zeke realize he is definitely not in his shop anymore. Panic sets in as he looks around, wondering what kind of hellish trap he has just stumbled into. He stares at the jagged peaks and rivers of lava, realizing he is witnessing the legendary demon world. A sinister laughter echoes through the blood-red sea as the cursed blade rises from the depths before him. The weapon introduces itself as Doom's Ruin, claiming to be the manifestation of the world's hidden hatred. It promises to crush all his enemies and provide absolute protection if he simply chooses to accept it. Zeke screams as the mental strain of the hellish vision finally snaps him back to reality. He finds himself back in the shop, gasping for air while clutching the terrifying, jagged, demonic blade. Our boy looks up to find Deus casually asking if he is satisfied with his new, trash-tier slaying toy. Zeke admits the weapon feels different, sensing a level of darkness he has never encountered before. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of a mischievous glint in his master's eyes that spells trouble. Deus insists they test the blade immediately, ignoring the princess's protests about letting the poor guy rest. Before he can even process the situation, they are already clattering down a forest path in a carriage. Deus grumbles about the princess tagging along, while she just continues her knitting like it is nothing. Our boy nervously asks where they are even headed in such a sudden, chaotic rush. Deus reveals a quest regarding a chilling mystery deep within the mines of the Karan Mountains. Deus admits he grabbed this quest just for fun, assuming they will only face a few trash-tier goblins. He jokes about blessing the new sword with fresh blood, while our boy just laughs along nervously. Zeke falls into a pensive silence, his mind wandering to the dark legends of their world. He eventually asks his master what kind of monster the Demon King truly is deep down. Our boy cannot fathom why someone would stay hell-bent on destruction for over 60,000 years. He wishes he could ask the Dark Lord if he understands the sheer misery he has caused. The weight of the conversation leaves Zeke sweating as he realizes the gravity of his own curiosity. He questions why the villain keeps fighting when he is seemingly destined to lose every single time. Deus and Goldie exchange a knowing look, as Deus suggests the Demon King might actually hate the conflict. Zeke laughs the idea off, certain that the source of all evil could never want anything but chaos. Demiurgos just chuckles at the kid's naivety, leaving Zeke completely dumbfounded by his master's casual reaction. He leans back and agrees that the whole situation is actually pretty hilarious when you think about it. His eyes flash with a hidden intensity as he contemplates the true nature of their world's endless cycle. As the carriage clatters under the moonlight, the princess mutters about how absolutely ridiculous this entire journey is. Suddenly, the wheels screech to a halt as they finally reach the edge of their dangerous destination. Demiurgos casually points out that they've arrived, while his companions struggle to keep their composure. High in the jagged mountains, the entrance to the Karan mines glows ominously against the dark forest. The master decides to take a nap, leaving our boy Zeke hyped to handle the mission alone. Before he can even take a step, a blinding flash erupts, catching the young apprentice completely off guard. Zeke gasps as a surge of overwhelming power courses through him, making him feel absolutely unstoppable. Goldie scolds him about his terrible boss, but Zeke is just grateful for the powerful buff she provided. Our boy beams with joy, feeling ready to tackle whatever trash-tier mobs are lurking in the dark. He dashes through the forest at breakneck speed, his demonic blade pulsing with dark energy on his back. When he reaches the mine entrance, he braces for an ambush that never actually comes. He searches the quiet clearing, confused as to why the usually aggressive goblins are nowhere to be found. His eyes widen when he discovers a pile of discarded equipment left behind in the middle of the path. It looks like the gear of warriors who came before him, yet strangely, it hasn't been looted or damaged. Zeke freezes as he realizes something is very wrong, his instincts screaming that he isn't alone. He leans down to inspect the debris, swishing away the dirt to see what's hidden beneath the armor. He pulls out a simple feather, looking completely dumbfounded as he tries to connect it to the missing monsters. After finding that weird feather, our boy suddenly catches a strange sound drifting through the dark trees. Glowing musical notes dance through the air, leading him deeper into the suffocating, trash-tier woods. Zeke stops in his tracks, wondering if his ears are playing tricks on him in this eerie silence. Realizing the voice belongs to a woman, he bolts forward, his breath hitching as he pushes his limits. He knows that loud singing is basically a dinner bell for every bloodthirsty goblin in the vicinity. If she stays out here much longer, she is dead meat, and he cannot let that happen. Zeke finally breaks into a clearing and finds a crowd of villagers bowing to a radiant, ethereal figure. They look completely dumbfounded and entranced, their faces twisted into mindless grins as they worship her. At the center of the madness stands a woman with hair like moonlight, her voice weaving a spell. As she hits a high note, Zeke spots her sharp fangs, realizing this beauty is a pure-blooded monster. Zeke watches the singer, but the beauty starts to shift into something far more grotesque and unsettling. Her neck begins to wriggle and stretch, revealing the true, monstrous nature hiding beneath that pretty face. It turns out she is a harpy, a feathered nightmare using her voice to lure in fresh meat. Our boy Zeke is already too far gone, his eyes glazing over as the hypnotic melody takes hold. He stands there, with a mindless grin, completely unaware that he is surrounded by winged predators. Watching from a distance, Goldie identifies the creatures as harpies, the trash-tier sirens of the forest. She explains to a relaxed Deus that these demons use their songs to lead idiots to their doom. Deus wonders what the point is, clearly unimpressed by such a basic and predictable hunting tactic. When Goldie mentions they toy with victims before eating them, Zeke looks like he is already on the menu. Instead of rushing in, the former Demon King decides to just sit back and watch the show unfold. The village folk are completely gone, their minds turned to mush by the hypnotic siren song. They wear mindless grins, convinced they found eternal happiness while walking straight into a death trap. Even our boy Zeke can't resist, carelessly dropping Doom's ruin as the trance takes full control. He rushes forward with open arms, even trying to invite Deus and Goldie into this feathered nightmare. High in the trees, the rest of the trash-tier flock hisses, ready to feast on the entranced idiots. Zeke's face is flushed with a fake joy, his survival instincts completely replaced by the harpy's magical melody. He stands defenseless before the lead monster, totally unaware that he's seconds away from becoming bird food. Suddenly, the former Demon King calls him a fool, as the demonic blade ignites with red mana. A lethal crimson arc slices through the air, cleanly taking the harpy's head off before Zeke can react. Foul black blood sprays across the clearing, ending the hypnotic song with a gruesome, silent thud. Zeke finally snaps out of it, the blood spray from the decapitated monster hitting his face like a wake-up call. Our boy's eyes clear up as the hypnotic fog lifts, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the sudden carnage. The lead harpy's body collapses in a heap of feathers and gore, its head sent flying by that crimson strike. Doom's ruin isn't just a hunk of metal. The demonic blade's mouth twists into a wicked, hungry grin. It pulses with a violent red mana, proving it has a mind of its own when its master is slacking. Zeke catches the hilt, his heart racing, as he realizes the sword just saved his hide from becoming bird feed. The blade insults him, calling him pathetic for falling for such trash-tier tricks, and demanding he start killing. The rest of the flock stares in pure shock, their easy meal suddenly turning into a literal nightmare. They let out a collective, piercing screech, trying to weave their magical melody once more to reclaim control. But Doom's ruin just roars back, its dark energy drowning out their song as it prepares for a total slaughter. Zeke grunts in pain, feeling the harpy's hypnotic song desperately trying to claw back into his mind. The monsters screech in pure frustration, their glowing eyes fixed on the meal that's somehow still fighting back. Doom's ruin just laughs, mocking these trash-tier birds for thinking their petty tricks could affect a noble demon. Our boy finally snaps, raising the blade as a violent surge of dark mana erupts from his very soul. The harpies don't even have time to scream before the energy shreds through their feathered bodies like paper. Suddenly, the shield in his other hand awakens, its massive eye glowing with a terrifying lethal light. Zeke holds on for dear life as the artifact joins the fray, pulsing with its own brand of destruction. A massive blast levels the entire forest clearing, turning the once deadly predators into nothing more than ash. Standing tall, he holds both demonic relics high, the dark energy finally beginning to settle around him. He looks at the shield, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the power he's now wielding. The violent energy finally dissipates, leaving the local peasants absolutely dumbfounded by the sudden end to the nightmare. Our boy stares at the demonic blade in his hand, feeling the terrifying weight of the power he just unleashed. He realizes that this trash-tier looking sword is actually incredible, possessing a strength that defies all common logic. Nearby, the battered villagers begin to stir, their minds finally clearing as the hypnotic fog lifts from their souls. They erupt in pure joy, celebrating the fact that they can finally move and that they've returned to reality. The crowd points toward their savior, who stands tall while holding the cursed blade toward the moonlit sky. Suddenly, they rush forward to embrace Zeke, hailing the young man as a brave warrior who saved their lives. He just laughs along with them, feeling a massive wave of relief now that the immediate danger has passed. High on the cliffside, the golden dragon watches the scene, musing that perhaps demon weapons aren't such a bad investment. Her amber eyes narrow with a sharp intensity, already planning how to equip her own children with similar power. Our boy Deus watches the celebration with a smug grin, clearly satisfied with how his apprentice turned out. He tells the dragon priestess she better stay alert, sensing the real game is only just beginning. Goldie reminds him that Zeke carries a legendary bloodline, making him a potential threat to any demon. Deus just laughs it off, reminding her that as the Demon King, a mere human could never defeat him. She advises him to drop that arrogant expression around the kid, to avoid making their bond even more complicated. He wonders why she is being so cryptic, sitting back as the weight of her warning sinks in. Goldie remains silent, her eyes filled with a heavy sadness that hints at a history Deus hasn't grasped yet. Looking up at the moon, Deus admits that the boy's pure-hearted struggle is actually starting to look charming. He immediately regrets the cheesy comment, feeling dumbfounded that he would even say something so out of character. Goldie tells him to quit stalling and get back to the important intel he was sharing earlier. Goldie starts hounding our boy about the real reason he walked away from the Demon King throne. Deus is just dumbfounded, insisting he already explained everything during their last little chat. Turns out he just ghosted her mid-sentence back then, leaving her absolutely fuming at his trash-tier attitude. He just smirks, deciding it's way too much effort to explain his complex past to her right now. Goldie finally snaps and dismisses the whole thing as nonsense, while Deus just laughs at her frustration. Despite the bickering, she realizes that sitting under the stars with a former tyrant isn't actually that bad. She confesses her long-standing curiosity, never quite grasping what drives a monster like him to change. Looking closer, she sees they might be cut from the same cloth, both burdened by heavy secrets. She acknowledges the weight he carries, realizing that even a Demon King has his own share of struggles. Finally, she asks if the previous rulers were anything like him, or if he's just a unique breed. Deus looks on, his sharp red eyes betraying a hint of nostalgia for a life he left behind. He notes that he only met the previous ruler briefly, when he was still just a tiny brat. Our boy flashes a smug grin, clearly enjoying how much his existence messes with the natural order. Goldie suggests that if the old tyrants were more like him, the world might actually be at peace. She gazes at the night sky, hoping the crushing weight of war might finally vanish for good. Deus just claps his hands mockingly, finding her sudden burst of optimism absolutely hilarious. He stomps his foot down with a thud, deciding it's time to end this heavy, trash-tier conversation. Standing tall, he proclaims that the legendary Demon King is now nothing more than a bedtime story. He urges her to bid farewell to the misery, promising that a long-awaited era of peace has arrived. Goldie watches him, her eyes glowing with a mix of disbelief and newfound hope for the future. Deus shouts for everyone to celebrate since the Demon King is gone and war is finally over. He scoffs privately, clearly finding the idea of a world without conflict to be a total joke. Standing on the railing, our boy wonders if the world is simply tolerating his presence for now. Goldie questions why he's even allowed here, suspecting the higher-ups have a much darker plan in mind. This trash-tier mystery irritates Deus, who demands to know exactly what kind of plan she means. She mocks him, wondering if his brain has rotted, or if there's a grand design he's missed. When she tries to walk away, Deus throws a fit because she's leaving his questions totally unanswered. He suddenly stops mid-tantrum, caught off guard by the sudden change in her tone and expression. Goldie admits that after 66,000 years of war, this is the first time they've actually talked. Our boy stands there dumbfounded as she confesses that talking to him is actually kind of fun. Goldie reminds our boy that hell be dead soon while she remains until the very end of time. She looks back, wondering if this brief moment might actually be something worth smiling about later. Deus just laughs it off, claiming he's done with the Demon King life and plans to live forever. Goldie smiles, thinking that having him around might actually make her eternal existence a little more bearable. Their moment is suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice calls out to Master Deus from the distance. It turns out Zeke finally finished his quest, though Goldie just dismisses him as a mere trash-tier minion. Ready to head out, the Mother of Dragons opens a shimmering portal to make her final exit. Before she vanishes, she tosses a red scarf toward Deus, catching him completely off guard. She tells him to cover that hideous choker on his neck, clearly finding the accessory pretty distasteful. Our boy is left touching his collar, totally dumbfounded as to why she's acting so strange. Goldie disappears through the shimmering portal, leaving Deus wondering why she suddenly cared about his fashion choices. Just as she vanishes, Zeke comes sprinting toward the wagon like his life depends on it. Our boy is hyped because his latest quest payout is worth months of slinging noodles at the shop. When he asks where the priestess went, Deus just gives him a cold and unreadable stare. He bluntly tells the kid she is dead, just to end the conversation and get some sleep. As they travel under the moonlight, Deus cannot help but reflect on the strange parting gift he received. The wagon rolls through the quiet fields, finally heading back to their home base of operations. They eventually make it back to the weapon shop, where a totally exhausted Zeke drags himself inside. Leaving his apprentice to deal with the gear, Deus heads upstairs to find some peace and quiet. He enters his private quarters, finally alone, after a long day of dealing with dragons and heroes. Deus flops onto his bed, finally savoring the sweet taste of a soft mattress after a long day. But the peace doesn't last as his mind wanders back to the chaos he just left behind. He examines the red fabric in his hands, likely thinking about the weight of his former throne. Suddenly, a familiar magical surge tears through the room, signaling that his privacy is officially over. Alex steps out of the portal, but our boy just tells him to leave until tomorrow morning. He repeats himself with a sharper tone, clearly not in the mood for any more demonic drama. Alex drops a total bombshell, revealing that one of the high-ranking demon lords, Darush, is officially dead. The news hits home, forcing Deus to actually pay attention to the grim reality of the situation. Alex explains the suicide by poison, noting that the demonic hierarchy is shrinking faster than expected. He wonders if Deus secretly ordered the hit, questioning why their comrade would suddenly take his own life. Alex wonders who could possibly force a high-tier demon lord to end it all, suspecting a hidden power. He suggests the only one capable is the god of dragons, the legendary golden dragon herself. Our boy shuts that down immediately, noting that the dragon was just chilling with him a moment ago. Alex reminds him that she has 10,000 forms and has survived for over 60,000 years. Deus clenches the red cloth, his mind racing as he processes the weight of this mysterious death. He asks about the funeral arrangements for Darush, finally accepting that his old comrade is truly gone. Since he is attending, he orders Alex to find him some black gear that matches the somber occasion. Deep underground, the city of Eidos looms, a dark monument to the power of the demon realm. The demonic legions march through the shadows, mourning a brother who was born from the very same darkness. Their tattered banners wave in the heat as they prepare to return their fallen lord to the abyss. The demon legions embrace death as their only true home and a friend they know all too well. A pale hand swings a censer, filling the air with the heavy, red scent of demonic mourning rites. Our boy leads the procession, carrying the portrait of his fallen brother as they vow to conquer the earth. He looks at Darush's masked face, silently acknowledging that the path to victory is paved with their fallen. Demiurgos' eyes glow with a cold, lethal resolve, proving he isn't just a trash-tier shopkeeper anymore. They march through the volcanic reaches of the abyss, a dark monument to their shared grief and power. A massive pillar of hellfire erupts as their suffering finally meets death's warm, whooshing embrace. Countless demonic hands reach from the shadows, eager to grab a ray of sun as a badge of honor. The chained coffin finally plunges into the molten depths, joining the darkness that birthed them all. With a final splash in the lava, the funeral ends, and the real war begins. The heavy coffin finally sinks into the molten depths, sealing a fallen brother's legacy in the abyss. As the lava swallows the chains with a final fwish, the physical ties to their grief vanish forever. High above the jagged volcanic peaks, a streak of crimson light tears through the sky like a warning. A lone watcher reaches out toward the fading glow, wondering if their liege is truly abandoning them. Inside the dark citadel, the remaining demon lords are left dumbfounded by their king's sudden departure to Earth. With their numbers dwindling to only 5, the atmosphere in the hall turns heavy with unspoken resentment. Ifrit, the Duke of Wrath, kicks his feet up and openly questions why their leader is playing shopkeeper. Satan, the Duke of Sloth, adjusts his glasses and points out that Wrath seems particularly bitter today. The Duke of Wrath rants that the demon world is sliding into total chaos with the Great War looming. Despite the dire warnings of collapse, a mocking laugh echoes through the room, further grating on Ifrit's nerves. Chantrina, the twin duchesses of lust, mockingly suggest that Ifrit should just seize the Jade Throne himself. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the Duke slams his fist down so hard, the table nearly shatters. Ifrit snarls that he won't be lumped in with trash-tier hags who don't know their place. The duchesses just laugh, calling him a boring little candle and threatening to blow his flame out. Our boy Ifrit completely loses it, erupting in a pillar of fire while demanding to know who dies first. The twins reveal their true, singular nature, mocking his ignorance as their demonic eyes begin to glow. Wreathed in pure rage, Ifrit gives them one final warning to shut their mouths before things get ugly. Satan finally interjects, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he tells Wrath to cool his heels. From the sidelines, Vina, the Duke of Envy, watches the chaos with a twisted hope they all die. Even the other lords are reaching their limit, slamming their gear down as the council descends into madness. Osis, the Duke of Gluttony, is way too busy inhaling soup to care about the council's trash-tier drama. He finally looks up, dumbfounded, as the room starts to buckle under the weight of everyone's murderous intent. Far away from that demonic mess, a small cabin sits quietly nestled among the flowers under the stars. Our boy Zeke is inside, looking like a mummy, while he tries to recover from his latest brutal beating. A cold droplet hits his face, snapping him out of a deep sleep as he senses someone nearby. He nearly jumps out of his skin, seeing Deus watching over him like a silent, moonlit guardian. When Zeke tries to force himself up, a heavy hand gently but firmly keeps him glued to the bed. Deus just flashes a soft smile, making it clear that getting up is a one-way ticket to more pain. Blushing from the sudden attention, Zeke realizes his master actually gives a damn and agrees to stay put. Just as things settle, a strange light flares from the master's sleeve, hinting that trouble never stays away long. Zeke spots the formal getup and asks if his master just returned from a somber funeral. Deus confirms it, describing a dependable little guy who spent his days messing with mushrooms and herbs. He wonders what the point was, since a man who couldn't be killed eventually just gave up. Our boy Zeke feels the heavy atmosphere and offers a quiet apology for the loss of a comrade. Deus doesn't answer immediately, his gaze sharpening as he connects the dots behind this suspicious suicide. He realizes only the mother of dragons has the juice to make a man take his own life. It leaves a bitter taste, knowing he should have suspected that golden creature the moment she asked for help. Zeke breaks the silence, mentioning how his old man always said to just ask if you're confused. A small, fanged smirk creeps onto the master's face as he finds the kid's blunt honesty almost refreshing. He settles in, admitting that while the dead stay dead, he's actually starting to value family bonds. Demiurgos' eyes burn with a murderous rage as he vows to make that golden lizard pay for targeting family. Our boy Zeke is caught completely off guard when his master suddenly calls his name from the dark. Looking toward the moon, Deus calmly explains he'll be away for a few days to handle some business. Still wrapped in bandages, the apprentice simply agrees to watch over the shop while his master is gone. However, a sudden chill runs down his spine as he senses something heavy behind the master's request. With a sharp, fanged smirk, Deus casually mentions that if he doesn't return, the entire shop belongs to Zeke. Zeke stumbles out of bed in a total panic, demanding to know why he's talking like he's never returning. He shouts after his mentor, his heart sinking as the weight of those ominous words finally hits him. The kid is left completely dumbfounded, staring into the empty room as he fears the master's true intentions. As Deus reaches toward the night sky, he prepares to settle a score that's been brewing for far too long. Deus steps out into the moonlight, finally leaving his peaceful life behind to face a past he can't outrun. Zeke screams after him, but our boy has already transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing instantly. Tearing through the night sky, the former king feels the familiar rush of mana as he nears his destination. His eyes burn with a cold intensity, proving that beneath the shopkeeper's smile, a monster still lurks. Suddenly, the mother of dragons appears in his mind, reminding him that innocents shouldn't suffer for their wars. She floats above him like a divine judge, claiming they are both bound by the world's absolute laws. The dragon goddess finds it hilarious that in 66,000 years, he's the only demon king to quit. She mockingly warns him that the mark on his neck is hideous, and he should keep it hidden. Memories of a chained coffin sinking into the abyss flash back, representing a burden he can never bury. Standing amidst the embers of his resolve, Deus prepares to honor a fallen comrade one last time. Goldie mocks our boy, claiming his human disguise is trash tier and won't last against a real goddess. Alex urges her master to stop holding back and finally show the world the true power of a king. The dragon goddess just laughs, finding his eternal struggle to live as a human a source of endless entertainment. Deus grits his teeth in pure rage, his patience finally snapping under the weight of her constant, divine mockery. He lets out a roar of frustration as a pillar of demonic mana erupts, piercing the very heavens above. Nearby knights are left dumbfounded, feeling a surge of energy so massive it makes their own mana feel pathetic. Even from a distance, the warriors can only watch in horror as the night sky is torn apart by red. Across the continent, those with ancient bloodlines feel a shiver down their spines as the world's balance shifts. The news of this anomaly travels instantly to the Holy See, the only ground considered sacred in this world. The Holy Sovereign senses the demonic filth from his throne, calling the sudden eruption of power utterly disgusting. The Holy Sovereign is repulsed by the demonic energy, calling it a filthy sensation unlike any before. Meanwhile, our boy Deus flies toward a hidden temple, completely ignoring the chaos he just caused. He touches down in the ruins, his wings vanishing as he prepares to uncover a hidden truth. Looking around the overgrown cathedral, he realizes the Mother of Dragons was actually quite clever with her hiding. He smirks, noting that the concealment was nearly perfect, if not for his keen demonic senses. With a sharp rip, he uses his claws to tear through the fabric of the hidden dimension. He steps through the barrier, mocking the dragons for thinking such simple reptile tricks could stop him. Suddenly, he finds himself staring down an entire valley overflowing with massive, ancient dragons. Our boy just grins, delighted to have finally tracked down these little baby lizards in their nest. The dragons roar in fury, dumbfounded that a mere human managed to pierce their sacred, hidden sanctuary. Demiurgos smirks, telling the dragon to fetch its mother so the real adults can finally talk. The massive beast bristles with rage, offended that a mere human would dare give it orders. It unleashes a torrent of freezing breath, intending to erase the arrogant pest from existence. The icy mist swirls and fades, but the expected corpse is nowhere to be found. The dragons are left dumbfounded as they realize their strongest attack didn't even leave a scratch. Demiurgos mocks the frailty of human vessels, while his demonic form begins to tear through the suit. He laughs, realizing this isolated dimension is the perfect place to finally stop playing pretend. With a violent surge of mana, he sheds his disguise as his true wings burst forth. A blinding supernova of dark energy erupts, signaling the return of the true Demon King. The dragons shriek in agony, their eyes searing from the sheer intensity of his overwhelming presence. The dragons are absolutely dumbfounded as they stare into the abyss of a power they cannot comprehend. Our boy finally reveals his true form, demanding that every living creature in this dimension bow before him. He grins like a maniac, declaring himself the king of death and promising a swift end to witnesses. One trash-tier dragon tries to act tough, letting out a desperate roar to mask its overwhelming terror. It unleashes a massive blast of elemental energy, hoping to erase the monster standing right in front of it. Demiurgos does not even flinch, letting the attack wash over him like it is just a light breeze. He slowly raises his clawed hand, ready to show these overgrown lizards what real power looks like. Looking at them with pure disdain, he mocks their existence and calls them nothing more than useless trash. With a simple snap of his fingers, the dragons are instantly shredded into pieces of raw, bloody flesh. He continues the slaughter, reducing their massive bodies to nothing but shattered bone and lingering echoes of pain. Demiurgos snaps his fingers, reminding the trash-tier dragons that they are nothing more than lingering souls. With another effortless snap, he turns their massive bodies into a bloody explosion of useless meat. He grins like a psychopath while the survivors scream for someone to stop the monster in their midst. The dragons are left dumbfounded by his power, desperately trying to rally their forces against the unstoppable intruder. They realize their comrades are already gone, fueling their rage as they swarm the floral landscape. These beasts aren't cut from the same cloth as him, yet they charge forward to defend their realm. Our boy just laughs, mockingly asking where they were hiding and inviting them to come out and play. Even as a literal ocean of dragons clouds the sky, Demiurgos promises to slaughter every single one of them. He lets out a chilling hiss, preparing to unleash a level of destruction these lizards can't even fathom. A massive beam of red mana erupts, instantly erasing the dragon army in a glorious display of absolute power. Demiurgos focuses his killing intent, his eye flashing with the cold promise of absolute annihilation. The dragons are torn apart like paper as his mana shreds through their ranks without a hint of mercy. He doesn't even blink, his gaze locked on the remaining trash-tier lizards as they scramble in pure terror. Another head pops like a grape, proving these creatures aren't even remotely cut from the same cloth. Our boy just chuckles, relishing the feeling of their blood dripping from his claws as he mocks them. He stands tall in his true form, mockingly telling the survivors to go call their mothers for help. One of the beasts plummets from the sky, its life extinguished before it can even process its doom. The rest of the pack looks up in horror, realizing an unstoppable intruder has breached their sacred sanctuary. They roar in desperation, announcing that an unidentified monster has completely smashed through their realm's final defenses. The dragon elders are finally called to action, desperately trying to rally their pride before facing total extinction. A blue dragon is dumbfounded that a single intruder could actually wreck their entire defensive line. These elite warriors from the Blue Jade Kingdom realize they can't just sit back while their home burns. They call out to their brothers in arms, desperate to keep their sanctuary from falling to pieces. One red dragon dives through the frozen landscape, fueled by pure adrenaline and a growing sense of panic. From the high peaks, they spot the intruder, realizing this isn't just some random trash-tier threat. The Knights of the Black Jade Kingdom roar, demanding their kin show the world a dragon's true rage. One of them charges up a lethal strike, offended that a mere dirt stepper would dare step foot here. The entire swarm descends with murderous intent, convinced that this disgusting intruder needs to be erased immediately. Even the ancient sages of the White Jade Kingdom are summoned to join this desperate struggle for survival. The elders awaken in disbelief, questioning how anyone could have breached the heart of their sacred realm. A dragon calls out to its kin, desperate to rally their strength against this trash-tier intruder. It commands the others to unleash every ounce of their mana to protect their home. High above their sacred land, our boy Demiurgos floats with massive wings, looking completely unbothered. The dragons are dumbfounded by his sacrilege, but he just wears a bloodthirsty, sadistic grin. Their leader demands to know why he would dare bring such filth and death to their sanctuary. Demiurgos just laughs, leaning into the villain role and admitting that sacrilege is exactly his specialty. He mocks the ancient beasts, calling them neighborhood old folks, and telling them to call their mother. Infuriated by the insult to their creator, the dragon's eye burns with a lethal, vengeful light. The beast lunges forward with a roar, determined to rip that smug expression right off his face. It slams into the earth with a massive crash, though hitting the ground won't save it now. The dragon rages, calling him a filthy shadow and warning him that breaking defenses doesn't grant freedom. Demiurgos just laughs, delivering a savage kick while telling the old geezer it's time to clock out permanently. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a terrifying red light, signaling that the real slaughter is only just beginning. With a swift motion, he carves through the dragon's scales like they were made of cheap paper. A massive eruption of dark energy follows, completely obliterating everything in its path with a deafening boom. The other dragons watch in absolute horror, realizing they've picked a fight with a literal god of death. Then, Demiurgos tears through the air, his sheer speed causing the very atmosphere to bulge and rip apart. He hovers effortlessly before the remaining beast, his massive wings casting a shadow of certain doom. Instead of attacking, he mockingly places a finger against the dragon's snout, signaling for it to be quiet. Finally, with a simple, cold snap of his fingers, he prepares to end this pathetic rebellion for good. Demiurgos hovers before the massive beasts, looking like a speck compared to their size but radiating pure malice. One dragon gathers every ounce of its mana, desperate to strike down the monster invading their home. The entire flight unleashes a coordinated barrage, screaming for the intruder to stop polluting their sacred realm. Their efforts are utterly futile, as Demiurgos effortlessly turns their own power into a series of lethal explosions. A survivor stares in pure, unadulterated terror as it realizes their strongest attacks didn't even leave a scratch. Our boy just gives a trash-tier smirk, preparing to summon a force far more ancient than these lizards. Suddenly, the ground shatters as the ancient serpent begins to stir, its massive frame breaking through the stone. This legendary beast rises like a nightmare, dwarfing the other dragons as it prepares to serve its savior. Its singular red eye glows with a hunger for vengeance, reflecting centuries of torture and untapped rage. He lets out a cold chuckle and snaps his fingers, signaling the start of the real massacre. The ancient serpent tears through the sky, treating these high-tier lizards like absolute trash-tier fodder. One of the survivors can barely process the carnage, stuttering in disbelief at the monster before him. It lets out a desperate roar, finally realizing they aren't just fighting a human, but a true demon. Our boy just gives a chilling smile, correcting the beast by revealing his title as the Demon King. With a casual snap of his fingers, he decides to end this pathetic resistance once and for all. The sky itself seems to rip apart as his dark mana binds the entire flight into a single mass. Demiurgos reaches out, his clawed hand ready to crush the very essence of their sacred sanctuary. As he clenches his fist, the overwhelming pressure of his authority becomes a physical, suffocating weight. The once proud dragons are compressed into a grotesque sphere of meat and bone, tumbling toward the earth. The remaining flight can only watch in dumbfounded silence, knowing their era of dominance has officially ended. The dragon's roar is cut short as its body is forcibly twisted into a grotesque, agonizing shape. Bones snap and scales shatter as the overwhelming dark mana compresses the proud beasts into a singular mass. Even the most ancient among them can only scream in agony while their divine essence is ruthlessly crushed. Our boy mocks the writhing heap, asking how it feels to finally become the world's strongest dragon. Demiurgos looks on with pure disdain, claiming he has finally crafted the ultimate version of their trash-tier kind. He stares into their souls with a predatory glint, wondering if his absolute power finally makes him their god. The remaining lizards are left completely dumbfounded, their minds breaking at the horrific sight of their fallen brothers. Panic sets in instantly as the survivors scream for a retreat, desperate to escape the literal devil. He just laughs at the silly little lizards, his clawed hand ready to flick them out of existence. As their eyes gleam with final terror, he reminds them one last time that he is the Demon King. Demiurgos unleashes a blinding surge of dark mana, ready to wipe these trash-tier lizards off the map. Suddenly, a shimmering golden light cuts through the carnage, signaling a presence even our boy can't ignore. The remaining dragons are instantly pinned by divine ribbons, halting the slaughter before he can land the final blow. He just narrows his eyes and chuckles, sensing a familiar, annoying power finally stepping onto the battlefield. From the heavens, a figure descends with an aura that demands absolute submission from everyone in the vicinity. The golden dragon finally reveals herself, coldly ordering Demiurgos to stop being such a nuisance and end the madness. Our boy just gives a bloody smirk, mocking her arrival by calling her mommy with pure, unfiltered disrespect. She looks at him with genuine horror, asking how he could possibly commit such a mindless, brutal atrocity. Even as the dragons tremble, his clawed hand twitches, itching to see if she actually has the guts to stop him. He clenches his fist in anticipation, realizing the real fun is only just beginning now that she's finally arrived. The dying dragons wail in agony, blaming their mother for the horrific fate that has finally caught up. Our boy just flashes a blood-soaked grin, urging them to hurry up and embrace the sweet release of death. Before he can finish the job, the golden dragon reaches out, her hand glowing with a divine, merciful light. Suddenly, the remaining dragons disintegrate into stardust, a sight that actually leaves the former Demon King momentarily dumbfounded. She stands tall against the horizon, her presence acting as a silent, golden wall against his chaotic darkness. With a heavy heart, she prays for her fallen children to find the enlightenment they were denied in life. Demiurgos just bursts out laughing, mockingly reminding her that gods have no jurisdiction in a place this rotten. Her eyes burn with a holy fury as she warns him that his mindless cruelty has finally crossed the line. He simply shrugs it off, coldly retorting that she is the one who started this mess in the first place. The mother of dragons is left visibly shaken, struggling to process the weight of his accusations. Demiurgos realizes he can't hold back anymore, since his opponent wields the power of instant death. Our boy unleashes a devastating torrent of blood-red mana, aiming to end this fight right now. The resulting explosion rocks the sanctuary, nearly overwhelming the mother of dragons with its sheer intensity. She barely manages to keep her composure, shocked that his strike actually managed to pierce her divine veil. Realizing the physical world can't contain their power, the golden dragon decides it's time to shift the battlefield. With a blinding flash from her eyes, she invokes a realm-warping technique to rewrite their current reality. Suddenly, the former Demon King finds himself floating amidst a sea of galaxies, completely cut off from the world. The Mother of Dragons explains they are now within her mind, a place where they can finally go wild. She declares that here, they can settle their score once and for all until only one remains standing. Demiurgos just gives a bloodthirsty smirk, clearly loving the idea of a fight with no strings attached. Demiurgos stares back, unimpressed that no previous Demon King has ever managed to breach this sacred realm. The Mother of Dragons admits she messed up, genuinely thinking they were actually starting to become friends. She laments her own naivety, feeling like she has utterly failed her children after centuries on Earth. Our boy just scoffs at the sob story, calling total trash on her sudden act of innocence. He tells her to stop playing the victim, demanding to know if Alex was her next target. The golden dragon looks completely dumbfounded, claiming she has absolutely no idea what he is talking about. Demiurgos isn't buying the act, charging up his dark mana to finally silence her lies for good. He unleashes a massive, spiraling blast of dark energy, determined to wipe this dragon-tier threat off the map. Realizing peace was never an option, she accepts that their kinds were always destined to be enemies. She dives headfirst into the explosion, ready to see if the 666th lives up to his terrifying reputation. Our boy dives into the void, his demonic wings cutting through the heavy atmosphere of this artificial realm. He reaches out with his clawed hand, ready to tear apart whatever divine trickery she throws his way. With a savage slash, he attempts to shred the very fabric of the space surrounding them. Suddenly, golden ribbons of mana swarm him, moving with a speed that catches even a former king off guard. The bindings tighten instantly, coiling around his frame like a constrictor snake made of pure light. The Mother of Dragons triggers her golden prison, focusing her divine power to detonate the trap. A series of massive explosions rock the prison, threatening to turn our boy into literal stardust. But Demiurgos just rips through the bindings with raw fury, shouting that she is finally starting to annoy him. The golden dragon stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to believe he survived her most potent sealing technique. Wearing a trash-tier grin, he decides it's time to stop playing around and finally end this boring charade. Demiurgos unleashes his Mind Crusher technique, purging his soul of any lingering human hesitation to embrace total destruction. Not to be outdone, the Mother of Dragons gathers every ounce of her remaining divine essence to fight back. She realizes that if she doesn't stop him now, her entire realm will crumble under his dark mana. With a final, desperate resolve, she activates her ultimate draconic dance to finally reclaim the advantage. The golden light begins to spiral, attempting to swallow the chaotic purple void our boy has unleashed. Their opposing powers collide, forming a massive hurricane of energy that threatens to tear the space apart. Despite her mounting injuries, she acknowledges his terrifying strength but refuses to let her sanctuary fall today. She begins to close the distance, her every step shaking the very foundation of the Golden Jade realm. Charging through the darkness, she clings to the belief that her light can still overcome his overwhelming shadow. She clenches her fist, pouring her entire existence into one last strike to end this nightmare once and for all. Demiurgos laughs, his face stained with blood as he relishes the absolute chaos of the battle. He notes how she barely avoids his supersonic blades of darkness that could shatter any soul instantly. Our boy is genuinely impressed she made it this far against his overwhelming demonic pressure. He admits the Mother of Dragons holds her title for a reason, despite the inevitable end approaching. Grinding his teeth, he mocks the idea that she actually believes a victory is still possible. With a roar, he prepares to unleash a darkness so absolute it burns even the purest light. He triggers his dark soul spiraling blast, a technique designed to crush the very mind of his enemies. The Mother of Dragons can only watch in pure horror as her world turns into a violet nightmare. The massive energy wave erupts, tearing through the sanctuary and consuming everything in its path. The remaining dragons scream in terror as they realize their divine protection has been completely obliterated. Demiurgos descends through the violet haze, his presence alone warping the very fabric of the dragon sanctuary. The Mother of Dragons stares back, her eyes filled with a mix of ancient pride and growing terror. Standing amidst a shattered reality, our boy reveals his true, terrifying form as the former Demon King. He reaches out, his cold grip tightening on the Golden Dragon's veil, as her subjects cry out in despair. The surrounding dragons shriek in agony, unable to bear the sight of their sovereign being handled like a toy. With a chilling smirk, Demiurgos warns that anyone touching his family will face a fate worse than death. He lashes out with a casual flick, proving that even his simplest movements carry the weight of absolute destruction. The Mother of Dragons is sent reeling, as the sanctuary's foundations snap under the pressure of his dark mana. With another swift whip of his hand, he prepares to end this lopsided struggle once and for all. A single, massive slash tears through the temple, leaving nothing but ruins and the echoes of his overwhelming power. The dragons can only spit curses as our boy stands there, completely unfazed by their eternal hatred. They swear that their kind will never forget this massacre, even if it takes thousands of years. With their sanctuary in ruins, the remaining beasts scream out a final, desperate curse against the Demon King. Demiurgos just looks on with pure indifference, thinking that their petty threats are nothing more than background noise. As the dragons retreat into the sky, their roars of agony echo through the now shattered realm. Suddenly, a familiar step breaks the silence of the night as a loyal shadow finally catches up. Alex quickly drapes a coat over his master, making sure the former king regains his composed appearance. The strategist welcomes his liege back, relieved to see the true power of the demon realm unleashed. Our boy coldly notes that he finally settled the score for Darush, his fallen brother-in-arms. Alex is visibly moved, admitting the fear that his master had truly abandoned demonkind for a human life. Demiurgos confirms that he indeed did what was necessary, his eyes burning with a cold, ancient fire. He stands tall under the moonlight, declaring his intent to abandon any fate forced upon him by others. Our boy screams his name to the heavens, fully embracing his identity as Deus rather than a king. Alex is completely dumbfounded, desperately calling out to his liege as he watches him turn away. Deus remains firm, explaining that Darush was family, and this massacre was simply a debt paid in blood. With the score settled, he decides it is finally time to head back to his quiet life in Zorix. Alex is in a total panic, pleading with his master that returning to the human world is a mistake. He warns that turning the dragons into enemies will make the coming war a living nightmare for demonkind. Deus just waves him off, indifferently stating that the next generation of kings can handle that trash-tier mess. Alex tries one last emotional plea, reminding him that he once promised never to tolerate family being killed. Deus takes a firm step forward, ready to leave this bloody mess behind him for good. He snaps at Alex, arguing that he isn't responsible for idiots who choose to die in unwinnable fights. Alex desperately counters that their world is dying, and this war is the only way for demonkind to survive. He practically worships our boy, claiming he's the savior they've waited for after killing the Golden Dragon. Deus just sighs and wonders how they'll make money now that he's slaughtered all their high-paying clients. Alex is floored that his king cares more about shop profits than the fate of their entire race. He stares in silence, realizing his master truly has no intention of leading the demonic legions again. Still, he presses on, asking who will take over as the new Duke of Pestilence now. Deus indifferently tells him to let the other 6 demon lords fight it out and decide for themselves. Alex knows that's a recipe for disaster, since every one of those power-hungry monsters thinks they're the boss. Deus dismissively suggests giving the title to Darusha's kid, since he's officially done with the conversation. Alex tries to interject one last time, but our boy is already walking away from the drama. The loyal strategist lingers for a moment, offering a sincere thank you to his indifferent master. With a sudden dash, Alex rockets into the sky, leaving the mountain peak in total silence. The quiet night settles over the jagged cliffs as the demonic presence finally fades away. Under the watchful moon, the world remains blissfully unaware of the monsters hiding in plain sight. Returning to his weapon shop, he prepares to swap his demonic authority for merchant life once again. He collapses onto his bed, wondering if the quiet life is actually more tiring than war. His glowing eyes prove that no matter how much he hides, his true nature remains unchanged. Demiurgos senses a presence in his room and demands the hidden intruder reveal themselves immediately. The golden dragon steps through a rift, praising his perfect acting while confirming she knows his true identity. Our boy doesn't hesitate, lashing out with a strike of dark mana to end the conversation early. He aggressively grabs her, refusing to let this mysterious woman play games in his own sanctuary. She remains calm, warning that his reckless power usage will draw every elite warrior straight to his doorstep. Enraged, he demands to know why she used an imposter to fake her own death at the sanctuary. She just laughs, mocking his performance and mentioning how he showed her children a fake, severed arm. Our boy stands there dumbfounded, realizing their memories of the recent battle do not align at all. She drops a bombshell, suggesting that a third party might have tricked both of them from the start. Demiurgos pins the golden dragon, who reveals she suspected him of using Darusha's infection to spark a war. Our boy is skeptical, demanding to know what exactly changed her mind about his supposed master plan. She admits his genuine rage, and the massacre at the sanctuary proved he wasn't the one pulling the strings. In that moment of absolute chaos, a terrifying realization finally began to dawn on the Mother of Dragons. They both realize a shadowy third party is playing the Demon King and Dragon God like total fools. Demiurgos isn't buying the excuses yet, pressing her on why she went through the trouble of faking death. She explains that this messy complication is the only way to lure the real mastermind into exposing their weakness. Our boy starts to wonder if every move he's made was just a part of someone else's script. The golden dragon just smirks, leaving him to wonder how deep this trash-tier rabbit hole actually goes. The golden dragon realizes that if the goal was her death, the mastermind will finally move now. She decides to wait and see exactly who stands to gain the most from her supposed demise. Demiurgos asks if she still thinks the dragon extremists and demons are working together behind their backs. She confirms that every single piece of this puzzle is likely connected to the same hidden hand. With a quick swish, she prepares to reveal the next layer of this messy, trash-tier conspiracy. Our boy is getting a massive headache trying to keep up with all these layers of deception. Despite his annoyance, he admits he can't just leave her to face this storm alone. The golden dragon notes they are stuck together in a world thrown into absolute chaos by a god's death. She smirks, ready to hunt down whoever is actually steering this ship toward destruction. The moon hangs over the wreckage of the Holistawartia estate, a grim reminder of the recent dragon-fueled massacre. Amidst the ruins, Duchess Emily is absolutely devastated, clutching a blue cloth while sobbing her heart out. She is completely broken, and it is clear the weight of her sudden loss is starting to sink in. Suddenly, Lord Organ steps in, telling her she needs to pull it together and overcome this crushing sorrow. Looking at the shattered swords of her kin, she laments losing both her husband and child today. While the workers scramble to clear the debris, the atmosphere remains thick with despair and frantic shouting. Emily wails in total agony, wondering how she is even supposed to keep living after such a tragedy. That is when Organ grabs her hands, acting like he is cut from the same cloth as a savior. He promises to restore the clan himself, leaving her dumbfounded as he offers to handle the messy details. Emily looks up with a dazed, broken smile, seemingly finding a twisted sense of hope in his words. Emily clings to Padrick as her only hope while the trash-tier noble hides a wicked, opportunistic grin. Their moment is suddenly interrupted by a loud thud echoing from the shadows behind the massive desk. Padrick barks out a demand to know who is there, as Emily trembles in total fear. A mysterious hooded figure casually emerges from the dark, apologizing for ruining their little heart-to-heart. The stranger introduces himself as Inspector Cadenza, a high-ranking official representing the terrifying power of the Holy See. Padrick is completely dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as he realizes he is in the presence of true authority. He recognizes the man as one of the 12 sacred swords, elite warriors blessed with the purest blood. Turns out they are facing a member of the Zodiac Knights, a group known for their overwhelming D+ power. Padrick immediately hits the floor in a desperate prostration, leaving Emily baffled by his sudden, pathetic cowardice. Cadenza just smirks, clearly satisfied that his fearsome reputation is enough to make the greedy noble submit instantly. Patrick is sweating bullets while trying to find the right words to explain this absolute disaster. Cadenza mentions the castle's fall, and the bizarre rumors of a dragon hunter fighting in his underwear. He suspects that the power destroying and protecting these lands must be connected by the same hand. The inspector is determined to uncover the truth and decide if this mystery man is a friend. Patrick and Emily are completely dumbfounded as they realize the inspector knows far more than they expected. He reveals his investigation into dragon poaching, putting the Holistawartia clan right at the center of the scandal. The weight of the accusation hits them like a ton of bricks, leaving them trembling in pure terror. Cadenza notes the pathetic state of the castle, clearly unimpressed by the destruction left behind. Patrick starts to stammer, desperately searching for a lie that might actually save his trash-tier life. Suddenly, the inspector shifts his focus toward Emily, addressing her with a chillingly polite smile. Cadenza reminds Emily that dragon poaching is a death sentence for a noble clan like the Holistawartia. He paints a grim picture of her losing everything, from her title to this very castle. The inspector mockingly suggests that a pampered noble wouldn't survive a single day in the cruel outside world. Emily breaks down in tears, desperately begging him to keep his mouth shut and bury the report. Suddenly, Cadenza flashes his rings, catching the two trash-tier nobles completely off guard with a new demand. He mentions he knows about the young child remaining in the clan, sending a chill down their spines. The inspector orders them to train the boy well, promising to return for him in 20 years. He admits that recruiting elite bloodlines is tough, so sometimes a little persuasion is necessary for volunteers. Shaking with fear, Emily listens as he demands the poaching ledger be ready in exactly 5 days. With his work done, Cadenza whips around and leaves the two cowards shivering on the cold floor. Inspector Cadenza offers a mocking wish for a peaceful life, knowing he's just tightened the noose around them. He casually hops away, leaving the two trash-tier nobles to rot in their ruined, desolate estate. Emily and Lord Organ are left completely dumbfounded, realizing their comfortable lives are officially a thing of the past. Meanwhile, the sun is shining over our boy's weapon shop as a new face suddenly arrives. The Golden Dragon introduces herself as Goldie, claiming she's the new mage for their ragtag warrior party. Alex welcomes her warmly, introducing himself as the humble and loyal servant of the great Master Deus. Our boy Zeke excitedly joins the introductions, listing his endless chores while trying to look the part. Goldie acts impressed by Zeke's rank, while Deus wonders how they haven't spotted the tricky lizard yet. Feeling the fatigue, Deus orders them to train the rookie before heading off for some much-needed sleep. He stops when the new mage calls out, wondering what this golden troublemaker wants from him now. Goldie playfully suggests a date, leaving Zeke and Alex absolutely dumbfounded while they celebrate a potential royal heir. The scene shifts deep into the mountains, far away from the comforts of the city and the shop. Our boy Deus isn't feeling the vibe at all, looking completely drained and annoyed by this sudden excursion. Goldie just smirks at his attitude, asking if he's actually ready to witness something truly legendary. She reveals a massive dragon cocoon nestled in a crater, a sight that would make any regular warrior tremble. Deus remains unimpressed, bluntly asking why he was dragged out here just to watch some trash-tier dragon's birth. He finally snaps and starts berating her, demanding to know why she's involving him in her personal business. Goldie shouts back about the peace treaty, explaining that her interference would be seen as a declaration of war. Deus counters that her human form is the perfect cover, arguing that nobody would ever suspect her true identity. The two get locked in a heated shouting match as Goldie refuses to budge, leaving Deus beyond frustrated. Goldie emphasizes the need for discretion, explaining that her true power would instantly alert the higher-ups. She warns that even a legendary mage couldn't solo top-tier blood clans without drawing the Transcendent's gaze. Our boy Deus is genuinely curious, wondering if these so-called Transcendents are basically just gods and angels. Goldie explains that while natural disasters are ignored, breaking the world's fundamental laws makes you a target. Deus stays silent for a moment, connecting the dots between her warnings and his own recent chaotic actions. He realizes that by leveling castles and slaughtering warriors as a human, he's definitely been pushing his luck. Goldie just smirks, admitting she's actually curious to see if the big players have finally caught on to him. Suddenly, a massive explosion of water erupts from the crater, catching both of them completely off guard. The dragon finally bursts forth with a piercing shriek, forcing Goldie to drag Deus into the nearby brush. They watch from the shadows as the beast emerges, wondering if this birth will finally break the peace. The newborn dragon lets out a piercing cry, making Goldie marvel at the sheer beauty of new life. Our boy Deus isn't feeling the sentiment, thinking the creature looks helpless and easy to take out. Goldie clarifies that protecting this vulnerable life is their mission, though Deus remains pretty skeptical about it. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow looms over them as a terrifying obsidian beast roars through the sky. They hunker down in the brush, realizing that the real trouble has officially arrived on their doorstep. Goldie identifies the intruder as Zune, a member of the extremist faction known as the Obsidian Dragon. Dark energy swirls as the dragon shifts, revealing a mysterious woman stepping out from the violet mist. Deus thinks she has the perfect face for a villain, but Goldie thinks he's one to talk. The woman stands before the hatchling, and the tension in the air becomes thick enough to cut. Deus realizes they infect newborns because they grow instantly, making them the perfect hosts for their trash-tier schemes. Deus notes that this world is just a sunnier version of hell filled with surprisingly ruthless people. Goldie insists her kind wouldn't collaborate with demons, even if Deus suspects his old comrade's involvement. She narrows her eyes, convinced there is a hidden mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. Our boy smirks and suggests that the dragons might actually be evolving into something far more dangerous. Suddenly, his senses flare as he realizes that even more powerful threats are closing in on them. Two massive dragons roar through the sky, while Zune stands ready to receive her extremist reinforcements. Two figures dive toward the ground, moving with a speed that would leave any normal warrior dumbfounded. They land with a heavy thud, their presence making the air in the forest feel incredibly heavy. Ogun and Julia apologize for being late, proving they are cut from the same cloth as Zune. Zune immediately checks to see if they were followed, worried about any potential interference with their plans. Julia smirks, convinced that with the golden dragon gone, the world is finally ripe for their taking. Zune remains cautious, fearing that a leaderless faction only invites chaos and unwanted attention from the human world. Ogun suggests that Zune should just seize the throne herself, but his casual tone doesn't mask his ambition. Zune immediately rejects the idea, claiming they are mere creatures who have no right to question their god's will. Hidden in the brush, our boy watches the exchange, his sharp eyes missing nothing as the plot thickens. Below the ledge, a trapped dragon lets out a bone-chilling shriek, while the extremist trio looks on with indifference. From their hiding spot, the former Demon King and the Mother of Dragons witness the group's dark intentions unfolding. Zune steps closer to the edge, resolved to do whatever is necessary to ensure their faction's ultimate success. Ogun doesn't show a hint of mercy, noting the beast will soon lose its mind with no family left. He reveals a vial containing a trash-tier parasite, prepared to sacrifice the dragon for the sake of their kind. Goldie is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why her own kind would stoop to such trash-tier levels. Our boy Deus just grins, relishing the fact that they've finally caught these extremists red-handed in their mess. He casually asks if he can just slaughter the trio, but Goldie desperately tells him to hold his horses. She insists they need the full picture to understand the true purpose behind this draconic betrayal and its consequences. Deus just scoffs, telling her she's clearly just terrified and needs to quit overthinking every little detail like this. Goldie stares ahead, contemplating how everyone is just a gear in a machine that eventually crushes the weak. Getting bored, the former Demon King decides it's time for Plan B, leaving the Mother of Dragons totally confused. He explains that Plan B is just a mix of kidnapping and torture until the survivors start singing like birds. She remains silent, realizing that, despite his human facade, Deus is still very much cut from a different cloth. As the trapped dragon lets out a final shriek, Deus tells his partner to at least try being gentle. Ogun asks his fellow extremists if they are finally ready to begin their dark ritual with the dragon. Suddenly, a mysterious hand appears with a vial, promising the beast that its suffering will end very soon. Before they can blink, our boy Deus strikes, completely disrupting the ritual with a sudden and violent intervention. Ogun and Julia are left absolutely dumbfounded as the former Demon King casually stands there holding their prize. He gives them a chilling smile, introducing himself as Deus while mocking their pathetic, trash-tier operation. Terrified and enraged, Zune immediately retaliates by unleashing a devastating void breath to erase the intruder. Deus doesn't even flinch, simply preparing a dark mana technique to swallow her attack whole. The resulting shockwave sends the extremists reeling as he effortlessly brushes off the high-tier magic like nothing. He moves like a blur, snatching Zune by the hair before she can even process her total failure. With one enemy neutralized, he glares at the survivors and asks which of them wants to go next. Ogun and Julia stand frozen, realizing their trash-tier plan just invited a literal nightmare into their ritual. When they bolt in opposite directions, Deus finds their desperate attempt to survive actually quite amusing. Our boy starts a deadly game of eeny meeny miny mo, casually deciding which life to snuff out first. He lands on his choice with a flick of his finger, sealing someone's fate in an instant. Flashing a sharp-toothed grin, he joyfully announces that the blue one has won the grand prize. A violent shriek echoes through the forest as a massive blast of energy targets the fleeing extremists. Goldie watches the carnage from the shadows, her amber eyes filled with dread at his overwhelming power. Pushing its body to the breaking point, The blue dragon desperately tries to outrun the inevitable. It wonders how Deus tracked them down, terrified that someone within their own circle sold them out. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts right behind the beast, proving that there is absolutely no escape. A pink bolt of pure destruction slams into the blue dragon, grounding the trash-tier beast instantly. Our boy descends from the heavens like a god of death, his demonic wings casting a terrifying shadow. He offers a chilling congratulations, mocking the creature for being the lucky winner of his deadly game. Desperate to survive, the beast gathers every ounce of mana to unleash a freezing blast of ice. Deus just sighs and slices through the frost, claiming he is far too busy for these weak antics. With a casual goodbye, he leaves the dragon in pieces as it tumbles toward the earth below. He lets out a joyful shout while spiraling through the air, clearly having the time of his life. Meanwhile, Julia pushes her wings to the limit, gasping for air as she tries to escape the carnage. She realizes she must survive to warn the others that the true Demon King has finally returned. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes right behind her, and she realizes her head start was just an illusion. Julia freezes in midair as a familiar, terrifying presence suddenly flickers right in front of her. Our boy Deus drops in with a casual wave, greeting his prey with a terrifyingly friendly gesture. The dragon's heart sinks when she spots the fresh blood of her comrade staining his fingertips. Realizing she is next on the chopping block, she desperately charges up a massive blast of dragonfire. She unleashes a scorching torrent of flames, but Deus just zips through the heat like it is nothing. He even starts humming a little tune, treating this life-or-death struggle like a casual stroll in the park. Julia's scales crawl as she looks up to find those glowing red eyes staring right into her soul. With a sadistic grin, our boy decides it is time to stop playing and prepares his void chains. Massive purple rifts tear open the sky, raining down heavy, cursed iron that rattles with pure malice. Deus watches with playful malice as the chains bind the beast, ignoring her pathetic shrieks of agony. Julia plummets through the clouds, her draconic form completely ensnared by the relentless void chains. The impact forces her back into her human form, leaving her dazed and vulnerable on the forest floor. She groans in pain, her consciousness slowly returning as the weight of her defeat finally settles in. Suddenly, her eyes snap open in pure terror as she realizes the nightmare is far from over. She struggles against the cursed iron, dumbfounded that her draconic pride has been so thoroughly crushed. Her heart shatters when she sees Ogun nearby, proving they are both cut from the same cloth of failure. A chilling voice cuts through her panic, asking her exactly what she thinks is happening to them. Our boy Deus just stands there with a smug grin, looking like he is having the time of his life. Julia tries to curse his soul, but he just laughs and brags about his straight-A average in demonic hexes. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he decides it is finally time to start the interrogation. Deus pulls out a glowing vial, demanding to know where she managed to find such a nasty infection. Julia snaps back, calling him a common thief and demanding he return what he just stole. Our boy just scoffs, pointing out that her faction were the real thieves, using this to slaughter humans. He presses her for info on the extremist faction, wanting the name of the mastermind behind this biological weapon. She just gives him a trash-tier smirk, claiming he won't get a single word out of her. Deus just chuckles to himself, leaving the dragon girl completely dumbfounded by his sudden change in mood. Suddenly, he delivers a brutal blow to Ogun's gut, making Julia scream out in pure horror. He digs his hand in deep, squeezing the very essence of the dragon, while the air turns cold. Ogun writhes in agony against his chains, his body shaking from a pain he never thought possible. Deus mocks the poor guy, noting that he has already lost his voice and cannot even beg for mercy. Julia screams for him to stop, desperately begging to take the torture in her comrade's place. Deus just scoffs at her, telling the fool he has no intention of even touching her. He wears a demonic grin, promising that every dragon will die in agony right before her eyes. Our boy clenches his fist, making Julia shriek as he begins crushing the life out of Ogun. He continues to squeeze the dragon's essence, relishing the sound of his victim's body finally giving out. Ogun lets out a gut-wrenching cry, his spirit breaking under the weight of such overwhelming dark power. Julia desperately yells that they are acting alone, trying to protect her leader with a trash-tier lie. Deus isn't buying it, noting their coordination is far too perfect for them to be truly leaderless. Broken by the sight of her friend's suffering, she finally admits that Zune is the mastermind. Deus realizes he already bagged the big fish, meaning the rest of the faction is now easy prey. Julia tries to explain that they aren't just any regular extremists, but a secret elite group within the faction. Our boy isn't impressed, demanding to know exactly what kind of trash-tier squad he's dealing with. With a look of pure dread, she reveals that they call themselves the Four Seasons. Deus realizes they are the hardliners and presses for the names of the other members. She starts screaming out a list of names that sound suspiciously like a calendar, including her own and Ogun's. He mockingly finishes the list for her, guessing the remaining months while she stares in total disbelief. She's completely dumbfounded that he somehow knows their top secret names, not realizing how obvious they are. Our boy just laughs, mocking the fact that they literally named themselves after the months of the year. She insists it was just a coincidence, and that the theme is why they chose their group name. Deus narrows his eyes, wondering if Zune is the one responsible for such a pathetic naming scheme. Julia breaks into a cold sweat, desperately claiming she doesn't remember Zune being involved in their naming process. Our boy finds the whole thing hilarious, mocking the idea that their month-themed names were just a random coincidence. He keeps pressing her, wanting to know if Zune or some other mastermind was the real architect behind them. She screams back in defiance, insisting they only banded together to save their kind from human cruelty. Deus just stares her down, unimpressed, and asks who exactly she thinks is doing all this oppressing. Still bound by the dark chains, she rants about the non-aggression pact being a total farce used to destroy them. She claims the entire world is rightfully theirs, cursing her own creator for staying silent while humans stole their land. The girl's delusional logic is giving Deus a real headache, making him wonder if destroying everything is the only solution. He suddenly produces a glowing vial, demanding to know how she ended up with an artifact linked to Darush. Seeing her confusion, he just laughs and tells her to stop playing dumb since he already knows the truth. Demiurgos' eyes widen as he spots something completely off about the glowing vial in his hand. He realizes this isn't the trash-tier infection he was expecting to find in this mess. Our boy flashes back to when Alex showed him the purple rot found inside the dragons. This new sample is wriggling with a life of its own, looking far more aggressive and dangerous. The color is totally wrong, proving this isn't the same infection Darush was originally linked to. He demands to know where she got this pink variant, his patience finally hitting its limit. Julia just stares at the floor, stubbornly claiming she can't say a word about its origin. The dark chains suddenly snap tight, hoisting her up as the interrogation takes a violent turn. She hits the dirt hard, completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in the Demon King's mood. Before she can crawl away, a chain wraps around her throat, cutting off her pathetic excuses. Our boy drags them into the abyss, leaving them wondering where on earth they've been taken. Julia looks down and sees a literal sea of tormented souls, realizing they've reached a point of no return. As the chains rattle, the Demon King decides it's time for a formal introduction to his favorite nightmare. He explains this is the dumping ground for souls hell itself rejected, where the hungry residents wait for treats. The terror sinks in, as he notes that even the gods refuse to look at this god-forsaken pit. He leans in close, asking the trembling girl if she still remembers the specific promise he made earlier. With a trash-tier grin, he reassures her that he won't personally lay a single finger on her. Suddenly, he lets go of the chain, sending her comrade plummeting toward the screaming mouths below. Seeing her friend about to be devoured, she finally cracks and screams about the Southern Root clan dwarfs. In an instant, the nightmare vanishes as they pop back into the forest, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Julia crashes back to reality, hitting the dirt right at our boy's feet after that hellish mental trip. She immediately scrambles toward Ogun, desperate to see if her comrade actually survived the fall from the abyss. Just as she tries to lie about the dwarves, a heavy shadow looms over her, stopping her cold. Looking up, she is completely dumbfounded to see the golden dragon standing side by side with the terrifying Demon King. Tears well up as she realizes the legendary protector she thought was dead is very much alive. The golden dragon is fuming, disgusted that her own children were the ones behind this trash-tier betrayal. She demands to know how a dragon could ever sink low enough to serve a demon lord. Julia snaps back, calling out the hypocrisy of being lectured by someone currently cozying up to a monster. The golden dragon ignores the jab, demanding the truth about the dark infection linked to her fallen comrade. Before the argument escalates, Demiurgos raises his hand, letting his dark mana do the talking to end the chatter. Demiurgos snatches a vial of the dark essence, his sharp eyes already dissecting the strange energy within. The Mother of Dragons is baffled, demanding to know why he's stopping the interrogation for a mere trinket. He reveals the chilling truth that this infection is fundamentally different from the one that killed his comrade. Tossing the vial over, our boy points out the subtle differences in color and shape that scream foul play. The golden dragon is stumped, noting the captive claimed it came from the stone-working Southern Root dwarves. She realizes that's impossible since those dwarves lack the craft, a fact Demiurgos coldly agrees with. He explains that only his fallen brother-in-arms could forge such a thing, yet the man is long dead. While she wonders if they were fed a lie, he insists the captive's terror was far too real. The golden dragon begins to spiral, terrified by the thought of a second master of dark infections existing. Suddenly, a dark realization hits Demiurgos as he considers a possibility far more twisted than a simple copycat. Demiurgos drops a massive bombshell, questioning if his old comrade Darush actually kicked the bucket. He wonders if the world's top poison expert really died from his own craft or just faked it. The Golden Dragon is dumbfounded, finding the idea of a suicide by poison for a genius totally absurd. Even though our boy attended the funeral, he's stumped by the vial Goldie is waving around. She starts connecting the dots between the seasons and the demon realm, searching for a common thread. Demiurgos realizes that if humanity's extinction is the goal, their enemies might actually be working together. Meanwhile, Solus reflects on how rarity drives value for those profiting from this chaotic mess. Ogun and Zun prepare to unleash another dose, claiming the suffering will be over soon. As the dragons burn, it's clear that the victims of this conspiracy are the ones paying the price. The Golden Dragon remains deep in thought, knowing the truth is far more twisted than they imagined. A rugged, dwarven warrior appears, signaling that the next phase of this mess is about to begin. Goldie and our boy realize this conspiracy is designed to shatter any hope of peace between humans and dragons. She points out that the Four Seasons dragons are the ones actually executing this twisted plan. Demiurgos wonders if these dragons are the true masterminds or just disposable tails wagging for a hidden head. It seems like everyone in the world is involved in this scheme except for the two of them. Since the enemy is down 3 members, our boy figures it's the perfect time to exploit their weakness. He suddenly decides they're heading south to find the dwarves who actually manufactured the infection. The group finally reaches the jagged, industrial landscape of the Dwarflands to find some real answers. Their boots crunch against the dry earth as they prepare to enter a realm of fire and steel. With Zeke nervously lighting the way, the crew ventures deep into the dark tunnels of the mountain. Alex laughs about how their ragtag group of misfits has finally come together for this mission. Our boy suddenly stops in his tracks as a nagging thought about their evidence starts to bother him. He questions Alex on the timing of when she actually secured the infection sample she's been holding onto. She beams with pride, explaining that she's been diligently collecting samples since their very first encounter. However, she admits she hasn't taken any recent ones, causing Deus to fall into a silent, suspicious trance. He brushes it off as nothing important, though it's clear he's sensing a gap in their information. Zeke breaks the silence, hesitantly calling out to his master while struggling under the weight of their gear. The apprentice claims he's just a low-level warrior who shouldn't overstep, but he has a lingering doubt. Deus tells him to quit the formalities and just say whatever is bothering him already. Zeke finally asks the big question, wondering what exactly they hope to find in these desolate tunnels. Deus explains they're hunting the truth behind a shady deal between some trash-tier dragons and demons. Zeke connects the dots, asking if this nightmare started with the dragon attack on the day they met. Our boy confirms that the previous slaughter was definitely triggered by the same demonic infection they're investigating. Zeke is left completely dumbfounded by the news, while his master just stares back with a blank expression. The apprentice vents his frustrations about his fallen neighbors, wondering why demons are so hell-bent on causing suffering. Deus offers a cold, indifferent response, showing he doesn't really care about the moral weight of the situation. Zeke realizes the danger and suggests they hide their identities to travel as a seemingly weak, low-level party. He immediately starts sweating and apologizes, fearing he's being way too presumptuous with the former Demon King. Deus catches him off guard with a sudden remark that leaves the young warrior blinking in total confusion. He tells Zeke to just live normally, because a weakling like him couldn't possibly get in his way. Deus hints that Zeke might eventually change his mind about sticking with this demonic crew. He gives the boy a way out, saying it's fine to return to his old, trash-tier life. Zeke is completely overwhelmed with gratitude, swearing he could never repay everything his master has done. Our boy just stares back with those piercing red eyes, likely calculating the young warrior's true potential. As they trek deeper into the dark, Deus assures him that everything will eventually make sense. Goldie remains silent in the back, her amber eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight as she observes their bond. The path ahead narrows into a jagged chasm, a perfect place for a deadly ambush to go down. Zeke leads the way with his torch, trying his best to look like a reliable apprentice for once. Each step echoes through the cavern as the group moves further away from the world they knew. They begin the steep climb upward, leaving the safety of the flat ground behind for the unknown. The group trudges through the damp cavern, with Zeke and Alex struggling under the weight of their massive packs. Our boy finally hits his limit and collapses, while Deus complains about the lack of progress in this tunnel. Alex gasps for air, explaining that these dwarven mines are famous for being more confusing than a legendary labyrinth. Deus loses his cool and threatens to incinerate everything, but Alex just teases him for his lack of patience. While the two bicker like children, Goldie senses something is off about the silence echoing through the stone walls. She stares into the darkness, realizing it is way too quiet for a kingdom known for its constant mining. Alex rushes to check on the fallen apprentice, realizing Zeke isn't just tired, he's actually in serious trouble. Zeke looks like absolute trash tier, his face turning a sickly shade of green as he gasps for clean breath. Alex's eyes widen as she spots a mountain of dead dwarves below, all choked out by thick poison gas. Deus is genuinely dumbfounded, knowing that these hardy warriors should have been naturally immune to any common toxin. Goldie suspects that if Daroche crafted this toxin, it explains why the poison-resistant dwarves are currently piles of corpses. Deus is reaching his limit, wondering what kind of trash-tier scheme is unfolding in these godforsaken tunnels. Before the apprentice kicks the bucket, Goldie channels her mana to cast a high-level purification spell on him. Our boy Zeke jolts back to life, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he breathes again. Goldie gives him a warm smile, promising he will be fine, while Zeke offers a clumsy, heartfelt thank you. Alex watches closely, realizing Goldie's mastery of antidote magic and her lore knowledge makes her a serious wild card. The piece is shattered when the cavern wall explodes, sending a massive cloud of dust and rock everywhere. A legion of dwarves wearing heavy gas masks emerges from the rubble, brandishing hammers and glowing alchemical vials. Zeke immediately readies his demonic blade and shield, shouting to find out who these masked attackers actually are. The lead warrior glares through his lenses, accusing the party of being the devils responsible for the lethal gas. Demiurgos leans back with zero cares, while a sweating Zeke wonders why his boss is provoking the locals. The lead dwarf doesn't take the bait, instantly threatening to end them right where they stand. Our boy Demiurgos just flips the script, asking how they'd react if his group was actually innocent. The warrior demands an explanation for their presence if they aren't the ones behind the toxic gas. Demiurgos gives a flat refusal, making it clear they have absolutely nothing to do with this mess. A second dwarf interjects, blaming something called R24, while his comrade remains skeptical of the intruders. Demiurgos is genuinely curious about this R24 and wonders if they're really going to trust a stranger's word. The dwarves start bickering among themselves, unsure if they're being played or if R24 is the real threat. Demiurgos doubles down on his nonchalance, admitting he might be lying just to learn more about this mystery. While one dwarf screams for blood, the other reveals R24 is actually a legendary sacred gate. Demiurgos questions how a legendary gate could possibly be responsible for the toxic poison saturating the mine's air. The dwarf demands their true purpose, explaining that the southern root dwarves brought this disaster upon themselves. Goldie finally snaps and punches the bickering group, demanding they stop shouting and have a civil conversation. The Western Roots clan explains they rushed over only to find their kin dead from the mysterious fog. Our boy and his party listen as the dwarves describe the grim scene they discovered upon their arrival. Demiurgos smirks, realizing their hidden enemy is a master strategist who stays one step ahead of everyone. As the group stands among the rocks, Zeke wonders where they should even begin looking for the source. He asks for the location of the R24 gate, trying to piece together the cause of the infestation. The warrior explains that the gate is a 30-century-old mystery made of a material no one can identify. It turns out the southern dwarves' attempt to blast it open triggered a lethal curse, killing them all. A dwarf explains that the workers in R24 were dying long before the gate supposedly became angry. While they bicker over whether it is a curse or a human in obsidian, the tension spikes. Goldie and Demiurgos are stunned, immediately recognizing the description of the obsidian-clad human as the extremist Zune. Goldie demands every scrap of information they have on this intruder, her patience clearly wearing thin. The dwarves confirm that this human was spotted wandering around the sacred, forbidden grounds of the R24 region. Demiurgos steps forward, his presence alone enough to make the exhausted dwarves jump out of their skins. Our boy decides they are heading straight to the source, since every clue points toward that toxic region. The dwarf leader warns that the poison is too lethal and hands over a map to guide them. With the map in hand, the party ventures into the cave, Zeke lugging their gear through the haze. Goldie conjures a light to guide them through the gloom as they step deeper into the infested tunnel. Goldie senses the poison thickening, realizing the air is toxic enough to drop even a high-tier dragon. Our boy Zeke finally hits his limit, his legs buckling as the concentrated miasma begins to rot his stamina. He collapses under the weight of the gear, gasping for air while his masters watch the poor kid struggle. Goldie recognizes this as Darouche's handiwork. Knowing her protective magic can't keep a human safe in this hellhole, she tells the boy has done enough and orders him to retreat to the safety of the dwarves. Zeke feels like trash-tier help, apologizing for being unable to handle a quest of this caliber. Demiurgos checks if his apprentice can find his way back before they dive deeper into the toxic abyss. The heavy hitters press on into the glowing fog, leaving their exhausted pack mule behind to recover. They step past the mangled remains of fallen warriors, the stench of death hanging heavy in the air. The party finally reaches R24, finding a literal graveyard that confirms they've walked into a total slaughterhouse. Demiurgos is visibly shaken, wondering what kind of madness he's just stumbled upon. Before them lies a colossal mechanical gate, looming over the toxic graveyard of fallen dwarves. Goldie admits the dwarves were hiding this secret, proving they aren't exactly cut from the same cloth as allies. Looking at the carnage, she confesses she has no idea what this structure even is. Our boy is dumbfounded that a being who's lived for 66,000 years is seeing this for the first time. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of a hooded figure lurking in the shadows above the gate. The rat realizes he's been spotted and immediately bolts, trying to escape into the tunnels. Demiurgos doesn't hesitate, barking an order for Alex to hunt the runner down. The loyal strategist launches himself into the air like a bullet, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Our boy wonders if they've finally found the trash-tier mastermind responsible for this entire slaughter. Goldie runs her hand over the massive metal wall, sensing a history that predates even her ancient draconic memory. She asks if Demiurgos truly doesn't recognize this, wondering if it belongs to a time before their current world. Our boy brings up the Silver Age, thinking back to the myths he heard as a young demon king. Goldie clarifies that this isn't just old. It belongs to an era even more ancient than the Silver Age. Demiurgos is left dumbfounded as he realizes she might be talking about the legendary Golden Age of humanity. She confirms that long before demons or dragons existed, humans were the ones who truly ruled the entire world. Turns out, these ancient humans used massive engines of fire to travel through the sea of stars above. But this first world was just a prototype, eventually meeting a violent end in a massive, divine explosion. In the beginning, the gods were proud of their creation, giving humans everything they needed to thrive and conquer. These early humans lived in bliss, completely unaware that their entire civilization would one day be buried and forgotten. Goldie explains that this peak of human civilization was known as the legendary Age of Gold. However, their own trash-tier greed led them to build weapons that eventually wiped them all out. 1,000 days of blood-mixed rain fell as the world burned in the wake of their final war. Seeing their first prototype fail so miserably left the gods completely heartbroken and weeping over the loss. Our boy listens intently, realizing the history he knew was just a tiny fraction of the truth. Despite the failure, the gods decided to give humanity another shot, sparking a brand new beginning. This second attempt was the Age of Silver, where humans mastered magic and even conquered death itself. These ancient mages were cut from a different cloth, wielding elemental stones to reshape reality at will. But history repeated itself when a 5-century war over those very stones shattered their beautiful world again. For the second time, the gods were left in total despair as their children chose destruction over peace. Goldie narrows her eyes, revealing that both demons and dragons were actually born right here in this world. She explains this shared origin to our boy, who listens as the true history of their existence unfolds. After the previous failures, the gods decided to craft the world one more time, hoping for better results. This time, they restricted humanity to the continent of Horsens, keeping them separate from the more dangerous realms. Meanwhile, the dwarves retreated beneath the surface, carving out a massive empire within the deep, dark tunnels. The demon race claimed the jagged peaks of the Purgatory Hills, building a fortress amidst the eternal glow. Far beyond the scars of the magical wars, the dragons found their own sanctuary to settle and thrive. Goldie admits she learned these ancient secrets while still in her egg, though she barely cared back then. Deus finds it ironic that humans have survived the longest during the Age of Chaos, the most brutal era. Even though they lost their star-crossing tech and supreme magic, their sheer stubbornness kept them from going extinct. Goldie reflects on how foolish humans are, wondering if keeping them isolated was actually the right move. Our boy Deus is completely dumbfounded when she mentions something called the Pottery of the Stars. She reveals a massive, ancient structure, explaining that this relic is the legendary Pottery of the Stars. This monstrous ship once allowed humans to conquer the galaxy, protected by metal harder than any diamond. Even though it's the peak of human tech, she claims it's now a forbidden domain for their kind. Deus isn't one for lectures and decides to test that theory with a mana-infused punch. The sheer force of his strike creates a massive shockwave, sending the dragon priestess flying back. She tumbles across the rocky floor, completely caught off guard by his sudden, violent outburst. Goldie is absolutely livid, demanding to know why Head suddenly lash out at such a sacred relic. Our boy just ignores her, focused on the fact that his strike didn't leave a single scratch. Deus is annoyed that his punch didn't leave a dent, while Goldie calls him a total idiot. Our boy just laughs it off, determined to force his way inside despite her growing rage. Goldie finally snaps and shoves him aside, claiming she's the only one who can actually open it. He watches her search the blank wall, wondering what she could possibly find in such a barren place. Suddenly, her touch reveals a hidden digital interface, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the ancient machinery. She begins expertly navigating the glowing screen, her fingers moving with a familiarity that shouldn't be possible. As the system boots up, Deus stares at the strange lights, struggling to understand what a program even is. Goldie explains this lost technology uses interconnected lightning to create magical effects from a forgotten era. Suspicious, our boy asks how a dragon priestess could possibly know how to operate such complex human relics. He realizes the truth is far deeper, wondering if she's actually met someone from the legendary Age of Gold. Goldie stays silent for a moment, her mind racing as she prepares to reveal secrets of the distant past. She explains that while the Golden and Silver Ages fell, the demon race inherited the Golden Era's legacy. Looking at him, she notes how his people still carry that ancient spirit of seeking absolute world domination. Deus admits he's completely lost, having no clue how to even begin crafting such complex, starborn technology. Goldie just offers a mysterious hint, suggesting that perhaps he will be the one to recreate it someday. Our boy stares up at the massive mechanical monolith, feeling small against the weight of ancient history. She reveals that dragons actually inherited the Silver Age's magic, which is the only reason they can fly. Deus is dumbfounded to learn that wings are just for show and magic does all the heavy lifting. With a sharp beep, the ancient terminal finally yields, confirming that the path forward is officially unlocked. The massive doors groan open, revealing a path that could change the fate of their entire world. Our boy steps into the high-tech chamber, immediately realizing this strange-looking ship is unlike anything he's ever seen. Deus worries about the dangers of entering an ancient relic, but Goldie insists there's nothing important left inside. Turns out it's just a dry food warehouse control room, making Deus look like a total idiot for panicking. He scoffs at the idea of thousand-century-old monsters, while Goldie begins activating the ancient, glowing console. A massive holographic tree flickers to life, revealing the complex blueprints of a long-forgotten era. Goldie's eyes shimmer as she recites the names of the celestial spheres, recognizing the divine structure of the project. As Deus approaches, she explains they are currently standing in Malkuth, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the terminology. This was the root of the Sephiroth project, a desperate attempt by humans to escape their dying star. This specific block served as a food storage unit that unfortunately got stuck during the final emergency evacuation. Goldie concludes that the dwarves likely kept this place secret, making it the perfect hideout for illegal plague trading. Deus demands to know her true identity after seeing how well she handles this ancient tech. Goldie just cryptically remarks that the world is full of secrets he can't yet understand. Our boy wonders if her physical form was just some mass-produced tool for a forgotten war. She stares him down, asking if he feels slighted by the truth of her existence. Deus snaps, claiming they're wasting time on trash-tier history when they need to find Alex. Suddenly, a lethal red laser slices through the air, nearly taking our boy's head off. Hez dumbfounded to see a hole through his hand as a mechanical monstrosity crawls into view. Goldie identifies the beast as a machine golem, a relic known as a robot. The word robot makes Deus's eyes light up, clearly fascinated by this ancient piece of tech. Goldie warns him that this Golden Age relic is the ultimate guardian of the facility. The golem's core glows a lethal red, prompting Goldie to scream for Deus to watch his back. Searing red lasers slice through the air, forcing the duo to scramble as the floor melts behind them. They tumble across the metal plating, narrowly escaping a fiery end from the machine's relentless, high-speed assault. Fed up with being hunted, Deus prepares to fire his own laser to show this relic some respect. The ancient security unit isn't backing down, manifesting a heavy blade to cut through the pesky intruders. A chaotic web of energy beams fills the room, turning the entire hallway into a literal death trap. The resulting explosion nearly levels the corridor, leaving Goldie terrified of the collateral damage they are causing. Our boy opens his maw to unleash a devastating soul blast, ready to vaporize the mechanical pest. Goldie desperately muzzles him, realizing that one wrong move will blow this entire volatile ship to Kingdom Come. She warns that the facility runs on nuclear energy, a concept that leaves our boy completely dumbfounded. Goldie is losing it, screaming that they're about to trigger a global catastrophe if he doesn't stop. The mechanical guardian doesn't care about her warnings, lunging forward with its razor-sharp blades. Our boy and the dragon priestess barely keep their footing as the metal beast closes the distance. The golem's weapon hums with a lethal energy, proving this isn't some trash-tier security bot. It lets out a massive horizontal slash, forcing the duo to dive for cover to avoid being bifurcated. Fed up with the scrap metal's persistence, Deus decides it's time to put some weight behind his fists. He delivers a dark mana-infused strike that sends shockwaves through the corridor, nearly blowing Goldie away. The impact is massive, yet the machine's ancient armor holds firm against his overwhelming demonic strength. Our boy is genuinely dumbfounded that the relic survived a hit that would have vaporized most high-tier demons. Realizing this mechanical nightmare is built different, he repositions to find a weak point in its stellar craftsmanship. Deus decides to stop playing around and summons his void chains to lock the hunk of junk down. The dark links coil around the machine, momentarily halting its relentless assault on our boy. However, the ancient tech isn't done yet, charging up a high-output laser to blast its way out. With a violent spin, the golem shatters the demonic restraints, leaving Deus absolutely fuming at its persistence. The mechanical guardian recalibrates, its cold sensors locked onto the intruder as it readies its lethal blades. Deus narrowly avoids a searing beam, feeling completely frustrated that his usual tactics are failing him. He ducks under another strike, his temper finally reaching its breaking point against this stubborn pile of bolts. Our boy prepares to unleash a point-blank soul blast, fully intent on turning the golem into molten slag. Suddenly, a golden ribbon wraps around his face, as Goldie desperately tries to stop his reckless power surge. She warns him about the volatile surroundings, but Deus is too blinded by rage to care about the risk. Goldie screams that he's a total lunatic for risking Zeke's life just to vent his petty demonic frustrations. Our boy snaps back that those weaklings are useless anyway, his patience completely evaporated by the golem's stubbornness. The mechanical guardian unleashes a hellish barrage, forcing the duo to dance through a lethal web of searing heat. Sparks fly as the ancient machine's armor groans under the immense pressure of its own chaotic energy output. A swarm of seeker drones launches into the air, turning the cramped facility into a high-tech death trap. Goldie panics as the disaster unfolds, realizing they're seconds away from being vaporized by the relentless laser fire. Deus grits his teeth, his mind flashing back to the ancient wars, where demonic legions were his only challenge. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hits him as he realizes how to turn this chaotic mess to his advantage. He demands to know why Goldie isn't using her special ribbons to suppress the energy like she did before. Goldie stands dumbfounded as he orders her to wrap the entire ship in her divine cloth immediately. The mechanical guardian's blade slams into the floor with a heavy thud, missing our boy by a hair. Deus barks orders at Goldie, demanding she seal the space completely to contain the coming blast. She immediately unleashes a torrent of divine ribbons, her golden mana flooding the entire chamber. The cloth weaves a massive cocoon, trapping the machine and Deus inside a high-stakes killing floor. Our boy stares down the trash-tier tin can, mocking its primitive programming before ending the fight. He exhales a massive surge of dark energy, unleashing the legendary breath of the Demon King. The purple flames incinerate the golem instantly, reducing the ancient security unit to a pile of slag. Outside, the massive facility groans and collapses against the mountainside, leaving nothing but a trail of corpses. As the dust settles, Goldie stands dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the destruction they just caused. Suddenly, Alex chimes in over the link to report that he has successfully captured their elusive target. Deus tells Goldie to handle the initial interrogation, while he rushes off to meet with Alex. Goldie decides to stay behind, knowing she needs to sweep the area and check for any remaining threats. Our boy looks back and warns her to finish her business quickly before heading to the next objective. Deep in the tunnels, Alex has already pinned the rat down using a mass of crushing purple tendrils. Alex greets his master as Deus arrives to inspect the prize they have finally cornered in the dark. Our boy leaps into the chamber, eager to finally put a face to the name of their enemy. He gives a mock drumroll, enjoying the moment before revealing the true identity of the captured mastermind. Deus yanks the hood back, exposing a trembling demon who immediately starts begging for His Majesty's mercy. It turns out the prisoner is Count Jin Hung, a shapeshifter who definitely shouldn't be outside the demon realm. The trash-tier noble shakes in terror, claiming he was only following secret orders from the gluttonous king. Deus glares at the prisoner, demanding to know exactly what kind of orders he was following. The Count spills everything, revealing a grand scheme to corrupt heroes and trigger a massive dragon rampage. Our boy is visibly annoyed, questioning when he ever authorized such a messy and unauthorized plan. The sweating noble explains that with the Demon King gone, Darosh claimed they had to take charge. Deus drops a bombshell, informing the terrified Count that Darosh has already checked out permanently via suicide. While the prisoner reels from the news, Deus admits they came looking for answers he clearly doesn't have. Suddenly, the Count remembers another player in the shadows, someone he's suspected of pulling the strings all along. He screams that the true mastermind must be the leader of the hardliners. Desperate to save his skin, Deus remains unimpressed, noting that they've already bagged the leader known as June. The Count panics, insisting there is a secret leader hidden even from the rest of the demon race. Deus is genuinely surprised to hear that the White Dragon is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Count flashes back to the moment that terrifying creature walked right up to him in the burning ruins. She just stood there with a smug grin, looking like she owned every inch of the battlefield. The dragon whispered a plan to unite their races, and finally erase those trash-tier humans for good. Our boy is locked in now, demanding to know what kind of madness followed that secret meeting. Turns out, the Count was just a messenger who helped Darosh deploy those nasty mind-controlling parasites. Deus isn't satisfied though, questioning why the parasites they found earlier seem so fundamentally different. He notes that the specimens they captured don't align with the demon realm's standard biological engineering. The Count starts sweating, screaming that their tech is the pinnacle, and absolutely cannot be replicated by anyone. When Goldie walks in, Deus realizes the Count is just another clueless pawn who has reached his limit. Deus suspects a hidden leader is pulling the strings, and questions how they'll find the remaining council members. The Count panics at the sight of Goldie until Deus explains she's just part of his crew. Sensing a chance to be useful, the Count blabs that he knows the secret location of the hideout. He identifies Agayata Canyon as the stronghold, where he once helped the council refine their parasite control. Our boy is totally dumbfounded since he has no clue where this mysterious canyon is actually located. Goldie realizes they've been played, explaining the canyon is a sacred dragon burial ground no one dares enter. Suddenly, Deus decides to call it a day, much to the confusion of his golden companion. Has more interested in a nap and some noodles than rushing into another trash-tier battlefield immediately. Deus notes that Zeke nearly died and needs rest because the next fight is way above his pay grade. Goldie mocks him for acting like a protective mother, though he jokingly threatens her for the comment. Deus looks at his captive, ready to wrap up this interrogation once and for all. Alex asks how they should handle the trash-tier count, now that they have the info they need. Surprisingly, our boy tells the demon noble he's finally free to live however he wants. 7 hours later, the crew is back in Zorik's village to enjoy some much-needed peace and quiet. A heavy mug of ale slams onto the wooden table as the celebration officially kicks off. A completely wasted Goldie rants about a parent's heart, while Zeke tries to stop her from overdoing it. Deus just shrugs, telling his apprentice to keep pouring and simply overcharge her tab later. Alex starts teasing Zeke about making a move, leaving the poor kid totally dumbfounded and blushing. Not amused by the trashy jokes, Deus uses his mana to shut his right hand up instantly. While slurping noodles, he checks in on Zeke's siblings, showing he actually cares about the kid's family. Deus slurps his noodles while casually asking his apprentice about the ages of his siblings. Zeke beams with pride, mentioning his 15-year-old sister and his 9-year-old brother. He explains that kids from prestigious families start dormitory life early, which Deus finds surprisingly harsh. A totally wasted Goldie starts complaining that our boy is only ever generous towards Zeke and nobody else. She leans in with a flushed face, suspiciously asking if he actually has feelings for the kid. Deus snaps back, telling the drunk dragon that being hammered doesn't give her a pass to talk trash. Alex joins the teasing, jokingly warning them that they could never truly be close anyway. The peaceful meal is suddenly interrupted when a mysterious voice calls out a greeting to the group. A man named Cadence appears, identifying himself as an investigator sent directly from the Holy See. Hearing that name leaves Zeke completely dumbfounded as the reality of the situation finally sinks in. Cadence flashes a sharp smile, confirming he knows exactly who Zeke is and why he has approached them. He mentions Zeke's recent C-rank promotion, explaining that he is here to dig into the details of that achievement. Zeke starts sweating buckets, nervously asking why a high-ranking investigator would care about a trash-tier rank like his. Cadence notes the Holy Biche family is too broke for evaluation fees, making Zeke's sudden rank-up look like pure corruption. Our boy desperately tries to defend his name, insisting that no shady business was involved in his testing. The investigator isn't convinced, stating that any hidden irregularities will surely be exposed once his investigation truly begins. Deus finally chimes in with an annoyed look, asking the investigator if he actually knows who he is bothering. Cadence turns his attention to the shopkeeper, asking if Deus really thinks his identity is a total secret. He casually identifies everyone at the table, including the butler Alex and the passed-out woman beside Deus. Unimpressed by the display, Deus tells the man to get lost since he is currently interfering with his business. Cadence plays it cool, offering to be a customer while mentioning his lost weapon from the dragon attack. Deus narrows his eyes, clearly suspicious about the investigator's presence during that specific massacre. The man admits he's been around, hinting that he has seen much more than he is letting on. Suddenly, Cadence drops a bombshell by questioning the exact results of Zeke's recent pureblood test. Annoyed by the prying, Deus tells him to just read the official report if he is so curious. When Cadence pushes for a verbal answer, the shopkeeper just shrugs and claims he has already forgotten the number. The investigator shifts his gaze to Zeke, putting our boy on the spot to see if he remembers. He claims a report stating 4.2% is nearly impossible to believe for a trash-tier rank. Panicking, Zeke tries to play along and confirms the fake number, just to end the stressful interrogation. Cadence smirks, revealing he just set a trap and caught the boy lying about his actual test results. Deus explains that Zeke intentionally lowered his score to avoid the headache of being a high-profile target. Cadence puts on a friendly face, claiming his only goal is to actually help our boy succeed. Unimpressed, Deus retorts that real help comes in the form of anonymous gold, not annoying interrogations. He reminds the investigator that even the local lords wouldn't dare treat a high-ranking official so recklessly. Cadence ignores the jab, noting that Zeke's potential clearly places him far above his current trash tier status. Deus secretly scoffs, knowing Zeke's current strength is just a carry from the high-quality gear he provided. Something feels off to the former Demon King as he realizes the investigator is digging far too deep. Cadence smirks, catching on to the fact that this mentor is actually hoping his student stays ranked low. Deus openly admits that a higher rank just makes his pawn much harder to manipulate for his plans. He points out that without help, a dropout like Zeke would be stuck as a bottom feeder forever. Deus explains he is just a rich nobody, using a hero companion to climb the social ladder quietly. Cadence isn't buying the act, calling his logic completely selfish as her eyes glow with deep suspicion. Our boy just grins, claiming it is a win-win since Zeke gets paid while he gets his status. Cadence counters that Zeke is losing out on noble status and imperial perks because he is being used. She pushes further, questioning what the plan is if the kid's rank fails to meet his greedy expectations. Since he already hit C rank, she wonders if he might actually bottom out to a trash tier F rank instead. Cadence smirks and confidently declares that a pathetic drop like that is simply impossible for someone like him. She drops a bombshell, revealing her research points to Zeke actually being the legendary masked hero. Deus plays it cool, asking if her supposed investigation actually turned up any real, undeniable proof. He mocks the theory, asking what happens if the boy turns out to be a bottom-feeding G rank. Deus wonders if the kid just got lucky, and asks what happens if his rank is even lower. He looks at Cadence and asks if she will still treat Zeke like some trash-tier rank if that happens. Cadence stares him down, claiming Zeke would just accept his fate, though she is certain he won't fail. Our boy just slams his arm down, casually questioning why she is so sure of the kid's success. He leans back with a smirk, asking if she is really betting Zeke's entire future on a mere hunch. Suddenly, Deus shifts the vibe, asking if she comes from some wealthy, high and mighty family. Cadence is left completely dumbfounded, wondering what her background has to do with the current situation. Deus explains that privileged kids like her think hard work always guarantees success, which honestly makes him sick. She glares back, offended, and asks if he is seriously trying to mock the value of putting in effort. He clarifies that he is mocking her ignorance of the safety net that lets her fail without any consequences. Deus explains Zeke's life was a constant gamble, where one mistake meant losing everything for his family. He challenges her narrow view, pointing out that Zeke's current state is a sacrifice, not a lack of effort. Our boy decides he's preached enough and starts devouring his noodles with zero regrets. He tells her to quit the hero talk, order some food, and finally get out of his hair. Cadence remains stubborn, insisting that powerful individuals are essential assets that humanity simply cannot afford to waste. Deus scoffs, asking why the system let a potential talent rot as a bellboy if they cared so much. She remains silent, likely realizing the flaws in the world she's been desperately trying to defend. She finally gives up for now, promising to return, while Zeke screams for her to never come back. The investigator turns to leave, clearly frustrated by the shopkeeper's twisted but undeniable logic. Just as she's about to walk away, a sudden shout catches her attention and makes her stop. Deus stops her cold, pointing out that she isn't going anywhere until she undoes her sneaky little trick. The investigator's eyes sharpen as she realizes our boy isn't as easy to fool as he looks. With a flick of his finger, Deus forces the hidden mana threads to finally shimmer into view. Zeke is completely dumbfounded, realizing he's been wrapped up in invisible strings like some trash-tier puppet. Alex just smirks from the sidelines, clearly enjoying the way Deus is exposing the Holy Sea's dirty laundry. It's not just them, as every villager nearby is unknowingly caught in the same web of manipulation. Even Holovich is slurping his noodles while totally oblivious to the magical tether hooked into his very being. The entire market is revealed to be a massive trap, with everyone connected to the woman in the center. Cadence stands exposed, her bejeweled hand acting as the anchor for the complex web of soul-binding chains. She just flashes a cheeky smile and apologizes, claiming she simply forgot she was still holding everyone hostage. Deus watches as the unsuspecting villagers continue their lives, completely unaware of the magical strings binding them. The entire area is a mess of glowing threads, proving that everyone here is just a pawn in a larger game. Cadence's hand is the source of it all, her ornate jewelry serving as the anchor for this soul-binding web. She decides to play it cool, bowing politely and leaving, while Zeke innocently bids her a friendly farewell. As she turns to leave, she knows she can't stay long now that her secret has been dragged into the light. Cadence is actually impressed that a supposed D-ranker like Deus could spot her Orbis web so easily. Back at the table, our boy is busy slurping noodles, seemingly unfazed by the magical espionage he just dismantled. Zeke flashes a bright, trash-tier smile, thanking his master for everything without a single clue about the world's dangers. Deus just stares back, internally calling him an idiot, while admitting he's only using the boy for his own ends. Under the cold gaze of the full moon, the true nature of their partnership remains hidden in the shadows. The night deepens over the devil's weapon shop, but the chaos inside is only just beginning. Deus bursts through the door, carrying a passed-out Goldie while wondering how she managed to eat until she fainted. His subordinates, Alex and Zeke, suddenly have urgent chores elsewhere, leaving their master to handle the mess alone. Left with no choice, our boy carries the golden dragon into the guest room, grumbling about his terrible luck. He dumps her onto the bed, complaining that for a slender priestess, she's surprisingly heavy to lug around. Despite the drama, Goldie looks completely peaceful, lost in a deep sleep that Deus can only envy right now. He stands there dumbfounded, catching his breath while realizing just how much of a handful this woman really is. Suddenly, he recalls her teasing him about being the very first demon king to actually try and retire. She had even admitted to letting her guard down because she thought they were finally becoming close friends. Her final warning echoes, reminding him that exposing his power would bring every hero down on their heads. Goldie's laughter echoes in his mind, teasingly encouraging him to do something reckless just for the fun of it. Back in the present, Deus stares at her, feeling like a total chump for playing the caretaker. He lets his dark mana surge, manifesting a lethal claw as his old, ruthless instincts briefly take over. The sharp point hovers over her throat, a reminder that he could end this whole headache in seconds. Instead, he just scoffs at her for being so defenseless, wondering if she's actually forgotten who he is. He leaves the bedside, deciding that a dusty sofa is a much better spot for a retired king. Our boy flops onto the cushions, resigned to spending the night in the lounge just to keep things simple. He stares at the chandelier, questioning her true motives before finally letting his eyes drift shut. His rest is cut short when a familiar voice pierces the silence, making him bolt upright in shock. Alex has manifested in twin forms, mockingly bringing up his childhood and that awkward exit at the funeral. Deus is clearly annoyed, asking what the hell they're doing here in the middle of the night. Alex just smirks, asking how much longer he plans on wasting his time with this mundane lifestyle. Our boy is genuinely confused, wondering what kind of work his butler is even talking about. They mock him for playing hero, reminding him that there are only 20 years left on the clock. Deus yawns, telling his subordinates to cut the lecture and get straight to the point already. Alex drops the bombshell, warning him to stop sticking his nose into Darash's private affairs. Hez completely dumbfounded, wondering why his own loyal servant is suddenly telling him to back off. The twins claim they aren't in a position to order him, framing it as a simple request instead. His eyes glow with a dangerous light, as he demands they give him a damn good reason. He sits up, realizing this peaceful retirement might be more complicated than he initially thought. Alex smirks, claiming that convincing people is their specialty, while our boy just tries to relax. The butler's feminine persona leans in with a trash-tier grin, clearly enjoying this game of cat and mouse. As their hands wander, Deus remains cold, wondering why his subordinates are suddenly acting so bold. The twins pile on, playfully asking if their lord wants to have some fun for a change. They whisper that they're just being convincing, but Deus isn't buying this sudden change in attitude. He finally snaps, kicking them off and lamenting that none of the 7 dukes are actually sane. Our boy demands they stop dodging the question and reveal what the hell happened to Darosh. Alex just laughs, mockingly asking why he's playing dumb when he knows the truth about the killing. The realization hits him like a truck, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the cold-blooded betrayal. He recalls the Golden Dragon jokingly urging him to defeat enemies while Zeke watched on in pure terror. Goldie is fuming, reminding everyone that a dragon isn't some trash-tier slime a squad of heroes could handle. Our boy Deus just chills while she rants, calling the supposed heroes a bunch of idiots for their arrogance. He casually suggests that if she's so worried about Zeke, she should just handle the beast herself. Deus admits he'd probably overdo it since the dragon is way too weak to survive his actual power. Goldie can only groan in frustration, knowing her master's casual arrogance is actually backed by terrifying truth. As they drift near the massive ancient serpent, she realizes she has to step up and intervene. She decides to take action, channeling her divine mana to grant Zeke a fighting chance against the beast. Zeke is suddenly hit with an overwhelming surge of energy, feeling like his body might actually explode. Goldie explains she just stacked every top-tier buff possible, giving him enough power to level a whole castle. With a serious gaze, she warns Zeke to hold back just enough so he doesn't accidentally kill the creature. Demiurgos grabs our boy Zeke, joking that the kid is more likely to die than the dragon. Zeke can barely process what's happening as he feels himself being hoisted up like a sack of potatoes. Without a second thought, Demiurgos launches the super buffed apprentice straight at the massive beast like a human cannonball. Zeke screams in pure terror while hurtling through the air, realizing there's absolutely no turning back now. The ancient serpent isn't just going to sit there, charging up a lethal blast to vaporize the incoming pest. It unleashes a massive hydrostorm breath, a freezing torrent of mana designed to crush anything in its path. Suddenly, Zeke's legendary gear reacts to the threat, manifesting a creepy glowing eye that pulses with hidden power. He slices right through the dragon's ultimate attack, his buffed strength turning the tide in a single heartbeat. The dragon's reinforced scales begin to shatter as the sheer force of the impact tears through its defenses. Seizing the moment, Zeke prepares his family's secret moonlight strike to finish this trash-tier lizard once and for all. Zeke lunges forward with everything he's got, desperate to land a finishing blow on the massive beast. The dragon's tail whips around with blinding speed, threatening to swat our boy right out of the sky. He tumbles through the air while the serpent mocks his predictable movements, certain that the fight is over. His legendary gear slips away, crashing into the foliage below as he loses his only means of defense. His sword follows suit, plunging into the depths and leaving him completely unarmed against the winged nightmare. Out of nowhere, heavy iron chains shoot upward, cutting through the wind like a predator's strike. The hooks sink into the dragon's scales, anchoring Zeke to the very monster he is trying to kill. He dangles precariously over the abyss, realizing he is now just a passenger on a very angry flight. Our boy screams in pure panic, yet his eyes show he is ready to ride this chaos to the end. The ancient serpent growls in annoyance, dumbfounded that a mere human would dare to restrain it like this. The chains bite deep into the serpent's hide, securing our boy's desperate grip on the massive beast. He is whipped through the air like a rag doll as the dragon tries to shake its unwanted passenger. Zeke slams brutally against the jagged cliffside, the impact nearly shattering his fragile human frame. His hands are shredded and bleeding, yet he refuses to let go of the cold iron links. Gritting his teeth, he tightens his hold, knowing that falling now means certain death in the abyss. Remembering how his mentors fought for the people, Zeke resolves that he won't be the one to quit. He frantically reaches into his pack, searching for anything that can serve as a makeshift weapon. His fingers scramble through the clutter, desperately hoping to find something more than just travel supplies. To his utter dismay, he pulls out a trash-tier frying pan while wishing for a real sword. Suddenly, the kitchen tool erupts in a blinding holy light, proving even a pan can be deadly. Zeke raises the glowing kitchen tool, dumbfounded that a trash-tier pan is actually channeling massive holy energy. Even our boy Deus looks on in total shock, never expecting his apprentice to pull off such a miracle. But the celebration is cut short as the massive beast lurches forward, dragging Zeke along for a ride. The ancient serpent begins a terrifying descent, plummeting toward the dark waters below with Zeke still tethered. They hit the surface with a violent crash, sending a massive spray of water into the air. Zeke screams in terror as he's yanked beneath the waves, his grip on the cold chains tightening instinctively. The dragon dives deeper into the abyss, pulling our boy into a silent, watery grave he wasn't prepared for. He struggles against the crushing pressure, realizing that his lack of oxygen is becoming a fatal problem. Panic sets in as he realizes he can't breathe, his lungs burning while the dragon continues its descent. The beast shows no signs of stopping, dragging its tiny passenger further into the dark, suffocating depths. Zeke's consciousness starts to slip as the cold water fills his lungs and his vision begins to fade. Deep in the abyss, the ancient serpent continues its relentless dive, dragging our boy like a mere fishing lure. Suddenly, the beast reverses course and breaches the surface, launching Zeke high into the air with violent momentum. The dragon glares with predatory intent, finally deciding that this annoying human has lived long enough. Zeke is sent soaring through the sky, completely at the mercy of gravity, and the dragon's next move. Battered and bloodied, he clings to the chains, realizing he's just a sitting duck in the open air. The beast mocks his weakness and begins charging a lethal blast, demanding that the pathetic human just die. It unleashes the maelstrom breath, a devastating torrent of energy aimed directly at the helpless apprentice. Watching from the sidelines, Demiurgos remains silent while Goldie screams out for Zeke in pure desperation. Her amber eyes ignite with a divine glow, sensing that their companion is on the brink of total annihilation. Zeke is falling, but suddenly a red barrier manifests, catching him mid-air as he gasps in shock. His legendary gear begins processing complex data, activating a hidden protocol buried deep within its ancient core. Our boy is suddenly stabilized by a burst of steam as the armor takes full control of his momentum. He becomes a whirlwind of energy and chains, finally tapping into a power that shouldn't belong to a human. Lethal red shards rain down from the heavens, turning the sky into a literal death zone for the beast. The dragon is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this trash-tier human is suddenly overwhelming its draconic senses. A massive explosion rocks the entire area, nearly capsizing the boat where Demiurgos and Goldie watch in awe. Zeke grits his teeth as mechanical wings lock into place. Realizing he's no longer just a helpless apprentice, he unleashes a concentrated barrage of red energy, aiming to put this overgrown lizard in its place. The impact creates a massive tidal wave, leaving Goldie shrieking as the sheer force of the strike settles. Goldie watches in shock as the sky erupts in a chaotic display of draconic fire and red mana. A massive shockwave hits the water, nearly flipping the boat while Demiurgos remains completely unfazed by the carnage. Goldie's eyes glow with a mix of terror and awe, sensing a power that shouldn't exist in a human. The ancient serpent lets out a bone-chilling roar, its massive frame trembling under the weight of Zeke's relentless assault. Goldie can barely keep her eyes on the fight as the mountain itself seems to crumble under the pressure. Another violent eruption of water drenches the boat, forcing Goldie to scream in absolute panic as the sea rebels. High above the beast, our boy Zeke hovers like a vengeful god, ready to deliver the final blow. He grits his teeth through the pain, pushing his body past its limits to maintain the armor's lethal output. With a guttural roar for ruin, Zeke pours every ounce of his soul into a strike meant to end it. Red lightning tears through the atmosphere, striking the surface with enough force to reshape the entire landscape. The ancient serpent screeches in agony as the red lightning pierces its thick, ancient hide. Zeke's blade pulses with a dark, hungry energy, its guard twisting into a literal face of malice. Clinging to his chains, our boy grips the hilt with a desperation that would break a normal man. Blood slicks the steel as he prepares to unleash the devastating third form of his family's moonlight technique. His armor flares with a blinding light, channeling every drop of mana into one final, suicidal gambit. He plunges downward like a falling star, screaming a name that sounds suspiciously like a demon king's wrath. The impact is absolute, a cross-shaped pillar of fire erupting right through the beast's massive spine. Scales harder than diamonds shatter, like cheap glass under the sheer heat of his concentrated fury. The legendary beast finally collapses into the surf, sending a massive wave toward the onlooker's tiny boat. Goldie watches in total shock, wondering how a mere human apprentice could suddenly possess such terrifying strength. Smirking at the carnage, Deus notes that absolute strength is the only thing truly befitting a demon king. The captive demon noble remains motionless, his face a mess of bruises after being thoroughly humbled. His eyes snap open in a panic as he realizes the nightmare isn't over yet. Deus looms over the chained prisoner, mocking how a supposed calamity could get trashed by a human. The Count's blood runs cold when he spots the glowing purple parasite held in his captor's hand. With a terrifying grin, Deus threatens to shove the wriggling creature right into the prisoner's eye. He casually reveals his knowledge of how these trash-tier bugs were used to spark the dragon invasion. The prisoner screams about establishing a new kingdom and driving the humans into extinction. Deus just laughs at the grand plan, calling the whole group a bunch of delusional, bird-brained idiots. Realization hits the Count like a truck as he realizes Deus is the one who silenced his comrades. Jinhyung stares in absolute terror as his world starts to crumble around him. He looks up at our boy, desperately wondering if this powerful being is actually an angel from above. The Count begs for mercy, claiming his group only wants the Creator's blessing and has no ill intent. Deus just stares back with cold eyes, casually telling the pathetic noble that his guess is dead wrong. With a wicked grin, he reveals his true identity as the nightmare of all living beings, the Demon King. Before the Count can even process the horror, void chains erupt and drag him into a painful end. Deus notes he just saved the world from a crisis and expects a massive payout for his work. He looks over at his companions, feeling a bit dumbfounded by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. The Golden Dragon remains silent, her expression heavy with the weight of the secrets they just uncovered. Our boy can sense her hesitation, wondering if his display of power was a bit too much for her. Deus tells them to wake Zeke so they can wipe out the remaining 8 targets quickly. He scans the horizon, his red eyes fixed on the distant, jagged mountain peaks ahead. Our boy takes a moment to admire the sunset, finding a strange beauty in the fading light. Heavy boots hit the ground as the group starts moving toward the next dangerous encounter. The Demon King hitches a ride on Zeke's back, treating the exhausted hero like his personal taxi. He is completely relaxed, even suggesting they place a bet on how many enemies appear next. When Goldie mentions dragons usually hunt in trios, he casually asks if she has any real proof. Goldie realizes she's drained her mana reserves, healing the boy, leaving her vulnerable in this human shell. He ponders why there are exactly 12 of them, wondering if it ties back to ancient laws. He forces a bet on his dazed companions, turning a life-or-death mission into a casual game. Zeke hesitantly places his bet on 2 enemies, clearly out of his depth with these high stakes. Demiurgos acts like a total loan shark, offering to lend the gold while the boy panics over debt. Our boy suddenly shifts gears, confidently betting that 7 of those trash-tier lizards are about to show up. Turns out, he was right, as a whole swarm of dragons suddenly fills the sky, leaving Zeke dumbfounded. The massive lead dragon roars in fury, demanding to know how they bypassed the guard at the entrance. With a chilling smirk, the former Demon King tells the beast he will be joining his comrade shortly. He points toward the chaos and commands his exhausted apprentice to charge straight into the line of fire. Zeke just stands there frozen, wondering if his master has finally lost his mind in this heat. He stammers that 7 dragons are way too many, fearing they won't even leave a trace of him. As his boots hit the dirt, Demiurgos casually asks if the boy really thinks this is too much. Our boy decides it's finally time to step in as the trash-tier lizards circle above them. He casually tells his apprentice to beat it, not wanting the kid to witness the upcoming slaughter. Zeke actually grows a spine and refuses, worried that even his master can't handle 7 dragons alone. The kid tries to offer his C-rank help, but Deus just grabs his gear with a smirk. Without a second thought, he launches Zeke toward the ship, telling him to stay put and guard it. Nearby, the Mother of Dragons burns her own life force just to tear open a golden portal. Goldie prepares to search for the last child, warning the former Demon King to keep things reasonable. He just laughs it off, promising to only show these overgrown lizards the true gap in their power. His eyes glow with ancient fury, disgusted that 12 dragons think they can succeed where his legions failed. After getting a parting kick from the goddess, our boy waves her off and prepares for the hunt. Deus stands in the canyon, apologizing for the wait before deciding it is finally time to begin the slaughter. He vanishes in a blur of impossible speed, leaving nothing but a puff of dust behind him. Within half a second, our boy is already blinding the first beast with a brutal, surgical strike. He moves like a ghost, systematically shattering the eyes of 6 different dragons before they can even react. Realizing speed alone won't ground them all, he calls upon his dreaded void chain technique to finish it. Massive dark links erupt from the void, instantly shackling 4 of the massive lizards right out of the sky. With a smug grin, he snaps his fingers, signaling that their time as the apex predators is officially over. A pillar of demonic energy obliterates their forms, proving these dragons are just trash tier compared to a king. The once mighty beasts crash into the canyon floor, reduced to nothing more than broken, smoking heaps of scales. A survivor named Octa tries to fire a breath attack, but Deus is faster, charging his own blast. Octa unleashes a desperate blast of fire, hoping to incinerate the monster standing before him. Our boy just smirks, his eyes glowing with a lethal intensity that says he's actually enjoying this. He counters with a strike so heavy it sends the massive beast reeling back into the dirt. Terrified by the overwhelming gap in power, the dragon screams for him to finally end the slaughter. The dragon leader finally admits defeat, realizing they are completely outmatched by this demonic force. He begs for a chance to retreat with his remaining kin, hoping to save what's left of them. Deus finds it amusing that a lizard actually has the brains to lower its tail and surrender. While the leader pleads for mercy, May remains stubborn, screaming for reinforcements from their capital. The leader ignores the noise, wondering if the gods will ever forgive them for this absolute failure. He questions the divine revelations they followed, seeing nothing but death and ruin in their wake. Deus is genuinely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of trash-tier divine revelation these lizards are actually talking about. The dragon leader spirals into a total crisis, fearing everything they've done was based on a complete lie. He realizes too late that questioning the gods in front of a fanatic is a literal death sentence. Suddenly, May lunges forward and tears into her own leader for even daring to doubt their holy mission. Our boy isn't having it, calling her an absolute idiot for killing the only one smart enough to surrender. He delivers a strike so brutal it sends chunks of dragon scale flying across the entire battlefield. The impact is massive, slamming the red dragon into the dirt like she's nothing but a common pest. As she coughs up blood, Deus hovers above, looking completely bored with this internal lizard drama. May stares back in awe, wondering if he's the legendary Demon King or a divine messenger sent to punish them. He just stares down with those glowing red eyes, clearly unimpressed by her sudden realization. The green dragon rants about how humans destroy nature and drive species to extinction without a single apology. Our boy just stares back, mockingly asking if the lizard is suddenly some kind of self-appointed guardian for squirrels. The beast continues, explaining how dragons are hunted for perfume and materials because treaties are just trash-tier paper. As Deus hovers above, the dragon laments how humans easily provoke them just to justify another annual slaughter. He remains cold and unimpressed, simply asking if all this whining is supposed to be a formal complaint. The dragon argues that humans see their bodies as a necessity to prepare for the coming Demon King. Suddenly, the creature reveals that this entire genocidal mess was actually orchestrated by Jin Gyum Yong's will. Hearing that specific name makes Deus pause, his glowing eyes narrowing as he processes this unexpected piece of intel. The dragon claims it is all just a tribute to ensure humanity wins the wars that plague every century. Our boy looks genuinely dumbfounded, realizing that the person mentioned is acting completely out of character. The beast explains that their clan's god sought peace through this sacrifice, after witnessing eons of suffering. Deus ponders how this intel connects back to Jin Game Young and those crafty dwarves. It turns out the white dragon, April, is basically Jin Jum Yong's own daughter and a key player. Our boy narrows his eyes, demanding to know exactly where this April is hiding right now. The defeated creature points toward the mountain peak, revealing her location as the sun begins to set. Satisfied with the answer, Deus tells the beast hell spare its life and orders it to get lost. However, he can sense that the dragon isn't planning on just walking away from this humiliation. The dragon wails about their failure, terrified that humans will just turn its tears into trash-tier perfume. For a proud dragon, living on as a mere resource for human vanity is a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the beast erupts in a blinding flash of light, choosing to end it all on its own terms. The dragon's self-destruction triggers a massive landslide, nearly swallowing the terrified soldiers stationed at the mountain's base. One of the guards looks on in pure horror, realizing that Deus has truly unleashed hell on Earth. Our boy just hovers in the sky, his massive wings casting a shadow over the smoldering ruins below. He eventually lands at the summit, his footsteps echoing through a sanctuary hidden far from prying eyes. Under the glow of an ancient tree, he finds Goldie holding the dying form of the white dragon. They stand at the center of a massive magical seal, the site of a grim and necessary sacrifice. Deus casually asks if his villainous act was convincing enough to remove the thorns from her side. April looks up with tears in her eyes, wondering if her death will finally protect their crumbling world. Goldie is absolutely heartbroken, admitting she never wanted her own daughter to pay such a trash-tier price. The white dragon reaches out one last time before fading away, leaving our boy to watch the tragedy. April notes that while Goldie acts noble, she is actually the one suffering the most in this mess. With her final breath, the dragon wishes for her mother to find even a single day of peace. Her hand finally falls limp as the life fades from her eyes right in the center of the sanctuary. Our boy stands back, confirming with Goldie that this brutal chapter is finally closed for good. He coldly informs her that the rest of the dragon swarm followed suit, choosing death over surrender. Goldie stares into the sunset, acknowledging that her kin chose their pride over a life of servitude. Deus reminds her that such a massive shift in the world's balance never comes without a steep price. He questions if she actually believed a simple treaty would lead to a trash-tier happily ever after ending. Our boy knows better than anyone that peace built on blood is just a temporary mask for deeper grudges. He points out the irony of humans needing dragon weapons, while she suppresses her rage with a treaty. Deus looks down at April, realizing her death was a calculated move to purge the dragon hardliners. Our boy admits he was played, having been asked to handle the parasites while she orchestrated this massacre. Standing by the ancient tree, he notes how this bloodbath conveniently provides humans with weapons for the coming war. Goldie coldly retorts that surviving as the mother of dragons requires discarding petty emotions for the greater good. Deus skeptically asks if she truly believes she is just a noble guardian, upholding the world's natural order. She just scoffs, asking if that title sounds grand enough to justify the mountain of corpses she built. Our boy remains silent, watching her carefully as the weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. He finally calls her out, pointing out that despite her cold words, she is actually crying for her child. Goldie weeps, confessing that even 60,000 years of life wasn't enough time to harden her heart completely. Deus stares into the distance, understanding that those millennia felt too short to forget her lost children. Deus decides it is finally time to leave this tragic scene behind and move forward. Goldie simply agrees, her voice sounding hollow after the emotional toll of the sacrifice. As they stand over the fallen white dragon, a warm light begins to radiate from her body. April looks surprisingly peaceful in death, finally free from the burdens she carried for her kind. Her physical form begins to break apart, dissolving into shimmering particles of pure draconic mana. Under the ancient tree, the two watch as the last traces of the dragon return to nature. Despite her attempts to remain cold and detached, a single tear escapes the mother of dragon's eye. She silently hopes that in another life, they can meet as better people without such heavy fates. Steeling her resolve, she stands up and prepares to face the world once again. With the ritual complete, she tells our boy they should head down and finish their mission. Deus notices she still looks miserable despite the situation being handled, and calls her out on it. Goldie just stares into the sunset, admitting that things didn't exactly go according to her ideal plan. Our boy decides she needs a change of scenery, so he starts summoning his massive demonic wings. He extends a hand toward her, offering a brief escape from the heavy atmosphere of the graveyard. With a faint smirk, He asks if the Mother of Dragons wants to take to the skies with him. She hesitates for a moment, looking at the hand of the man who just helped her end an era. Finally, she agrees, and places her hand in his, ready to leave the sorrow of the forest behind. His dark mana flares up as they kick off the ground, leaving the ancient tree far below. The sudden acceleration catches her off guard, making her let out a small gasp as they soar upward. They disappear into the golden horizon, leaving the weight of their divine burdens behind for just a moment. Our boy carries the Mother of Dragons through the sky, his massive wings cutting through the golden clouds. Seeing her weighed down by grief, he tells her to just let out a massive shout to vent. He insists that up here, absolutely nobody will hear her screams or judge her for her pain. Goldie skeptically reminds him that the gods are always listening to everything, from every corner of the world. Deus just smirks and tells her she needs to learn how to truly let go from a pro. He leads by example, screaming at the top of his lungs for this trash-tier world to just rot. She looks at him dumbfounded, thinking that such ominous words are exactly what you'd expect from a demon. He keeps ranting about how they are all just meaningless cogs in a giant, cold, and heartless machine. Finally reaching her breaking point, she starts screaming at the heavens, calling the gods a bunch of clueless fools. Tears stream down her face as she pours out her soul, mourning her shattered heart and this cursed fate. Deus joins in on the screaming, calling the trash-tier dragons ungrateful fools who should just hurry up and die. Goldie is dumbfounded by his intensity and says he's being too harsh, but he just looks amused. She continues her tearful rant, lamenting how she sacrificed everything for millions of years just to be betrayed. Deus gets even more fired up, calling them bastards for daring to pierce their mother's heart like this. Suddenly flustered, Goldie tells him to tone it down while Deus admits he might have gotten carried away. A heavy silence falls between them as they stare out at the fading light of the sunset. While flying, Deus calls God a perverted voyeur, prompting a worried Goldie to warn him about literal hell. He notices her smile and jokes that her laughing like that doesn't sit well with a demon king. Goldie smugly reminds him that he isn't all-powerful, and couldn't even handle a single one of God's angels. Deus simply scoffs, dismissing the idea of angels and gods as nothing more than dusty, ancient myths. Deus carries Goldie through the sunset, scoffing that the gods are basically MIA since they never show up. Our boy looks genuinely puzzled, wondering why she is suddenly bringing up the divine hierarchy during their flight. Goldie just smirks, noting that his human vessel probably cannot handle the thin air at this extreme altitude. Calling her a total idiot, Deus beats his massive wings to prove his demonic power ignores petty physics. He decides to end the chatter by diving straight down, plummeting toward the earth like a literal meteor. The pair sticks the landing on a massive stone platform, the impact echoing across the silent mountain peak. As the dust settles, Deus retracts his wings, still feeling the strange tension lingering between them. They stand atop a giant, ancient magic circle carved into the rock, right beneath a glowing, mystical tree. Suddenly, Goldie offers a quiet thanks, catching the former Demon King completely off guard with her rare sincerity. He stands there absolutely dumbfounded as she walks away, leaving him to process gratitude he never expected. Deus tries to play it cool by demanding she pay him back in cold hard cash. Our girl just laughs it off, claiming she is currently flat broke and doesn't have a single penny. This unexpected playfulness actually makes our boy blush, throwing the former Demon King off his game. As she walks away under the glowing tree, he realizes his cold heart might be softening. Back at the guild hall, elite warriors gather in a panic to discuss the recent draconic chaos. These trash-tier guards look absolutely terrified as they realize the sheer scale of the power they're facing. Even the seasoned veterans are left trembling, wondering what kind of monster could cause such a massive disturbance. Meanwhile, Deus sits arrogantly on a sofa, mocking the stupid, terrified faces of the weaklings around him. He ponders why demons can devour 1,000 dragons, yet still lose to a handful of human heroes. His eyes narrow as he contemplates the fundamental flaw that led to his previous downfall. Deus reflects on the terrifying, radiant power of the last hero who nearly wiped out his entire race. Back in reality, a frantic guild member tries to convince the skeptical guards that Deus is actually a powerhouse. Our boy looks on, completely dumbfounded by how easily these trash-tier humans are swayed by a little charisma. The mood shifts instantly as Goldie approaches him, looking every bit the divine queen she truly is. Deus is caught off guard and asks if she is really planning on leaving him behind so soon. She admits their business with the parasites is finished, and even mocks him for losing his fearsome reputation. He scoffs at the title, but wonders how she intends to explain this chaotic mess to her children. Goldie explains her need to play dead and act covertly to stop the council from starting a war. Just hearing about the complex political headache makes Deus want to crawl back into his hole and stay there. She playfully suggests he might actually miss her, while he just snaps back at the shameless ancient elder. Deus is floored when Goldie hints she might actually be from the legendary Age of Silver. Without another word, she manifests a shimmering portal to make her grand, mysterious exit. Hez left questioning the bizarre logic of a divine being who technically dies every single century. She gives him one last look, suggesting that perhaps the heavens favor him more than her. With a final goodbye, the ancient dragon vanishes, leaving our boy alone in the silent hall. Deus looks on in silence, wondering if his golden companion has truly departed for good. A guild member approaches, lamenting how both the butler and the lady have suddenly vanished. Our boy just shrugs it off, noting that she was always a free spirit who couldn't be held. Things finally seem to settle down as the scene shifts back to his quiet weapon shop. Suddenly, a messenger presents a formal document, leaving our boy wondering what new headache is arriving. Deus looks over a recruitment flyer for a new butler, listing some pretty insane requirements for the position. Our boy looks up to see a blonde elf who actually thinks he's cut from the right cloth. The applicant flashes a bright smile, claiming he is here specifically because of that desperate help-wanted ad. Deus doesn't miss a beat, immediately rejecting the candidate simply because he is an elf. He points out that the flyer demands strength, and in his eyes, elves are just trash-tier weaklings. When the elf questions the need for power, Deus explains that serving coffee under dragonfire requires muscle. The mood shifts instantly when the stranger casually asks if the owner of the crown has already departed. The elf's eye glows as he mentions causality, correctly guessing that Deus crawled out from the depths. Our boy's eyes flare red with killing intent, demanding to know how this nobody knows his secret history. Despite the terrifying pressure, the mysterious elf just maintains his smug grin, insisting he is only seeking employment. Deus narrows his eyes, clearly not buying the mysterious stranger's vague excuses for knowing his secret past. The elf just smiles back, confirming that for now, he has no intention of revealing his hidden sources. Our boy is dumbfounded that this guy expects a job while keeping his secrets locked tight. He wonders why Head ever hires someone who could be an enemy, a dragon, or something worse. The elf smugly points out that his hidden identity proves he's skilled enough to serve under dragonfire. Intrigued by the audacity, Deus asks for a name and learns he is Skatel El Tora. Deus officially makes him his butler, warning that disobedience won't be tolerated in his shop. Since the elf is clearly after something, our boy decides to keep him close for the entertainment value. Skatul promises faithful service, but insists that he alone will decide when his employment finally ends. Deus realizes this trash-tier elf is basically planning a betrayal, but he's ready for the challenge. Skatel decides to be honest about his intentions, knowing the Demon King already sees through his facade. Our boy finds the elf entertaining enough to hire, offering a measly 3 silver coins for his service. Deus dumps the responsibility of training this suspicious newcomer onto Zeke, who is way too eager to help. The elf puts on a friendly mask, greeting the young apprentice while secretly sizing up the shop's layout. Zeke is just happy to have a new coworker, completely oblivious to the danger Skatel might actually represent. As the sun sets, the local noodle stall becomes the perfect spot for some much-needed downtime and carbs. The townspeople are finally enjoying their lives again, slurping down noodles without a single care in the world. Even a former Demon King needs a decent meal, though Zeke seems more focused on his master's satisfaction. Night settles over the kingdom, bringing a temporary peace to a land recently scarred by dragonfire. After filling his stomach, Deus heads out, leaving his loyal apprentice to finish up and close the stall. Zeke heads back after a long day, his mind finally clear enough to focus on his own growth. He retreats to a quiet spot away from the town, seeking the solitude needed for some serious practice. The grass crunches under his boots as he reaches his destination, far from any prying eyes. He reaches for his weapon, his hand tightening around the hilt of that terrifyingly sentient-looking blade. Standing tall under the starlight, our boy prepares to test the limits of his inherited strength. He closes his eyes, blocking out the world to channel the memories of every battle he's witnessed. Images of trash-tier demons and scarred monsters flood his mind, reminding him of the world's hidden brutality. He recalls the screeching sirens of the demon army, their chaotic songs still echoing in his subconscious. Even the memory of May's devastating dragonfire serves as fuel for the fire burning in his soul. With a sharp breath, he prepares to unleash his family's secret moonlight strike technique. Zeke unleashes the Demon King's side slash, his blade carving through the air with newfound ferocity. He dances through the moonlit field, leaving trails of light as he pushes his body to the absolute limit. His mind drifts to the time Deus mocked his trash-tier rank, while Alex stood silently by. He remembers the humiliation of being sent home early, forcing a smile despite the crushing weight of failure. The memory of being tossed aside like a useless tool fuels the fire burning deep within his gut. Snapping back to reality, our boy swings with a desperate intensity that screams for recognition. He knows he'll never match the Demon King's godly power, but he refuses to remain a mere hindrance. Sweat pours down his face as he vows to improve, his teeth gritted in pure, unadulterated determination. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the night, praising his dedication while catching him completely off guard. Cadence emerges from the shadows, noting that the aura from his blade is dripping with pure rage. Zeke is caught completely off guard, wondering what on earth this elite investigator is doing here. Without a second thought, Cadence lunges forward, demanding to see the true strength of the supposed hero. Our boy barely manages to raise his demonic blade before a sharp strike sends him reeling. The impact is brutal, leaving him gasping for air as he hits the dirt in total shock. He's completely dumbfounded, asking why she's suddenly treating a simple training session like a life or death struggle. Cadence just smirks from above, reminding him that real enemies won't ever give him a polite warning. She becomes a blur of steel, landing hit after hit, while Zeke struggles to even track her movements. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that his current trash tier skills are nowhere near enough to survive this. He screams for her to stop, his body reaching its limit as the relentless pressure breaks his spirit. Suddenly, something snaps inside him, and a latent power begins to flicker in his eyes during the chaos. Our boy's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes he's walked straight into a hidden trap. He tries to swing his demonic blade, but finds himself completely frozen and unable to move a muscle. Cadence warns him to stop struggling, her voice cold as she watches him sweat in total desperation. She tells him that if he keeps thrashing, those glowing wires will tear his limbs apart like paper. It turns out the dagger was just a distraction, proving a real pro never reveals their true weapon. She just chuckles from above, looking down at the pathetic sight of her trapped and helpless student. Standing high on her threads, she explains that this is the massive gap created by divine power. She mockingly asks if that clumsy moonlight strike is really the best his legendary family could produce. Zeke desperately argues that his father taught him since childhood, but his voice lacks any real conviction. She shuts him down, calling his unrefined footwork and meaningless movements the work of a total amateur. Cadence looks down at our boy, claiming he is a rare talent wasted in this trash-tier village. She formally invites him to Sanctus Populi, urging him to become a legendary Zodiac Knight like her. Zeke is dumbfounded as she mentions his destiny involves standing by the hero to slay the Demon King. He can hardly believe his ears, but she is dead serious about this sudden promotion to the big leagues. Sensing his hesitation, she asks if his younger siblings' school fees are what is holding him back. She promises the holy sanctuary will cover everything, leaving the poor kid absolutely speechless at the generous offer. Floating above, she reveals his bloodline is actually purer than the current hero, making him a prime candidate. Despite the life-changing opportunity, Zeke politely declines, surprising the elite investigator with his unexpected stubbornness. He admits those fancy titles are beyond him, choosing to stay in the mud where he feels he belongs. Meanwhile, Deus just waves him off, likely already planning the next stage of his apprentice's brutal education. Our boy smiles, explaining he finally has people who believe in him despite all his obvious flaws. Cadence snaps back that they are just using him, her patience clearly wearing thin with his naivety. Zeke counters by asking what happens if the bloodline records are actually wrong, just like his master claimed. He pushes further, wondering if she would still recruit him if his lineage turned out to be trash tier. She doesn't sugarcoat it, stating that a hero born with low potential simply can't change their fate. Zeke reflects on his worth, remembering how the shopkeeper was the only one to help him at rock bottom. With a grin, he declares his mission is to follow his master, even if he gets tossed aside. Cadence isn't taking no for an answer, her jeweled rings glinting as she prepares her signature wire technique. Suddenly, our boy finds himself ensnared, realizing he's being tested by an elite who doesn't like being rejected. She lands gracefully on the forest floor, ready to show him exactly why bloodline usually dictates everything. Cadence admits she was a bit late to the party, but makes it clear she isn't giving up yet. She warns him that things growing in the shadows are just mold, and without light, he'll eventually wither. Our boy is left completely speechless, the weight of her cryptic warning hitting harder than any physical strike. With a final cold farewell, the investigator turns her back on him, leaving the young warrior to his thoughts. She disappears into the dark tree line, leaving Zeke standing alone in the clearing, still gripped by her intensity. The next morning, the sun rises over the weapon shop, but the atmosphere inside is anything but peaceful. Zeke is back on cleaning duty, but he's so dazed he's practically dusting the air instead of the merchandise. Deus notices his apprentice acting like a total space cadet and demands to know what happened the night before. The kid snaps out of it and explains that he ran into that persistent investigator while he was training. When Zeke reveals the Holy See actually wants him to join their ranks, even the former Demon King looks stunned. Skatol can't believe the news, laughing about the prestigious Zodiac Knights wanting a kid like Zeke. The elf is practically glowing with excitement, telling our boy that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She even suggests he should ditch this trash-tier shop immediately to go serve the Holy Emperor himself. Zeke stands there completely dumbfounded, the insult to his master's shop hitting him like a physical blow. Deus just shrugs it off, coldly telling Zeke is free to go since replacements are easy to find. Our boy looks crushed, realizing that, to the former Demon King, he might just be another disposable puppet. But then Deus admits it's actually more convenient having him around since he's a decent cook. Zeke's face lights up instantly, wondering if this is his master's twisted way of saying he actually cares. Deus tells him to pipe down, seeing right through the kid's obvious hesitation to leave the shop. Zeke just smiles, knowing deep down he could never abandon the man who's done so much for him. Deus listens intently as Zeke begins to vent about the crushing weight of his family's failing legacy. Zeke confesses that the elite investigator's words made him feel like his entire bloodline was being utterly dismissed. He laments how his ancestors spent lifetimes perfecting their craft, yet he couldn't even land a single hit. It cuts deep because he couldn't even find the words to defend his family's honor against those insults. Suddenly, Deus decides to close the shop, leaving Zeke and the elf butler wondering where they're even going. The former Demon King is curious and wants to personally see what's supposedly wrong with the kid's swordsmanship. They head to a nearby field, setting the stage for a master to evaluate his apprentice's hidden depths. Our boy is visibly shaking, wondering if he's actually allowed to swing a lethal weapon at his own master. While Skatel, Tora cheers enthusiastically from the grass, Deus tells him to quit whining and just make his move. Stealing his nerves, Zeke grips his jagged blade, determined to prove his family's style isn't just some trash-tier gimmick. Zeke unleashes his eighth form, a side slash, but Deus dodges the strike like it's absolutely nothing. Our boy's new elf butler is having the time of her life watching this one-sided beatdown from afar. He shifts into a piercing strike, yet the former Demon King remains completely untouchable and visibly bored. Gritting his teeth, Zeke plants his foot firmly to initiate the foundation of his family's secret style. He launches into the air for a massive overhead slash, putting every ounce of desperate strength into it. Suddenly, his target vanishes into thin air, leaving Zeke staring at the empty grass in total shock. A crushing, demonic aura manifests behind him, making the kid realize he's truly way out of his league. Before he can even react, a cold hand with dark nails taps him gently on the back of his neck. Deus tells him to stop, asking if he finally understands the glaring flaw in his trash-tier technique. Shaking and drenched in sweat, Zeke realizes that landing a hit on this monster is simply impossible. Deus bluntly calls the kid's family-style trash-tier, claiming a lifetime of practice won't change a thing. Our boy Zeke feels completely crushed, wondering if generations of his family have been doing it all wrong. Deus just scoffs and notes that Zeke's ancestors must have been some of the most stubborn people alive. He reveals the shocking truth that this specific style was forged to kill only one being, the Demon King. Since it ignores trash-tier monsters, Zeke finally realizes why he could never pass a standard combat evaluation. Deus decides to hand the training over to Skatel, ordering the mysterious butler to teach Zeke every night. Looking away, Deus seems to be deep in thought about the weight of the legacy he just revealed. Tears stream down Zeke's face as he realizes his father's teachings weren't a total waste after all. With the truth out, the former Demon King starts to head back, leaving the training to his subordinate. Zeke is absolutely hyped for his new lessons, while the butler happily accepts his role as the instructor. Deus stares off into the distance, finally realizing just how dangerous Zeke's family legacy actually is. His hand begins to tremble as he feels the phantom sting of a technique designed for his execution. He recalls his prime, clad in the impenetrable Demon King armor that once terrorized the entire world. Turns out Zeke's specific style would have bypassed those defenses entirely, piercing straight through his legendary plate. Our boy has a killer instinct buried deep within, one that targets the blind spots of the strongest. Shaking off the grim thoughts, Deus heads back to his quarters to finally get some much-needed rest. He opens the door only to find that he isn't alone, as some familiar faces are waiting. Alex has split herself into two, playfully inviting her master to come find comfort in her arms. Deus is completely dumbfounded, wondering why his loyal butler is suddenly acting like a total weirdo. The demon strategist just grins mischievously, clearly enjoying the chance to mess with the former Demon King's head. Deus tells his butler to stop the nonsense and get lost, but she just hands him a mysterious envelope. Turns out it's an invitation to her own funeral, a trash-tier joke meant to rattle the former Demon King. Our boy is completely stunned, his mind racing as he tries to process this bizarre and morbid prank. Alex just laughs, mockingly asking if he needs some comfort now that his loyal servant is supposedly dying. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, the Mother of Dragons is dealing with a much more literal kind of nightmare. Goldie is drowning in a mountain of paperwork, sobbing because the administrative burden of ruling is utterly soul-crushing. Her eyes glow with divine frustration, realizing that managing a kingdom is harder than any battlefield she's ever faced. She remembers his words about how twisted the world is, a sentiment that feels all too real right now. He once stood under the moonlight, boldly claiming that the era of war and demon kings was finally over. He rants about throwing away useless rules, proving he was always cut from a different, far more chaotic cloth. Goldie realizes that the person she's observing is far more than just a mindless puppet in this game. Suddenly, an attendant interrupts the silence, warning Jin Gyum-yong that a powerful trespasser has breached their realm. Jin Gyum-yong is visibly shaken, realizing the intruder is the one whose name is far too sacred to speak. Hearing this, Goldie's eyes light up with pure joy as she realizes exactly who has finally arrived. She doesn't waste a single second, leaping over her desk and scattering paperwork everywhere in her desperate rush. The massive gates of the realm swing open, revealing a blinding light that signals a legendary reunion. Our boy stands amidst a sea of dragons and crystals, looking like the absolute king of this chaotic world. Deus just smirks when he hears her voice, knowing his sudden appearance would cause this much of a stir. Goldie immediately tackles him, scolding him for coming here first, while he calmly asks for her help. She playfully wonders if he's in deep trouble again, or if this is just a very intense date request. Deus clarifies that their little outing is actually a bloody infiltration mission, leaving Goldie completely dumbfounded. As they descend into the abyss, our boy mentions how the other dukes think Alex took out some underling. Deus gets serious and asks for the lowdown on the 7 dukes, the big shots of the demon world. Goldie can't believe he's asking this, considering he's been around for over 6 million years. He explains the pathetic cycle of the Demon King, realizing the dukes have been the true rulers all along. Goldie notes that, despite their power, the dukes are bound to serve whoever holds the name of Demiurgos. Our boy still doesn't buy the hype, wondering what real authority a king who dies constantly actually has. When she asks about his true goal, he admits he's deep in enemy territory just to find someone specific. He smirks with absolute confidence, betting everything that his loyal subordinates are still kicking somewhere in this hellhole. They finally reach the bottom of the world, the hellish city of Mado-Eidos, where the air feels heavy. Goldie immediately regrets the trip, gagging because the overwhelming stench of sulfur is way worse than the surface. Our boy doesn't slow down for a second, leaving her to scramble through enemy territory while she complains loudly. As they dive deeper into the glowing red abyss, she wonders just how much further this nightmare actually goes. She tries to keep her cool, but the sheer scale of this underworld is starting to rattle her nerves. Suddenly, the red sky gives way to a toxic green glow, signaling they've left the demon realm behind. Goldie freezes, terrified of crossing the barrier, but Deus calmly points out they've already reached their destination. She looks down and is completely dumbfounded by the massive, glowing mechanical structures humming with power beneath them. With a smug grin, he asks if she knows the secret behind why this place is called the Golden Territory. Deus explains that this very spot is where the Morning Star first crashed into the world. Beneath them lies a series of ancient, mechanical gears humming with a sinister, toxic green energy. Goldie is dumbfounded by the realization that Lucifer and Deus are essentially cut from the same cloth. Without another word, our boy and Goldie dive straight into the glowing mechanical abyss. They land heavily on a cracked stone ledge, the air thick with the weight of ancient history. Looking over the edge, they find the Pot of Evil Spirits, a swirling cauldron of pure demonic essence. Legend says the first Demon King spent a century pulling monsters from this pit to build his army. The first Demon King once led a tide of trash-tier monsters to bury the world in corpses. Despite his overwhelming power, the tyrant was eventually put down by a hero after devastating the world. Goldie acknowledges the grim reality, her mind racing with the implications of their current location. She recalls how the second Demon King's invasion was crushed, leaving the demon race utterly slaughtered. Goldie recounts the legend of Lucifer, a brilliant angel who was once the favorite of the heavens. However, his overwhelming pride led him to wonder why he couldn't just become a god himself. Cast out for his sins eons ago, Deus confirms he was actually alive to witness that fall. When our boy asks if she personally knew the first tyrant, Goldie keeps her cards close. She feigns ignorance of the ancient past, asking why they've ventured into the sacred Golden Territory. Deus reveals this place is a sanctuary, where trash-tier demons and even kings cannot tread. Suddenly, he dives into a glowing fracture in the world, leaving Goldie no choice but to follow. Goldie panics as they descend, wondering if she just walked into a lethal trap. She tumbles through the void, her composure completely shattered by the sudden drop. Our boy is already waiting below, looking completely unfazed as he welcomes her to the hidden depths. They hover before a massive, jagged structure known as the Singularity of the Fallen Angel. Goldie is dumbfounded, realizing this ancient relic has remained undisturbed for over 60,000 years. Deus calmly explains that they are staring at the karma vortex, a literal whirlpool of destiny. He describes how immense power acts like gravity, pulling the threads of existence into a single point. Goldie starts feeling uneasy, realizing Deus knows way too much about demon history for a simple shopkeeper. She notes his knowledge spans back to the Age of Gold, long before demons even existed. Goldie listens intently, her mind racing as she tries to process the forbidden history being revealed. Deus drops a bombshell, explaining that humans once inhabited the demon realm, while dragons were born much later. Our boy is genuinely rattled, struggling to believe that the natural order was once completely reversed. Goldie adds that the entire continent was forged in chaos, leaving him even more dumbfounded by the scale. He can't wrap his head around the idea that his entire world didn't even exist before that era. Goldie just smirks, wondering if a trash-tier existence, like a demon king, is simply part of a divine plan. She mockingly asks why demons always lose, concluding it's simply because they are the weaker race. Deus snaps back, pointing out the insanity of repeating the same losing strategy for over 600 centuries. He explains the loop of invasion and hero sacrifice has played out exactly the same way 665 times. Goldie smirks and asks if this realization is the real reason our boy decided to tuck tail and run. Deus snaps back, insisting he isn't stupid, and that the very foundation of conquering the human world is flawed. When she brings up sunlight, he argues he's perfectly adapted to the underground, earning him a mocking new title. Has tired of the same losing script, and wonders why they don't just launch a massive, unpredictable invasion instead. Goldie points out the divine catch, explaining that a demon king's presence only triggers the angels to bless a hero. Turns out he's currently just a vessel, as he hasn't even inherited the previous king's soul yet. Our boy rants about using actual strategy and striking from the shadows, instead of announcing his birth like a moron. Goldie just chuckles at his logic, leaving him completely dumbfounded as to what she finds so funny. She admits he's an oddity, and wonders what the gods must be thinking while watching this trash-tier king work.